SideScrollers is brought to you by you. If you'd like to support the show, head over to patreon.com/SideScrollers. It's time for SideScrollers on YouTube.com with me, Stuttering Craig. I like movies that have sand in them. Wow.
He doesn't like it in his mouth.
And producer extraordinaire, Travis Key.
I don't like the texture in my mouth.
What? And brought to you by you, the G2 community at patreon.com/SideScrollers. And now, broadcasting from our homes, it's time for the #1 gaming and entertainment podcast on planet Earth. It's time for SideScrollers.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, welcome on out to SideScrollers on YouTube.com and Rumble.com and Twitch.tv. What's going on, everybody? Hi, I'm Stuttering Craig. Happy Friday. Welcome to the most important daily video game podcast ever created in the universe, right now, forever. It's SideScrollers. Man, do we got a good show today. We have so much to talk about. We have a quick recap of what happened yesterday with Nintendo, because I know Melonie's excited about that. We're going to be talking about the PlayStation, which nobody really cares about. And then we're going to have David Jaffe on the show today, which, man, I am beyond excited about. So much going on. Happy Friday to you guys. Welcome on out. Hello, Travis Keys.
Happy butterscotch cinnamon pie day.
Nice. Hey, that's a great thing. Hey, every day, can you open up with whatever day it is?
Yeah, sure. Although I had to choose that of like one of 18 things. It's weird shit. Like Costa Rica Independence Day, Felt Hat Day,
Costa Rica Independent Day. Get the hell out of here with their independence. What is that?
National Malcolm Day. Whatever that means.
Give it up for Malcolm, everybody. Give it a round of applause for all the Malcolms in the chat, please. Let's get on it.
Although it is World Afro Day, so.
Oh, nice. Melonie, what your thoughts on afros?
I wish I was prepared ahead of time. If I would have worn my hair naturally and then just brushed it out, I would be celebrating World Afro Day.
Day, yeah.
Or you just be seen as a horrible bigot.
Yeah, one of the
two. That's every day.
Cultural appropriation is.
Oh, look, I'm legit excited for today's show. Mainly because this show has been built around conversation from the start. And we say we always want to talk with people. We always want to have these conversations. And it seems like only some people want to have that conversation. But today, we're joined by somebody who actually wants to have a civil, good conversation, which is exactly what this show's about. I am so excited. So Dave is going to be hopping in. It's early. He's over on the West Coast. So when he gets up and he gets in, he said 5-10 minutes after the show starts. So when he gets in, we'll welcome on in and we'll kind of go from there. So
before we get started, for everybody in the wonderful chats I'll be modding, don't call our guest names, please. Because I'll get rid of you real quick.
Hey, how about this? It's a great little rule. Treat others like you'd like to be treated.
Yay.
It's real simple.
And I don't care if you're new or I've known you for 10 years. Sorry.
Travis will swat that shit to half court so fast. So look, yesterday we had a really good interview with Razor Fist. If you guys haven't, go watch that. It was a full hour and 30 minutes-ish where we just talked about all sorts of things, ranging from JFK's death to Angry Joe and everything else in between. So make sure you guys go check that out. As always, we have a goal of 300 likes every single episode. So do us a favor, hit the thumbs up button. We'd greatly appreciate that. Your comments are obviously huge down below as we get the chat going. But comments down if you guys are watching the post show or after we're not live. Let us know what you think of the show. I
have a mod sword.
I love it.
I'm ready.
You're not afraid to use it.
I'm ready for the day. Sorry.
I'm waiting for you to accidentally hit your webcam.
Or stab myself.
Or stab yourself in the coccyx, which is good. We also have a goal of 20 memberships every show. Let's see if we can hit that today. That'd be a great way. And by the way, my wall is going to look entirely different next week. They're all starting to fall down. So my periodic table of support back here is going to need to come down. So next week we're going to have a new looking wall, and it's going to be built around side scrollers and the live streams. So which will be good. Speaking of, over on the Side Scrollers Plays channel, after today's show, it is day 2 of, last week on Friday, Dan Vasc attempted a world record speed run of Donkey Kong Country, and he was horrible.
I was going to say, how'd he do?
It's something around 2 hours and 22 minutes to beat the game.
What's the record?
36 minutes.
Wow, that's pretty good.
That's 36 minutes. That's insanity.
Yeah.
I think 2 hours is good.
Well, usually
I'm not a speedrunner though.
They'd have found out how to do it in 2 minutes and 36 seconds through some glitch if it was some, but it's a very linear game. You know what I mean?
Right.
Well, today, as part of our challenge, he beat it. Yeah, 2 hours, 20 minutes, 13 seconds. Today,
I thought that was great.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be able to beat that.
No, sure. I couldn't either, and I grew up playing it.
Well, I'm going after today. Today is my opportunity to beat his time.
I like that, going head to head on times. That's cool.
So doing that today, and I honestly think I can beat it in under an hour.
So what's the punishment?
I think Dan is gonna have to just shave his head. No, I don't know.
That would be awful. No,
I agree with that.
No.
He'll lose half his subscriber base. Man, they can't do that.
He's gonna cut off his big stupid man bun.
That's like cutting Samson's hair. You just can't do that.
Exactly. We'll start calling Craig Delilah.
Delilah. Well, I'll tell you what.
Hey there, Delilah. Every time.
Perfect.
So if you wouldn't mind heading over to the Side Scrollers Plays channel and hitting the subscribe button over there, the link is down in the description. You can find me versus Dan Vasc after the show today over there. You can support us over at patreon.com/sidescrollers. Seen a nice little influx of folks over there. Greatly appreciate the support. And we're going to dig into that a little bit more as we go. We got some changes happening, which is going to be good. You can follow us over on Twitter at SideScrollerPod, over at Instagram at SideScrollers Podcast, and of course Rumble at rumble.com/SideScrollers. So man, we're gonna have a really, really fun show today. I am beyond excited about it. Melanie, is there anything that we need to know?
Tomb Raider.
Okay,
Tomb Raider classic remasters. I have just been on cloud 9 ever since, and can't nothing bring me down. I thought this would never, ever happen in my lifetime, or at least in the next 20 years. It's like, what is happening? Pigs can fly. Hell has frozen over. We are getting classic Tomb Raider remasters that are actually faithful. Lara Croft hasn't been nerfed or changed. You know, she actually looks like herself.
She does have boobs.
Glorious. Yeah. It's glorious. The classic Tomb Raider just retained.
This is
beautiful.
I saw this, and I think, like most people on the internet, immediately thought of you.
Oh, like, yeah.
Oh man, this is like, wow, this is great. You know, so it was exciting to think about your excitement for this game, given how passionate you are about it.
One of the best days of my life yesterday. I just overwhelmed with emotion. Woke up today and was like, it's real. It's not a dream. This is actually happening. Classic fans finally get a win. We finally do.
You did it. You did it, internet. Congratulations. Hey, I'm really stoked. David just popped in. I'm really excited to meet. I've never actually spoken to Mr. Jaffe before. Let me see if I can see if I can call him David. May I call you David, friend?
Absolutely. How you doing?
Yes.
Hi, David.
Hello. How are you?
Good.
Nice to meet you.
Good.
Good
you
morning.
As well.
I'm Travis.
Travis, and you're John, right?
I'm Craig.
Craig. There's Stuttering John, Stuttering Craig, Stuttering Craig.
Yes.
And then you're Melanie.
Yes.
Mac.
Yes.
Of the Virginia Mac. Virginia Macs, they're a good family. Freakishly tall, but good.
Okay.
Nice family. Yeah.
Nice. Well, welcome on in, man.
Thanks for having me, fellas.
Yeah, I'm stoked to have you. We're just getting into talking about Nintendo's State of Play yesterday.
Cool. I just want to give you a heads up. I would love. I don't know. I don't want to be presumptuous, but when I do stuff like this, it goes hours. But I have to have another. I have a doctor appointment at like 9:15 my time.
Sure.
So I have about an hour and 10 minutes. So
cool. Well,
They're like, dude, we only wanted you for 5, bitch. So get on and get off. Let's go.
Well, I'll tell you. Then let's just we'll come back to the Nintendo and the Sony and all the recap later.
I'm prepped for whatever you guys want. I'm here for you. I appreciate you having me.
Yeah, man. Like beyond excited to have you. This is really excited. I actually wanted to talk about your career a little bit before we kind of dig into some, like modern gaming and all that stuff. I saw a real interesting footnote about your career that you were a tester on Skyblazer for the Super Nintendo.
Well, I was. My buddy who went on to design Jet Moto with Single Track and Warhawk did the English translation as well, but he was also a tester, and we were just like, sure, we'll totally write the game for you. And say, it was like, what is that? There's like 3 of us at the time, but yeah, I was a tester on that. Mickey Mania. What's called Hook and Sega CD and all that stuff.
Well, Skyblazer, this is like an underrated gem. Yeah.
Oh, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. Yeah. And that game, Sony ImageSoft mostly put out crap that was based on licenses, like stuff like a straight to DVD video from Ray Liotta called No Escape and shit. I mean, it was just terrible. But every now and then we would get a Skyblazer or a Mickey Mania or an Equinox or a Solstice, but most of it was crap. But this was one of the good ones.
So you also, this is definitely an underrated gem on the Super Nintendo. I think when you look at like those lists of like the top games on the Super Nintendo, it's one of those that's definitely considered an underrated classic.
Little Mario and a little Mario and a little Final Fantasy.
Thematically, very Final Fantasy. I mean, it was from a team in Japan, and it's kind of like. It kind of feels like Rastan or Rygar and Mario, and it's kind of that flavor, but it's really fun.
Yeah, Rastan, like that's a game that will be overlooked in the sands of time, but Rastan in the arcade was really, really fun.
Unless you play Volgar the Viking, which is basically a better updated version of it. I don't know if you've played that, but boy, it's good. Yeah.
Yes.
Hard, but good.
Some company would be smart to go through and buy the rights to these gems that didn't do real great and re-release them or remaster them. Isn't
that what Digital Eclipse is doing? I saw today that they're doing Wizardry. They just did Karateka. I don't know how old you guys are, but Karateka they just dropped with all kinds of back to the Future. It's early, fuck you all. Okay, it's 9:00. Nobody I know gets up at this hour. But anyway, they just put that out, and now they announced today Wizardry. And it's an early access on Steam. So there are companies doing it. But honestly, Rastan at this point or things like that, or, you may as well make your own and own the IP, how much you're going to get, from an audience to go, oh shit, there's a remake of Rastan. It's like, is that I don't know what that is. Anyway.
And there's like 6 people. Like I would be the guy who's like, yeah, Rastan. Yeah. All right. Okay, so you went on. You did obviously. You're best known for God of War and Twisted Metal. And I was just curious, just from a me video game development standpoint.
Yeah.
What was the difference between developing on? You did Mickey Mania, which was pixels and sprites, and then making the transition from this classic to I always saw it as like video game puberty, where there are these polygons. They're kind of awkward. They're, it doesn't look like we intended, but at the time it was like awesome. I don't know. What was the difference between developing for like the Super Nintendo versus the PlayStation?
Well, I'm not a programmer. So let's be clear. I'm a designer.
Right. Yeah. Designer.
I mean, the biggest thing was 3D. I mean, I was coming out of USC where I had gone to go to film school. I was a creative writing major, but I had always had an eye towards making movies. And for me, the ability to move that camera around was just natural. And when you got into the 16-bit stuff or the 8-bit or mostly anything before, you couldn't move the camera. So you were pretty much locked to where your camera was, almost like a Broadway play. And it's like, yeah, you can slide it left and right and up and down, but that's your enjoy, good luck, and it's not that games got better at all because you had 3D and you had a camera, but for me, that was, just eye-opening. I remember going out to Utah, Evans and Sutherland, where eventually those guys, who half of them broke off to make Pixar and a bunch of them broke off to make Single Track, who we worked with, they were doing military sims, and I had never seen that. I had never seen 3D databases before, and they let me lay down in this hang glider with VR, and I'm flying over this futuristic city, and I can go wherever I want to. And I know today that sounds like, yeah, big fucking deal, but back then the background was the background. Right. It was transformative. And so I think just the idea of here's what I would say. I would say the going to 3D didn't only allow us the literal jump to 3 dimensions in terms of more complexity of moving into the background, and there is no background, but I think it allowed for for people who made games to look at games even as if they could be deeper and more complicated and more interesting, because the minute you open that up, it wasn't like before where you're like, well, it's yeah, adults are into these, but they're kind of, little jump and pop games and little reflex tests. And suddenly you're walking around real worlds and it's like, okay, your imagination starts to fire and it's like, we could do all kinds of stuff in this. So I think there was a psychological shift as well as obviously the technological shift. It was great.
Yeah. There was a huge, I think there was also a game, the gamers were starting to get older. They wanted a little more mature topics so the last game that you were a game director for was Drawn to Death. And I thought that game was spectacular. Like that. Yeah.
Thank you. I thought so too. They did a great job.
The idea behind the concept is brilliant. And people talk about, you hear these terms all the time. It's very cliche. The games today are lazy and uninspired. I think that's bullshit. Like, I think this is brilliant. Yeah. Just the idea behind it. Well, not to like,
what's that? Huh?
Yeah. Sorry, not to like, make you feel great or anything, but I think the idea is
I feel really, great all the time. Smart. I'm on Ritalin and Concerta and a little bit of Zoloft. But thank you for the kicker, sir.
Well, okay. Well, then what do you think went wrong with this game? Because it was not a commercial success.
No, or a critical success. I mean, like any game, it has its fans, which is a nice tonic that one can get. Even if you release just the worst game of all time, it'll have a handful of people who are like, it's so fucking great. Which is, I'm not mocking them. I'm grateful for it. But, this concept was stronger than the execution of the game design. The game, what I really should have done, and it was exhausting, man. I had flew all over the country, almost all over the world, trying to raise money to start a company, to hire a team, to make a game. And finally, really this should have been a single player narrative game because it is very rich in story. It is very rich in lore. It's a very, believe it or not, even though it's very violent and stuff, it's probably one of the most heartfelt games I've made because it deals with a lot of, stuff about childhood and sort of brothers. And it's got a lot in there that if you kind of study the skyline and read the text in the manual or the digital manual and whatnot, there's a lot going on there. But I could only get the money to get it funded from a team that wanted to make a free-to-play multiplayer game. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to do a multiplayer game with this. It wasn't like I was like, oh, fuck, I was drag kicking and screaming. But there was definitely a sense of, okay, we'll do that. And then if it's successful, we'll move into the single player. And the problem was, and Sony said to me this years before they signed the title, they're like, dude, the shooter market, it is absolutely, if you can't compete in terms of how good your shooting feels with Call of Duty or Battlefield, you're fucked because that's the bar. And I was like, yeah, well, we'll figure it out. We'll tune it. We'll tweak it. That was my career doing Twisted Metal and God of War. You figure it out. And we just could never figure it out. Plus we were on Unity, which was great for what we needed at the time, but it was hard to get the frame rate where it was. So our programmers spent an inordinate amount of time getting us to 60, and we probably didn't spend as much time once we got and locked 60 getting the smoothness of the shooting. You know, it just wasn't it was a great shooter mechanically. There's still stuff we did in that game that I'm pissed that current games don't do. Like in terms of like, you know, when people drop out, we give buffs to the other team. You know, when somebody rage quits, we do all kinds of things in there to kind of keep the game, even if you're one guy left, to make it fun, because we didn't want to punish the people who stuck around. So, I mean, there's a lot of cool mechanics in that game, but we just couldn't execute it at the level. And I take full blame for that. But yeah, it's a great IP. And, you know, now that Twisted Metal's done well on TV, maybe I can call PlayStation Productions and say, I know the game was a fucking flop, but this would make a great movie. This would make a great TV series. So we'll see.
You could see the art style transitioning over to, you know, to something like that for sure. So do you have any interest in getting back into the, you know, obviously you've been streaming and making content. Do you have any interest in getting back into heading up game studios or anything like that?
Well, no. I mean, I've said to people, I have a game I want to make. It's kind of a thriller horror game, very unique. But I only want to get back into it if, I don't mean this literally, but functionally, literally, you know, somebody comes to me and says, we love you, Jaffe. Find the producer you want to work with, who I know who it is. We'll fund you. You don't have to go raise money. You don't have to do any of the CEO shit. You can just sit there and be creative and work with a great producer. Because to me, I could never go back and work for a company like, hey, Jaffe got a job at Ubisoft. He's now the main narrative designer on Assassin's Creed 20. I've gotten the taste of entrepreneurship a little bit too much, and no, fuck you. But if somebody came and made it really easy for me, not that they would, I don't expect that. I don't think I'm that kind of talent. But if they did that, then I'd be like, okay, sure. But short of that, I don't want to have to do the preamble work that goes into getting the creative freedom to actually enjoy the job. So I'm you know, it is, I mean, fuck, content creation, you know, it's feast or famine for the most part, but it's a lot of fun. And I have ADD, man, literal, I mean, diagnosed as, and it's a joy to be able to work where, you know, it pisses off the audience sometimes, but it's like, I woke up today, I'm going to try a new format. Or I woke up today, I'm going to try this. I'm going to interview this place. It's like, okay, you know, that freedom, once you have that taste, it's hard to, you know, America.
Right.
What?
Yes.
I hear that.
They told me, they said you're going on the right wing podcast. So I had to.
Love it.
But by the way, like, and I want to be like really clear, right? Like, we're not like, that's insane, right? I've never the
Where do you live in Central Time Zone? Where are you?
Oh, I'm in Dallas. Yeah.
Oh, you're I mean, you might as well just be bleeding Trump steak. Come on now.
Dude, I'm
kidding. I'm kidding.
I was gonna say, way to make assumptions. It's good.
No, I'm teasing. I'm totally teasing.
I live in Illinois, so we're quite blended here.
Can I tell you something? I was looking about the auto strikers today, which is probably going to happen, which is great. They're striking. Terrible. They need to strike. And it was in some place in Indiana. And I'm like, I was looking at the pictures in the news story. I'm like, that looks like a nice town. So I Googled real estate, and I think it's called Kokomo, Indiana. Holy fuck. No one needs to live in California. And I love California. Wow. I love it. I'm liberal as fuck. I'm progressive as fuck all day, any goddamn day of the week. But my God, there's a Victorian house that was built in 1905 that looks like a haunted house, but it's upkept, that I can get for less money per month in mortgage that I was paying right out of college in Los Angeles. Fuck me sideways. Anyway, sorry, fellas.
Our house was a Sears house built in 1902, I think it was, and it was a Victorian revival, and we paid only $82,000 for it. 6-bedroom house.
That's amazing.
Wow.
It's amazing.
You know, kind of getting back to what you're saying, like, here's the thing, right? And this is actually a great kind of transition, right? We've seen this shift in video game culture. You've been around for a long time. You've been, you know, working in the games industry since the 90s, right? I've been playing games my entire life, and there's been this shift in the culture of video games over the last I really, I don't know, probably mid 2010s or so. You know, like I started Screw Attack a long time ago. Screw Attack was this gaming brand that it was, you know, video game content, like YouTubers before YouTube was a thing, right?
Yeah.
And politics were never brought up ever. And this, you know, I didn't know people I worked with politics. It was never a thing. But now it seems like this has become something that is, you know, this part of this cultural shift where there's this either you're with this or against this mentality, which I don't understand. Right? I don't understand it. So where do you think the cultural shift happened, and why do you think it happened?
Well, in some ways, it goes back to what we were talking about with 3D, which led to sort of a psychological evolution of games, of what they can be about. They're not just for kids, and they can be more adult. I mean, the minute you start opening the door to the medium to allow people to express things beyond what the mascot character is going to do when you're not touching the controller. Does he tap his foot or does he scratch his, you know, when you actually are able, hey, you can do stuff. I mean, you can do it in 2D as well, but nobody was, because there wasn't an indie scene. It wasn't like in the Sega Genesis days, you could have made Braid. You could have made it, but nobody was going to sell it unless you put it in a Ziploc bag and took it around to all the software stores. So I think part of it was, as the medium got more capable of expressing, more easily expressing. It's any medium is always capable of expressing anything if you're clever enough, but it got easier to express more complex ideas. Obviously, you were going to see that pour in, you know, for better or for worse, depending on sort of what ideas, you know, you like to rally around. The other thing I think obviously is, you know, Karl Rove, bless his heart, you know, realized that wedge politics was the way to get people into the office, into the Oval Office. And it works, and it worked, and people are too busy taking care of their families and trying to pay their bills and have a good life on their own, that they are digesting pre-chewed food of sound bites that, you know, makes sense at a high level, but when you really think about it, you're like, wait a minute, what? You know, and so I think both of those two things together, and then the internet, of course, the internet coming along and saying everybody gets a voice, which is great. That has obviously amplified it. So I think it's easy to see where it started. I hope we as a society survive, you know, because I don't think there's a going back. I think there's a question of how do we evolve intellectually, and whether we're talking biologically, intellectually, or literally just thinking through it, how do we adjust our society in a way that we can be okay now with all of these differing views and all of these things that might feel weird and strange and different, but have that meta above it to say, okay, but wait a second, this is just a person. And even if they're feeling a certain way, as long as they're not hurting anybody, and that's a hard line to find sometimes, but as long as they're not hurting anybody, you know, how can I see the person behind the rhetoric? And that's, you know, you got to be in a, you know, it's early. So in San Diego, so I'm half asleep, so I can do that. When I start waking up, I'll be right there on the front lines going, fuck you, motherfucker. You know, so it's not like I've got it figured out, but that's, I think, what's happening.
How do you think the 24-hour news cycle plays into all of it?
Sure. I mean, it's huge. I think it will, you know, it's might be less about the 24-hour news cycle and more about the just wholesale monetization of news, right? Which obviously is exacerbated by the 24-hour news cycle. But, you know, there used to be, and there probably still is with the networks, there used to be a whole thing about, if you want to be on the networks, which were your only options, NBC, ABC, CBS, you know, the government owns that airwave. And so it's like, okay, you can have it 23 hours a day to do whatever you want, as long as it doesn't, you know, break the law. But 1 hour a day, you're going to do public service stuff for us. And that was the news. And yeah, they competed and they wanted to do better and get commercials and all that. But there was a sense of the news is the news, the news, the news. And then obviously when you started to go to cable and you started to say, hey, we can monetize this, whether you're left, right, center, you believe in aliens, you believe in, you know, the Bible, literally, whatever it is you believe in, we can shave off that audience, speak directly to them, tell them exactly what we know they like to hear, and we're raking in the cash. And so I think it's less about the 24-hour cycle, although that helps in terms of this process. But I think it's more about the fact that people are like, how do we make money? It's not dissimilar to YouTube. I'm fully aware that I can do two things if I want to have a hit video. In my world, a hit video. Y'all's barrier is very different. But I can either talk about the latest and greatest, biggest game in a way that hopefully is a little interesting, or I can rage bait. And I don't rage bait. I just am angry a lot. And so what my content is, sometimes people say, well, you rage bait, Jaffe. I'm like, this is how I'm really feeling today. I'm very honest in my streams and stuff. I don't perform. And so I'm like, I'm mad. So yeah, it looks like rage bait, but I'm just rage. There's no bait.
Well, I think it goes back to, and this has been a common theme forever, right? Since the news began, of if it bleeds, it leads, right? Mm-hmm. There's a natural tendency for humans to look at the negative before they look at the positive, right? Yeah. And now in a world of social media where it's all built around headlines, and obviously, yeah, the news and 24-hour news cycle, but let's be real, at this point, those are dinosaurs, right? Where people most consume their news, it's through social media, and they read a headline, they read a tweet, they
got it.
Right. And that's it. And there's no more deep dives into what the subject is all about. Right. And so
don't you think that is the epitome of the perfect 24-hour news cycle now, though? You have all these smaller things doing it constantly.
The content's available for 24 hours a day, but your attention span is only 24 seconds to take in a specific story.
Right.
I think that's the problem.
So,
but I would say real quick, I just want to jump on a soapbox very, very briefly. My big thing is if anybody could change anything at this point, I think media literacy being taught in public schools, I think would be huge. I don't think we'll ever get it, because just the same way we'll never get term limits, because it's not in the best interest of the powers that be to teach young minds who don't have a lot of money. Not that public school means you don't have a lot of money, but you're not paying for a specific tailor-made education to go, let me figure out what my brain is doing psychologically when this content comes through my head. I don't think they want you to think that. Why would they want that? But that, I think that's crucial, because it's like a muscle. I think you have to train yourself to just sort of go, okay, wait, what is really, like, somebody sent me the other day some really inflammatory thing and said, see this. And I'm like, I'm not going to respond. I'm just going to go look it up, because this doesn't sound right. And lo and behold, it wasn't right. But I have the privilege. I have the financial privilege of having the time to sit there and do a deep dive into a news story. But that's ridiculous that we don't have any help in place for most people who can't sit on their ass all day and stream. That's ridiculous, but that's
now we have community notes on Twitter. Let's go.
That's been there forever, though, right?
Yeah. Just more pronounced now. Well, it's funny, and you'd have more financial privilege if you were to move to Indiana and buy it.
I know. Trust me, I think about it. People say, Jaffe, can you pay all your bills with your streaming? Not in San Diego. If I lived in Indiana, you goddamn right I could. But then I'd be living, in Indiana. Which I'm sure is a night. I grew up in Alabama, so I got nothing.
You can get a lot of corn there, dude.
I love corn.
I'm a big fan of small town living. I think it's amazing. I think it's great. I've just never really felt like I fit in cities. Nothing against people who like that, but for me, I love small town living.
I've been both. I've had, like I said, I grew up in a suburb of Alabama. I loved it. I love going to small towns. I also love New York City. So, but if I were to retire, or if somebody were to say plant a flag and never move, and I didn't have kids that already had their friend groups and all that, I would absolutely no longer be in San Diego. And I love San Diego, but it's I don't need to be in Southern California anymore for my career. And so every month I'm just pouring money into a drain. But then again, it's also very liberal and it's also very progressive, and I love that. Well,
I mean, that's great. Whatever, like I think I'd like to think this show echoes it, right? We don't really care about how people feel as long as you're not trying to, tell us how to feel. It's real simple, right?
Sure.
And it's, live your life, the best life you can possibly live, and don't tell me about it. if that makes sense, right?
Well, that's where it's not that black and white, but sure, I know what you're saying. It's the don't tell me about it part where it gets a little gray because, and that kind of leads us to, and I apologize for assuming your Mormon analogy was tied specifically to Starfield. I think what was happening was that guy, I don't know the guy, I'm not making fun of him. I look like a thumb as well, but he looks like a thumb. And he was screaming about pronouns, and I think it was very griftery, and I don't think who gets that fucking upset? It's like, dude, take a fucking Valium. But it was a character he plays, I'm sure, and it's an act and blah blah blah. But anyway, and I thought you were responding specifically to that, and you were responding to that, but it sounds like you were responding to a whole host of elements regarding the pronoun aspect. And so I apologize for assuming you were linked directly. But that what I'm saying though is that idea of we don't want to hear about it. That's the gray area because you can't help but be exposed to the world, and you can't shut out things. I mean, you can on the internet maybe, but in real life you can't sort of shut out the stuff that you find problematic. I think that's where we get into trouble.
Well, allow me to
that comes down to respect too, because this is all a respect issue for me. I think if you respect somebody, you will listen to them. But if I don't know you, I don't need to listen to you, and I don't have to listen to you. And if you think I owe you to listen to you, you're wrong.
I don't think you owe anybody anything. However, I think if your prerequisite to listening to somebody is them, you're going to be very limited because how do you ever get to know people if you don't listen to people you don't know?
Well, you get a feeling from people when you meet them. You listen to how they interact with other people.
Oh, sure, but
ways.
Okay, fine, but nobody's owed anything in regards to things like that. I agree.
I think it's also not fair to completely write somebody off and just assume that they're grifting just because of the way that they express themselves. Like, as for example, he is extremely passionate about gaming, and that is how he expresses himself. And like of all my friend group and everything, I wouldn't say that. I mean
that was a level of Matt Foley, SNL, Chris Farley that made me go, wow, he's either playing a character or he's going to shoot somebody.
You said yourself you get angry on your streams and on your rants, and so I don't think that's fair.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I don't know the guy. If you genuinely think that is, he doesn't know he's on camera, and when the camera's off, he's that same way, great. Then that's unfortunate
I've
for him.
talked to him off camera. He is a very, very passionate person.
I love passion. That's great.
He loves very passionate about his video games and all that too. And so I absolutely believe he was genuine.
Okay, great. Well, I think then he needs to see a therapist, and I don't mean that disrespectfully. I see a therapist. I don't mock people who see therapy. I think therapy is wonderful, but I'm saying that there's a point where that went beyond, in my opinion. I'm not a therapist, but when I was watching it, it went beyond going, here's the problem I have with this, and this, and whether you agree or disagree, blah blah blah, and it became like almost like lizard brain. Like it's like he was seeing red, and I'm like, dude, you don't have to play Starfield. You're not just like you were saying, you're not owed listening to somebody. He's not owed Starfield. I mean, it's like, look, don't play. There's a million other games to go play. Go play those.
I can understand that, but I think his main point was about the industry at large. It wasn't just Starfield. It was Starfield that kind of broke the camel's back, because this is something that we're seeing infecting the gaming industry, and it's becoming a lot more normalized, and it's not just some one-off thing that we can be like, oh, okay, I'll pass on this one. But because it has infected gaming as a whole, a lot more people are becoming more upset about it.
Even the verb you choose, infected, it's language that's loaded with sort of disdain and disgust, and instead of kind of going, okay, there's a logic behind why you're seeing more of your entertainment reflecting a more diverse.
Why aren't they marketing it that way though, and saying like in the preview, hey, you can choose your pronouns on this? Because I think they aren't, because it'll hurt their profit motive.
Sure. Yeah.
And don't you think that then they're only putting it in the game to make certain people happy? And then what's the morality behind that if they're just doing it for money?
Okay, I will tell you what every company is doing everything for money. There's not, I mean, that's.
But then I don't understand.
That's not a gotcha.
What your statement was about. Well, you see, the games are changing, and it's going with how society's changing and all that. Maybe you didn't say that, but when I watched your video, that's kind of what you're alluding to.
No, so here's my take on it, because I watched y'all's video as well, where you were saying, I think you were speculating. I think you were like, well, what if 7% of America's LGBT? So why don't we only have 7% in video games reflected? Like, so 7% of video games have an LGBT character or something like that, correct? That was kind of your gist, right? Okay, so first off, it's more than 7%. It's currently at 12-13%, but it's not anywhere near the majority.
But that is, if you divide those up, that's gay, lesbian, bisexual. That we are not all the same.
Right.
Okay, but I'm saying that group, that LGBT, whatever, IA, I don't, 12%. Okay, but let's say it's 3%, right? The fact of the matter is, what you also have is the people who make your entertainment, whether it is video games, whether it's that Hamilton poster behind you on your wall.
Benjamin Franklin time traveler, but go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, but it looks like Hamilton. It's supposed to, right? I would say out of that, let's just say 3%, you have not a majority, but you have probably 30 to 40% of people in that group that are, affiliated with more of a progressive mindset and or part of the LGBT community or an LGBT ally. And so it's not that the games or the movies or whatever are being made because the powers that be think, oh, if we do this 3%, blah, blah, blah. It's that the people who show up to work, who don't strike like the writers, you don't have the writers, you can't work. You don't have the actors, you can't work. Those people are like, look, this is our life. This is our family. These are our families. These are ourselves.
Their bubble. This is their bubble.
Sure.
So again, we're going back to the morality of it.
No,
because they think it's a moral thing to add that into the game so that
they think
are represented.
Well, I don't know about morality is a weird way to phrase it. They think it is valuable. Let's say this. Tell me if you agree with this. They think it's valuable to have representation.
Why? Because it's a good thing for them. So that's morality, right?
I mean, if that's your morality, usually to me means sort of a definition of right and wrong, good and bad at a high meta level. But sure, if that fits the definition, but they think there is value in and I agree in having diversity and people represented in video games.
Okay, so with diversity, what about the Christian population that far exceeds the LGBT population when, Christian population doesn't have nearly as much representation, hardly any at all, but you don't see people like myself who are Christian who are saying that games have to insert Christianity, because I don't think that's the case. I don't think that they have.
Well, yeah, but aren't you guys frying bigger fish than video games right now? I mean, you're stopping women from having abortions. You're doing that. That takes a lot of energy. Well, right. I mean, there's a lot of things that the far right religious community that has hijacked the GOP is pushing an agenda, and you can't deny that. Now,
why do they have to demand that? Shouldn't the religious people who make the games, like you said,
but religious people don't make the game. This is what I'm saying.
So you're assuming religious people who make games aren't religious. Right?
I'm not assuming anything. I worked in games for 20 years, and what I can tell you is that, are there people who are religious? Sure. The producer of God of War 3, I was stunned. I mean, I was raised Jewish, but I was an agnostic since I was 7 years old. I was just like, I don't really believe in any of this. I don't know what's happening. And I remember one weekend, he's like, oh, I got to leave early. It's Easter weekend. I'm like, to me, that just means, oh, the 10 Commandments is coming on ABC. I knew that, but it's a big deal. I know Melonie's like, yeah, fucker, it's a big deal. But I mean, it's like they had a big block party and they, somebody dressed up as the Easter bunny and all the kids were excited. My point is, yes, there are religious people that make video games, of course, but the vast majority of people who go into the arts are not conservative and or religious people. They're just
Right.
not.
Yeah.
And
I want to be really clear, right? Like, I feel like you're kind of labeling the show because somebody on Twitter
I'm responding to Melanie's point about.
Right. But
so representation should only matter to people who are artists.
Well, and I was
if
just
you're
going to ask,
making the content,
why are they only representing people? You said it involves them,
Well,
so they add it to the game. So they're not representing anybody unless it affects them.
Right.
No,
like
no.
That's what I'm saying. It's not like
what I'm saying is that is their worldview of this is who we are surrounded by. This is who we are. These are our families. We are comfortable with it. We not only are comfortable with it, but we like the fact that people are feeling free to express who they are and what they want, and they're not being put into boxes that they feel for them, not for me, not for you, but for them, don't serve them. So they're saying we're going to express that in our games. Now you say, well, where are the Christian characters in video games?
Right. But to be truly inclusive, shouldn't they think outside of their own
the job is
bubble?
Well, first off, one could argue that the white male straight Christian character has had plenty of representation in media from the very beginning.
I'm talking about like disabled people in wheelchairs, people who need
that's
crutches,
you're seeing
people,
well,
deaf people.
Okay, well, you're seeing more of that slowly, but yeah, I mean, it is slowly becoming normalized. But every time you see it, by the way, I'm trying to think of even like these game shows. It's like I stream them live. You guys probably do too. And when you see the comments, a woman will come out, or I was waiting for it yesterday. I don't know if you guys watched State of Play. I'm sure you did. I think you guys were going to go into it. And I love that they now had this of a human to it. It wasn't just this disembodied voice. It was this lady who's head of third party, blah, blah, blah at PlayStation. But she's a bigger woman. You know, she's not like your traditional on camera model. And I like that. I'm a fat guy, but it's not my cup of tea. I'm not into that romantically, but I like representation. I like seeing different types of people. And she was smart, and she was articulate, and she was knowledgeable, and she was warm and inviting. And sure enough, comments, I wouldn't fuck her. I'm not going to fuck her. Like, you have an option. Like there's anybody who's fucking you tonight. But let's move beyond that.
Don't you think games like God of War contribute to that though?
No, why would they contribute to that?
Because they're sexist. You don't
There's
think God of War was sexist?
About God of War. Well,
what was sexist
about God of War?
Let's take a step back.
Wait. I just want to know what is sexist about God of War 1. That's the one I directed.
The entire game.
No. You can't come at me with bullshit. Give me specific.
I'll go get some specifics for you. I'll be back.
Let me ask you.
You have to go out and get specifics, but you're going to claim before you have the specifics.
You want me to be very specific.
Yes.
I'm talking about the way they treat women in the game, just in general, as like
give me
objects,
an example.
as
give
sex objects. He needs
give me
to
a direct
rescue
example.
A woman. He needs to save.
He doesn't have any rescuing women in God of War 1.
I'm not saying God of War 1. I'm just saying God of War. I
directed and wrote God of War 1, and I was the creative director on God of War 2. I had nothing to do with anything else God of War.
Right. I asked the question, do you think God of War in general contributes to that? I didn't say 1 or 2. I said in general.
You would have to be specific. I think that there are certain things in God of War I wouldn't done that I found offensive. I think bros before hoes, even though people think it's funny and Jaffe, you're too sensitive, I wouldn't have done that. I don't shame sex workers at all. I don't like using that term for them. I also would not, even though I understand that Kratos is an equal opportunity, I will kill anyone that gets in the way of my mission guy. There's nothing sexist about sexy lesbian sex. That's just sexy.
Right. But do you think that seeing as women as an object here to literally turn into a mini game and restore your health is seen, could have contributed to that culture?
No, because if the guy was raping somebody, sure. If the women were saying we're not into this, all the God of Wars I worked on, they're literally saying, Kratos, come back to bed. They're moaning in pleasure. They're in their consensual acts is what I directed. So the idea that people say, well, you have a threesome. How is a threesome sexist? It's only sexist if the women or the men don't want to be there. and you're saying by nature of their sexuality or their gender, that's a problem. What you can say you don't like it and you're uncomfortable with it, and that's
I think it's
totally fair.
hilarious. I think it's hilarious.
I mean,
Personally.
hell, people play Baldur's Gate now, Baldur's Gate 3. Shit, I love that game. Playing the shit out of that game. I had my ladies naked for about 20 minutes, and then I'm like, all right, this is kind of, I'm done with that. I'm going to put armor on them because it's stupid. But it was cool, man. It was cool to have them walking around naked fighting goblins and shit. That's nothing sexist about that. I just like naked women.
Right. And I like I said, I have no problem with the God of War sex scenes, but I do think that it's a natural, like, it's funny, right? We did a list a long time ago about the most manly men in video games, and I think Kratos was like number 8, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let me ask you, how did you if you were to do God of War over again, write it again, and God of War was your franchise, would you do anything different?
Be specific, because are you talking about mechanically?
No, I'm talking from a character standpoint. He's seen as a very masculine character.
I love that.
Right?
Yeah, I love that. I would not change that.
Do you see anything wrong with how men are portrayed in video, specifically from a masculine standpoint?
Are you talking about Kratos, or are you talking about men in general?
Well, just it's more of an echoing of society, right? There's this idea that the idea of a traditional man is a masculine thing, and masculinity can be seen as very toxic nowadays, right?
Masculinity is toxic, but not by nature of being masculinity or being masculine. There's nothing wrong with masculinity. There's nothing wrong with owning sort of traits of what people associate with being a man at all. What the problem is, there are aspects that a lot of men do tend to reflect frequently enough. That's the stuff people are saying is toxic. It's like, you can be strong and you can take care of business and you can get shit done, whether you're a man or a woman. That masculine energy, that's not only great, it's necessary for society. It's wonderful. But the minute that crosses over into everything from, I'm not going to express even to myself or my deepest friends my emotions, and so I'm going to take it out on the woman I'm dating because I'm going to beat her up. Because the only way I can express myself, because a man doesn't cry, is getting drunk at the bar and going home beating my wife, then it becomes toxic masculinity. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think that's masculine, though. Masculinity is being protective more so than that.
Fine, but you're not. That's what I'm describing is what I would call toxic masculinity, aka bad. If you want to call it something else, great. But we both agree it sounds like it's bad.
Right.
I think that's just a shitty person. Right, it has nothing to do with masculinity at all.
Yeah,
I think but it has to do with them being broken. At some point in their life, something happened to them.
How deep do you want to go down that rabbit hole? Because to be broken, let's take that. I think that's very wise, but let's take that and go, the guy who gets drunk and beats his wife. Now, alcoholism is oftentimes, if not all times, a genetic disposition. But the fact that he will take that out, like I get drunk sometimes, I'm a happy drunk, right? But he gets drunk and he goes home and he beats his wife. Okay, well, you can say he's just a shitty person, but when you take it back and take it back and take it back, what did his dad do? What does his dad's dad do? I mean, there's got to be a point where you plant a flag and say, I know you were raised like that. I don't hate you because you are what you're calling a shitty person. I feel for you. Honestly, one could argue it's a very Christian thing to do, I assume, Melanie, correct? Having empathy.
Empathy, yeah, that's a Christian thing, as long as it's not validating sin or anything, sinful behavior or anything like that.
But so if you're going to a guy and saying what you're doing is wrong, it's offensive, blah 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 blah, but I'm not throwing you under the bus because you are hurting.
You can be redeemed from this. You
can be redeemed, and you can also retain the aspects of what you are in terms of, when we're talking masculinity, that are good, that are healthy, that are desirable, that feel like you. And at the same time, if you're a guy who doesn't exhibit those traits up and down, you can still be loved and accepted by society. You know, I am in certain areas of my life, I am very masculine energy. But in 90% of my life, I'm as beta fucking female energy as they come. I'd rather stay home and watch The Holiday at Christmas from, with the Jude Law and the what's that lady's name? The goddamn She's in Charlie's Angels, blonde lady.
Right.
Oh, Cameron Diaz?
Cameron Diaz.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean that I don't although I do like football too. It doesn't, the point is though, is I think we should be cool with, it's like we're all geeks and I don't know if we all like Star Trek, but it's like, don't we want, I like that idea. I like opening my door and going, here's these, just everybody doing their shit, man.
Well, let me go ahead, Melanie. Go ahead.
No, I mean I think it is good not to put people in boxes for sure. I mean, like you were saying with, you like this and you like that, I like my video games. I like my Tomb Raider, but I also like watching football too.
Mm-hmm.
I like painting my nails. I like putting on makeup, but it's nice to not put people in boxes for sure.
Sure.
This conversation kind of started with the metaphor.
Unless they're dead and it's a coffin. Then, there are things we have to do.
Okay, let's kind of back up, because this conversation started about the metaphor that I gave about the Mormons and you were talking about how he has, you feel like he has like a mental illness, right? So I have a couple.
Well, okay, I'm being partially joking, but I feel like if Melanie is correct and she is saying that is a genuine response, then I think he should probably do a little digging psychologically, because that seems unhealthy.
Okay, so this happened close to me, so this is kind of close to home for me, right?
Okay.
Well, I would love, this is, to me, this is, I just wanted to hear your thoughts. Is this person mentally stable?
Okay, go.
All right, this person here.
I can't hear it. Can't hear it.
The long and short of it is yelling, screaming, right?
I mean, I don't think that. Yeah. Okay. So
is that on the same level? Is that person
I think it's
mentally stable?
Not. Yeah. Well, no, not because of what they are saying, but because of how they're expressing it. And to be fair, though, there is, I would say, the only difference there is it's kind of like if we strip that out of it and say it's like black and white societal politics, right? You've got a culture that has been shit upon and physically accosted, and you've got literal politicians promoting the idea of let's wipe them out. And so I give a little bit more freedom for their rage nozzle or volume than a white straight dude who's like upset about something. It's like, really, you get everything.
Well, I think
hang on, but that said, though, yeah, she's probably not totally mentally healthy.
So by the way, you just misgendered her. That's a boy.
Okay, so. Great. Well, sorry, then he's totally not totally healthy. I mean, I have a trans son. My trans son says, I say, what happens if somebody misgenders you? It's like, do they do it on purpose? And I say, let's say they don't. Then he's like, I don't care. But if they do it to be mean, then he's like, oh, they're just an asshole. And he moves on with his life.
That's not how everybody reacts.
Right. I mean,
but that's how most people react. The fact is, we're all in this internet chamber.
Right.
And this is a problem. In the same way on the left, it's a problem when people think of right-wing religious people. And that's why I made sure to say the far right-wing conservative religious has hijacked the GOP, because I don't think most conservatives are not that. I was bummed to see Mitt Romney's retiring from the Senate. He's one of the few sane voices in the goddamn place, right? But when you have these, like you said, when it leads, it bleeds, as the diplomats to the world, because they're the ones that get most of the press and most of the attention, then you can forgive people on the left and the right for going, oh, this must represent everyone, and everyone is in that camp, and everyone becomes a cartoon character, and then policy gets made, votes get decided over the public that is making choices about the trans community through their vote based on that kind of a clip versus, sit down with my son for 5 minutes and his friends. You're not going to be like, whoa, what the fuck? He's just like, dude, I'm just, I'm into my music. I'm making video or playing video games. I like to go hear bands play. I really don't care what you do with your life. Just don't hurt me. because I happen to be a trans male. That's pretty much it. That's 99% of the trans people I know.
And to be clear, I don't think anybody's like, hey, let's go hurt trans people at all. Like
a lot of people are like, hey, let's go hurt trans people. Come on now. Well, I'm not saying you guys, but to act as if they're not sort of a target when they go out. Sure they are. Right. I live in a very progressive city and my kid still get shit on when he goes out with his friends.
Right. But the issue is when people say something as simple as like, for what I said, it's about respect. If somebody asks me to call them something, I will. I get called anti-trans. That's
wait,
not
start
anti-trans.
Again. I don't understand. Somebody said
the pronoun issue is all about respect and personal respect. If somebody trans asks me to call him he or she, I will call them that. But if they demand it, I will not. Just for the simple fact they're demanding something of
But what's the difference? What is? I mean, are they in a position to demand anything from you? Right. Is it like a boss?
But that's my point. I'm not gonna do it for anybody who demands it of me. Whatever. I don't understand the difference between somebody saying. So you're saying if I was a trans male and I met you at work and I said, "Oh, it's we could be strangers."
Okay, fine.
I could walk up to you in a parking lot and I say, "Hey, dude."
Okay, and I say, "Oh no, it's not a dude. I'm a trans woman." And you're like,
if you say, "Will you call me she instead?" I'm sure.
Okay, but if I said,
"Fuck you,"
no, that's different. That's where the disrespect happens. But if I said, "Oh no, I need you to call me her, please," I'm not asking. I'm saying that's what I need.
See.
So it's how it's asked. It's okay. So it's not the demand versus ask. It's how
respect. Exactly. It's about respect. If you want me to respect you, then ask it in a respectful manner. And that's the point. But yet I would be.
Well, how many trans people do you know that have asked you in a respectful manner?
I've a lot. Anyway.
Okay. Well, no. What I'm saying is in your actual real life experience.
Yes. I used to live in Palm Springs. So,
great. So have you met trans people who have said, you better fucking call me? Okay, then they're assholes.
Yes. Right. But that's my whole point. But I've been labeled as anti-trans online just for saying that simple statement. It's about personal respect. That's the entire point. Don't you think?
I think there's a lot of truth to what you're saying. Well, I don't know if there's a lot of that. Here's what I would say. I think there's a lot of truth to what you're saying. But I do think there is, and I'm sure there's some kind of term in sort of personal relations where when I see this a lot, not just in this thing, but like black and white relations and illegal immigration and all this stuff, men and women, where a lot of times, and as a straight white male, there is, and I know a lot of guys push back on this, but there's a privilege to that in our current society, in our capitalist society. Okay.
So you're aware, I am gay. Just
okay, great.
For the context of the situation.
Okay. Well, I saw Kirby in the background, so I assumed. Oh my God, are you assuming? Look, I can make jokes. But listen to me though. What I was saying to you, I love Kirby. I heard the new Kirby's great. Shh, let's focus. ADD medicine's wearing off. Got Ritalin in the chamber. I haven't taken it.
He is on a fucking rainbow. So
can we get the rainbow back? Why is the anyway, listen, stop.
Link has one too.
Okay, well, hold on.
Wait, I want to finish this point. Sure. Sorry, my fault. But I think when you come from a place of privilege at all and you don't recognize it and you're talking to somebody who hasn't had that same privilege, I do think it's the right thing, the kind thing, the correct thing to do, to be aware that you're not on an even playing field in all things. So, when men get upset with women because it's like, well, we don't make as much money, or we this or we that. And there are some issues in the men's rights movement where it's like, okay, homeless shelters and things like that. Absolutely. Most of them I think are bullshit, but there's some that are valid. Instead of going, like, you can go, I hear you and I respect you, and that must be really hard, and I have my own bag of hammers I'm carrying. But if you don't acknowledge that bag of hammers comes with privilege, I think it becomes difficult to really, if you're in one of those minority in terms of population groups, to really feel that the person's engaging in good faith.
See, but you don't know, and this goes back to individuals. What if that person grew up dirt poor, was beat by their parents,
they still have privilege?
So, David,
over those specific people, I don't think they do.
Not specific. Well, it depends what you're discussing. So if you're talking about white privilege over black privilege, right? in America. And you've got a white guy who grew up dirt poor, beaten by his family, scrimped and did everything he could to pull himself up. And he's barely getting by. And he's talking to a black dude who was born in, super rich area of New York and has had every privilege. There is still white privilege that poor guy has benefited from. It doesn't mean his life hasn't been shit. It doesn't mean there haven't been things that are incredibly unfair to that guy.
I agree with you, but then to say he needs to be aware of he could have been born to rich parents and had everything handed to him.
You're not, but that's if you're discussing economics. If you're discussing a white person and a black person discussing racial,
I'm just
politics,
saying individuals in general.
I know, but the individuals are going to be discussing a specific. No, of course you can't. But the individuals are going to be discussing a specific topic, I assume. And that topic will dictate if you bring out the, hey, I have privilege card or not. If you and I, who barely know each other, are talking about, should we colonize Mars? Well, we're on equal footing, unless you're like an astrophysicist.
So you're not saying random people who meet, like say I'm a white guy, I meet a black guy, I don't automatically have to afford him some injustice or anything, or I do. That's my question. Because we haven't met, we haven't
define automatically affording him justice. What do you
automatically affording him benefit of the doubt, or whatever you said, whatever you just said, and
as it relates to discussing racial politics,
so it's just a discussion. So not in normal life, not at work, not any other time. I think it's important,
in my opinion, as a white guy who's just on the sidelines. I'm not black, so I don't know, but I would assume mostly what you're saying is correct. Although I do think it's important to recognize that systemic racism is marbled into our country. Not that people are mean, not that people are bad. Some are, but not just that it's there. And a lot of times stuff that seems like an innocent conversation that's not tied into race, there's some race stuff going on there. But that's how deep down the rabbit hole you want to go.
So, David, what have you done, say, as a straight white male, right, to rectify the privilege that you have?
What does that mean? Rectify the privilege?
To I would say you've been afforded a privilege. You've been afforded
a lot.
Wealth, right? You said yourself, you're pretty well off. You live in San Diego.
I don't want to present myself as a super rich dude. I'm not Cliff Bleszinski, but yeah, I can sit on my butt and stream.
So you're allowed to sit in your butt and stream, but like, what have you done to give back to those that don't have privilege? Have you donated any money? Have you donated your time?
I donate.
Charities. Like, what have you done? Because this is something that I hear frequently of, like, there's this privilege. But my question is always like, what have you done? And most of the time, and I'm not saying this is you, but most of the time it's I complain about it on Twitter.
Yeah, well, no. So certainly we've given money mostly to, I think it's called the Trevor Project, which is mostly for trans kids. I have done streams with people that are raising money for trans kids, because the story of a lot of these kids is they get kicked out of their homes, they get shamed, they get beaten up by their families. I know someone, a friend of my daughter's, who she came out as a trans male. I forget what it was. No, he came out as a trans female. So whatever. And they kicked him out of the home. They're on the street now. And this is a affluent family in Charleston, South Carolina, right? So I do streams to sort of help raise money. So what's confusing?
What's good? I'm having a hard time tracking what you said. You had a hard time tracking what you said.
Yeah, so it's hard.
Are they a boy or are they a girl?
They were assigned at birth male, and they are now trans female.
So they have a penis. And
I don't know if they still do. I don't know.
Well, okay, let me just stick.
But yes, and there's no shame in that, by the way. The idea that it's like, you misgendered. Because it's difficult, because we have a society that presents most often as a relatively defined version of male and female. And it's confusing, especially if you're not around a lot of trans folks. But it doesn't mean, but and no trans person I've ever met has been upset that I'm confused. They've been upset if I'm confused and I'm like, fuck you, I don't really care to not be confused. Alexa, stop.
So I and I don't want to get too personal with this because
Get as personal as you want.
Right,
Okay.
right. And just because I naturally have questions, right? I don't have a trans child, right? So I'm just curious. When did your child start feeling the way they did? Were they around what age group? About
it was like a switch, man. They were gregarious and fun and
well, how old were they?
When they were birth to 12, 11, something like that. And then they just shut down, and they weren't like suicidal, thank God, but there was a sense of like, they couldn't even go up and order, McDonald's. Like there was so much anxiety about being seen. And
Right.
they were feeling, now that I know, they were like, oh, I loved it when I would put my hair up in a ball cap and somebody thought I was a dude. And, that was what they were feeling at 11 or 12. But they came out to us at 14 after having been trans with their friends group for about a year.
Okay. About just for, I'm just trying to put this together in my head.
Yeah, go ahead. Ask whatever you want.
Sure, please. And thank you. About what year was this, maybe?
2000 and I'm guessing 2019, something like that. 18.
So and did they have access to social media? Did they have?
Sure.
So they had unlimited access to social media?
Well, within reason, sure, yeah.
Right. Okay. So Instagram, TikTok.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I'm just. And what about and just as far as going to school, was this is this the gender aspect, was this taught in their school? Was this or was this before this became a major thing?
Well, it's not a major thing. It's a major political thing, but it's not like most kids are going to school today, and that's been blown out. But regardless, though, no. As far as I know, there was never any kind of discussion at that age. There was like probably sex ed, and I think my son said to me, what you could do is you took a little piece of paper and you'd write a question down, and it was anonymous, and you'd put it in a box, right? And the sex ed teacher would pull it out, so you could ask your question without feeling ashamed or whatever. And my son wrote something about how does trans sex work, or how does lesbian sex work? I forget what the question was, but he said that she just wouldn't read it. She just kind of put it aside, and he knew it was his because he was writing with the red Sharpie. But so at least my kids' schools, we never really heard anything about that.
Okay. Okay. So did your child have any other friends that identified as trans or gay or anything along those? I'm just trying to. Yeah.
You don't know. You don't need to walk on eggshells. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to put it out in my head. So
yeah. So no, my brother is gay, so he has a gay uncle, but he doesn't really. Not that matters, but it wasn't like he's in Alabama. So other than that, I don't believe so. But what's interesting, my son said something on Facebook when he used to post on Facebook where people were kind of, I think this is what you're noodling around, this idea of indoctrination, or, oh, your friends are trans, so you're going to be trans, or all this stuff, right? He's like, I don't understand. He's like, I was raised, as he was, with the Disney Channel and Nickelodeon and all the Disney movies you brought me to, and just general audience media, most of which I don't think there was ever a trans character in those back when they were little kids. And he's like, and you and mom are not gay or trans. So that suddenly doesn't matter, though. You can raise the kid around that all day, their whole lives, and they are trans. My brother is gay. I'm not gay. No one in my family, at least my immediate family, is gay. It wasn't like my mom and dad were throwing on, the Paul Lynde Halloween special every day when we got home from school. We were watching G.I. Joe and all the other shit. This theory that someone is there's two issues I want to make really clear. The first one is this theory that someone is going to become trans or gay or straight or bi or whatever because the media they are exposed to would hold water if the vast majority of people that ended up being gay or bi or any of that stuff were not exposed to the media that you and I were exposed to. It's like that there's no correlation there. It's like,
I don't the gay people who have identified as gay, the rate has grown dramatically as time has gone on.
But that's
don't
because
you think
so
there's
many
a correlation there.
I do, but I don't think that it's a correlation to society becoming more open and respectful. I mean, the thing a lot of the trans folks use, which if a trans person is watching is probably cliche, but I think it's a good factoid, is, you know, there was a time, I think it was like 1860 or whatever, when, you know, people who were left-handed were thought to be of the devil. And when eventually it became normalized that you can be ambidextrous or you can be left-handed, not right-handed, suddenly the percentage of people who claim to be left-handed went through the roof. Well, it wasn't because schools were indoctrinating people about being left-handed. It was about the culture going more and more and more, we're okay with this. You don't have to live in total fucking shame. And I think that's a good thing. So the other thing though, so part of it's that indoctrination idea. I forgot, keep going. I forgot what's the other part.
Well, let me ask you. I know you're running close. You're running in on time, right?
Yeah, but this is an important conversation, so I'm okay hanging around if you want me to hang around.
You listen. The mic is open. You can stay as long.
All right. Well,
as you like.
let's at least talk about this because I think it's important.
And like I appreciate it. Like I said, this show's
not
built around.
Not as important as Starfield versus Baldur's Gate, but it's important.
Okay, so prior to having your child come out to you, how did you feel about, like, you were obviously aware of trans people, right? But what were your like? When did you start thinking this way? Had you always think this way?
Which way?
I'll say. So there's a tweet that you had where you were kind of poking fun at kind of the rage baiters online, and you were saying, you know, it was this. I guess you found a pink coffee cup, right? And you were talking about, woke,
right,
you know,
right.
Right. And this person responded, says, I'm not particularly invested in the cup, but I'm curious if you were playing a game that said there are only two genders, would it upset you? And you said, well, I absolutely would, right? Well, so at what point in your mind?
What else did I say in that tweet?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, let me finish up. And I, by the way, I think this is all accurate. It says it totally would, and I'd stop playing the game made by those responsible, which is what I recommend people who are bothered by content and media, instead of complaining all day and spreading cruel insults to vulnerable trans kids who are struggling. I don't disagree with you. I think you should always vote with your wallet, 100%.
It's the only language the companies understand anyway. So.
100%. So at what point did you, in your mind, was it when your child came out to you, were you like, yeah, there are more than two genders? When did you start feeling, because there's male and female, right? But I just want to hear your thought process, because for me, in my mind, I see a guy who created the manliest fucking character in video game history.
Yeah,
right?
He's awesome. I wish I was him.
Drilling girls 2 at a time, 3 at a time, ripping people's heads off. Super fucking awesome. To now there's you know, I don't know how many genders are there.
Why is one thing separate from the other though? Why can't both be true? Why can't a man be all of those things that Kratos is, other than a homicidal maniac? You know, that's not good. And also be not Kratos as a character because of the way he's written, but why can't you imbue those masculine qualities and still also be respectful of the fact that your lived experience is simply your lived experience, right? So for me, here's what I'll tell you. I was aware. So I grew up in Alabama. We threw out the word, the FAG word, which I won't say anymore, but we threw it out like candy, right? It was, you know, and I, you know, it wasn't until my brother came out years after that I was like, oh shit, that must've been really hard for him. Right. So, because, you know, what a horrible thing to know in your mind that this is you, and even your brother and your friends are using this, not intentionally as an insult to you, but you know, it's there, it's part of the culture. So, it took me a while from childhood to then to go, okay, you know, let me reacclimate my thoughts on just gay people. right? Because I was a kid in Alabama. It's like, oh, you're gay. That's funny. With trans people, I mean, I'll tell you one of the most, you know, I won't say shameful because I didn't know any better. I think, you know, once you know better and you don't do better, then it's shameful. But we hired a trans woman at one of my companies, and this wasn't that long ago. This was like 2010, something like that, maybe a little earlier, a little later. And the only experience I had ever had with a trans person up until that point was there was a woman at Sony who was a trans woman in San Diego, and I had never met her, but people were like, oh, that woman over there, that's a trans woman. And it was like an oddity, right? It was like a, you know, pay a quarter to see behind the, you know, in a carnival. I mean, I'm not being disrespectful. I'm saying that's how, and I'm in a liberal fucking town and I'm a progressive motherfucker, and it was still an oddity to me. So we hired this person, and for the first couple of weeks, me and a couple of people, it wasn't that we were trying to be mean, and we never said it to their face, although I think they heard about it, which breaks my heart. We were like, wow, let's see what bathroom they use. You know, like it wasn't that we were trying to be assholes. We were just like, this is new to us. What is this? I've only known about this from like SNL, like it's Pat. And if you didn't know it's Pat, it was like an androgynous character and no one knew if it's Pat, you know? And so that was my experience. And then you get to know the person and you go, oh yeah, this is just them. They're awesome. And they're a great creator. And you start to feel for their plight, because in a progressive city with a progressive boss, I'm acting that way. I can't imagine what it would be like in other places. So by the time my son came out, I was just like, okay. I mean, I wasn't like, okay, like I don't care, but I wanted my son, and I want my son and my daughter to be happy and to be fulfilled and to have great lives. And so for me, it was, you know, okay, let's go. What's the next step? What are we doing? That's what it was about. They could have come home and said, Dad, I want to play metal guitar. Okay.
Right. So, well, then, okay. So it goes back to the question, like, how many genders are there? Right? Are there a million? Are there two? Are there like? I think
at that point, you and I are not educated enough to. Here's what I think. Here's where I think we get off that road is we go. I think it's safe to acknowledge that we as a society and as a people, as a race, human race, have forever almost been like, there's man, there's woman, right? Just like forever we thought we're at the center of the universe. And then we got science and we're saying, we're not. Let's change things, right? So for us, that was true. And then you are now hearing scientists say, well, yes, there is external, usually not always, there are usual external markers for what we call male and female. But sex is not even gender. Gender is more of a societal idea. But male and female, oh, you have a vagina, you have a penis. Okay, done. Let's move on. But then they're like, yeah, but there's also stuff happening in the brain. There's stuff happening in the gut. There's stuff happening all throughout the body that will determine where on this thing that's starting to sing like more of a spectrum you may or may not fall. So let me ask you, what is more probable? The fact that men and women are just dunk, it's just done. Or we have, in order to survive, conformed ourselves to these very important to society at the time definitions. And now that people are starting to go, well, maybe there's something else there. People get really uncomfortable with it, but I'm not going to tell scientists they're wrong. Are you? I mean, they're saying, you know, look, I mean, here's the point. What are you invalidating these people's takes? I mean, this is what they say. I don't know.
Can I ask you a question? The definition of gender is, I just put it here, The male sex or female sex, especially when considered with reference to social and cultural differences rather than biological ones. Not only, especially. So actually, gender does mean sex.
No, where is your definition coming from? Because you put male sex and female sex as the definition.
The Oxford languages.
Okay, so male sex, look up gender now.
What's the definition of gender?
No, look up the definition.
That is it.
Okay.
I just copied and pasted it.
Okay, so the male sex or the female sex with reference to social and cultural differences.
Especially. Not
right.
that you, especially, like, not only, especially. They chose especially for a reason. That means more so. Not that doesn't mean that's it.
Okay, but wait a minute. So are you basically saying that for this definition, if you want to be male or female, the most important aspect, the especially in defining that or putting you in a box, is the social and cultural differences between the people?
It's not the only thing.
I know, but I'm saying that's the most important thing to
right.
put you in the box.
But it all adds up, right?
Yeah.
So
what's the problem? I don't understand. What do you?
Right. I'm just clarifying your statement before. Just said that gender is different than sex. No, it's not.
Gender is, well, the idea when you're saying especially, okay, then it's just semantics at this point. Especially when considered with the reference to social and cultural differences, that is what most people mean when they say there are two sexes, male or female, right? When this is
where a lot of people get upset, is when you change language to fit your ideology of what you believe to be right or morally acceptable for other people.
Okay, I can assure you, you're falling for a talking point, because the number of people who get upset because language is being changed. First off, you're talking about a large group of people who aren't upset that gay folks can get married. They just don't want it called marriage, right? I mean, come on. I mean, it's ridiculous, but fine. Assuming that it's a language problem, I can assure you most trans people, certainly that I know, don't really give two shits about the language. They want to be respected. They want to be safe. They want to be treated well. So if you want to say male, female is
but they do care about the language if they want to be called they, them. That's two people. That's a plural.
No, it's not. It's also a non-descriptive. Why do you, here's a better question. Why do you care? These are the people that you put on your video a minute ago on TikTok. I'm with you, man. What a, I feel for him. Just like I said, I felt for the other guy who looks like a thumb like me, because clearly there's shit going on. Okay.
I care because,
but that does not represent most people. So if we can fucking pull this cartoonification of humans out of our rhetoric and actually show you give a shit, you think this is the biggest? The language is changing. The language always changes. Who gives a shit? But do you want these people to be able to live among us and be safe and be respected like everybody else? That's fundamentally the issue.
Right. But don't you think when you change language to suit your ideology or what you believe is moral or right and wrong or who you want to represent?
That's all language is. Language changes all the time because it's created by those.
But by the majority of people. That's a minority of people trying to force everybody else.
They're
the majority of people.
You have this chip on your shoulder.
I don't know.
You have a chip on your shoulder, like a lot of folks in the conservative branch. Okay. And I'm not saying you're conservative, but it's similar to that, where you really get backed into a corner where it's like, you can't tell me what to do. You can't say, let me finish. You can't say this. No one cares what you do. Okay. As long as you don't.
If they want me to call them they, them.
They don't care like you think they care. That's a representation for the level.
We don't deserve to be alive if
we
don't call someone a they, them.
And you tell them the same thing. But
I never tell people they don't deserve to be alive.
Okay, so let me get this straight. So you want me to take you and your take on the trans issue based on the you and I human, saying you never do that personally, but you're okay painting the entire trans community with a single brush, going, they want this.
I'm not saying every single person who calls themselves transgender
would
do
prefer.
that, but are a large amount on social media, especially.
Okay, but do you really, this is why I talk about grifting. Do you really care about this issue, or do you want your character to remain intact? Because
I do
shame
care
on
about
you
the
if you
issue
act.
because a lot of it is for me to play along with all of that would be for me to abandon my faith, and it would go against my religion and my faith.
Whoa. Define play along.
For me to have to call people by a pronoun that they either made up or that doesn't align with their biology, that would go against my religion.
Well, I'm struggling. I mean, I haven't read the Bible, but where in the Bible does it say that you can't change pronouns? But let's not get off track, though. I'm sure it doesn't. But regardless, again, it's this for you guys have this thing like you think someone's trying to force you. Do I think there are people on the internet that reflect that? Of course. Just like I think there are people on the internet on the right that are like Ben Shapiro or any of these people that I'm like, oh my fucking God. But you know, my father-in-law is conservative. My family, a lot of them in Alabama are conservative. They ain't voting for Biden, but they're not cartoon characters. Right. And so that's the majority. So I get you're on social media. I'm on social media. I get that we create content for social media, but there is a point where people are getting hurt. We're not talking about Starfield being a piece of shit or a great game. We're talking about people's lives, that people on social media see this stuff. And if you guys who are clearly smart and engaged are unable or unwilling to separate what is clearly a minority that is getting the megaphone, because like you said, if it leads, it bleeds, then what hope does anybody have?
But I think it's bigger than 10 years ago. You'd start a game. Are you a boy or girl? Right. Mm-hmm. Now it's what pronouns, or it's type 1 or type 2. Right.
Okay.
And the response is like, well, what's it matter? What's it matter? Well, that's where the creep comes in. Right. The idea
okay. What is the creep though?
Well, the creep is, and for me, once again, I don't care if you're an adult, do whatever you want, right? My only, for me, it starts and stops with kids, right? That's where I, that's.
And for me, it's a women's safety issue as well, because where I can't even be comfortable using a female restroom because there can be a man in there who doesn't even try. Who doesn't even attempt to look like a woman, but even if he did, that's not fair.
Okay, of course it's not fair if that specific scenario is happening, but we already have laws against that, right? You're not allowed to.
It happened in the Olympics, during the Olympics.
Well, listen,
they changed the rule to let all men enter because they didn't want to make a rule for a trans.
Let's cut to the chase on this. Do you guys think that your take on and I forgot your question, but I'll get back to it though. Do you guys actually think these anecdotal stories, and if you do, you do, I can't help you, are representative of the culture in America at large when it comes to trans issues? Do you think the idea that most bathrooms for women are unsafe now because trans women can use them? Do you really think that's a thing that
I don't. But okay. I'll let me clarify.
By the way, I want to make sure that
if it infringes on one,
yes, it is. All it is
you're gay. You're gay, right?
If it infringes on one woman's freedom and she gets assaulted because of it, it's too much.
Yep.
You know but what do you? Well, I do and I don't. I emotionally and philosophically sure, but that's any law that gets passed is going to encroach on someone's freedom and safety, right? But you're a gay guy. I hope you stay away from kids because I'm assuming you're going to molest them, right?
Because I've seen a thing that people say about gay kids. They equate it to pedophilia,
and doesn't it make you go, "Are you out of your fucking minds?" Yes, you can point to anecdotal evidence where a gay person has molested a child, but you don't have reams of evidence, and you don't have reams of evidence of bathroom.
But there's nobody allowing gay people into children's restrooms after the fact. Okay, that's the difference. There's nobody saying, "Well, gays, gay. We need to pass a law to let a gay men go into schools and go into the kids' bathroom."
That's not a correct analogy.
That would be the equivalent of it.
It would not be the equivalent. The equivalent.
It would.
No, it wouldn't. You're saying there is this magical thing called a child's restroom, which I don't even know
Our
what that
children's
is.
restrooms, actually. But,
Okay, so it maybe a school would say no adult can be in there, but I've never heard them say any adult can be in there, but if you're gay, you can't. Right? That's not what's happening. So it's not equivalent. Melanie, I'm sorry, what?
If any woman is uncomfortable with a man with a penis in a female restroom, then it just shouldn't be allowed. It's completely reasonable to be uncomfortable with penises in a female restroom.
I absolutely do not think that's wrong. I get it. And I think maybe, and again, I almost sometimes wonder if it shouldn't fall upon trans allies like myself. Not that I have the education or I would never claim that, but because the trans folks, from my understanding, are so like at this point, they're just tired of being abused and threatened and all this stuff. But I think there is maybe let me finish. I think there is a messaging issue where what you're saying, Melanie, is correct. I think to say you should just accept this, boom, I think is unrealistic, and I think it creates ultimately more harm than good. But I don't think that's on the trans community, because I think they're in a fight right now in a lot of ways, for their existence. I think that should fall on maybe people who are not on the front lines going, like, what you're saying makes total sense to me. But people talk about women's sports all the time. And I'm like, look, first off, we have enough technology now that if we wanted to, we could just say, look, if you're going to box, I don't care if you got a penis or a vagina or nothing or everything, you have to meet these requirements to be in a heavyweight bout. Doesn't matter what's betwixt your legs, because it shouldn't. Ultimately, it's about
it should, because
but it very much does.
A biological male, even at the same weight as a female, is going to be stronger.
Right. And then they would not fight because they're doing things like checking muscle and bone density and a variety of things that actually get you a closer match anyway. It's like matchmaking back in the day. It's like, have you played the game more than 10 times? You're in that room. Now it's like thousands of algorithmic things that put you in a room in Call of Duty to make sure, or at least hope, you will have a compelling, addictive game. The fact that we can't take 10 markers of humans in sports and say, Melanie Mack is going to be boxing, what's the female version of Greg?
Right.
Greg Miller. But it's Greg as a woman. So Greggy lady Miller. Okay. Well, in that case, you'd go, well, that's not fair. Okay. But if Greg has been on estrogen for 5 years, 10 years and blah, 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 and they take bone density, muscle, X, Y, Z, and X, and they go, oh, they're balanced. What's the problem? Right.
Male and female never going to be balanced.
Okay. But that will get settled in the not between your legs argument. It'll be settled in the here are 10 markers, and sometimes they will be, by the way.
This just goes beyond just, hey, we just want to exist, because I think when it comes to adults living their lives how they want to live their lives, I can be opposed to how they're living their life, but I'm not saying that they shouldn't be able to live it. And so I am not, people want to, if a man says, okay, I identify as a woman and this is how I want to live my life, hey, they don't need my approval. But the problem is when they invade our spaces. So if it's just a simple...
What does that mean, invading your spaces?
Female restrooms, female sports, you can exist. But why do you have to take over and erase women, essentially?
Who's erasing women?
I'm just look at Women of the Year are men. Female sports, women aren't even on a fair playing field in sports. Women are feeling unsafe in bathrooms and in prisons and these sort of things. This is an actual thing.
I understand that, but let me, I asked you guys, you didn't answer. Do you not think you guys, or at least you, Melanie, and I'm so sorry, Melanie Mack, because it's like Stan Lee, like Reed Richards, Peter Parker.
Oh, it's fine. You can just say Melanie.
No. But Travis, Melanie, so I remember your name is what I'm saying. My brain remembers because Stan Lee.
Right. Oh, okay.
Travis. Okay. Do you guys not think, though, it's like, yes, you can cite these anecdotal things, but don't you think that's mostly what they are?
I was just going to ask you that question. So you've asked us this a few times. You're generalizing, but isn't that what you're doing when you say, well, trans people are tired? They're tired of fighting this way. That's generalizing all trans people and saying all trans people have dealt with this. All trans people are tired. So why is it okay for you to generalize on the other side, but not okay for us to generalize over here?
I guess because
you're right.
Well, no, I wasn't going to say I am, but that's not what I was going to say. What I was going to say is, I guess because you're right, it is a generalization. But I would say that if you came to me or someone came to you and I, Travis, and said, Travis, your job for the next hour is to go out and show me how many bathroom problems there have been because of trans women. And my job was to go out and show you the growth of physical abuse that has grown over the last 10 years in the trans community. My guess is my facts would represent my generalization a lot more than your facts would,
So
because I can pull up an anecdote, but it's a data
majority.
thing.
It's okay to generalize. If it's not, it's not.
But
Well,
I think
if it's majority, then I think you're not generalizing. You're giving data based. You're making a statement based on data. That's not a generalization
for that majority.
Melonie?
I don't think that the fact that, if it escalated to violence, that has to be the measure here. I think simply the fact that women are uncomfortable with it, and not everyone even feels safe to vocalize. Like women do not feel safe to vocalize that they're uncomfortable with this. And that's even more of a problem. And isn't that oppressing women?
Well, I know, but let me ask you this. I mean, how hard is it for you? Do you like go to a gym and locker room and all that?
Mm-hmm.
It must be hard with all the blacks in there, the black ladies. Right? I mean, what do? Do you cover your eyes? What do you do?
That's such a straw man, man.
It's not a straw man.
Does that have to do with any of
David,
it?
I mean, that is insane.
A black woman is just as much as a woman as I am.
If you go back to 1950, right? If you go back to the civil rights era in the 60s, and you say, look, you can laugh about it, but you couldn't drink out of the same water fountain. You couldn't sit at the same table.
And I don't agree with that. Segregation.
I didn't either. You were there in the 60s?
No, but I don't agree with it. I don't know how it's comparable.
I'm telling you, what I'm saying is at the time, the fervor and the uncomfortability around black people for people who were in primarily segregated towns like Alabama was equivalent. If they would have had video games back then, and it's like, wait a minute, now I can choose if it's a black character or a white character, they're shoving this down our fucking throats and trying to normalize it.
Well, okay, but
it's like it's exactly the same. It's
not the same. Like a male with a penis can be a weapon. They can hurt a woman. And not to mention the fact that they are just biologically so much stronger. And women do not feel comfortable or safe in private places like a restroom with someone with a penis.
Totally.
That's not the same as somebody being racist. This is a very practical thing.
What I'm saying, here's the similarities. I'm not trying to draw a comparison to the way you would feel in a bathroom because your safety in your mind is threatened. What I'm saying is the idea that you're going to cite uncomfortability as the trigger for we can't be uncomfortable. If social progress was limited by people needing to be comfortable before it could happen, Travis would not be on this show. And more importantly, or as importantly, neither would you.
But where do you think the uncomfortability stems from?
In which case?
Our safety.
No, in terms of the bathroom situation, yes. I think what you have to do is say, how much of it, if you can point to data and say, look, the fact of the matter is,
if you're right, shouldn't we have unisex bathrooms then?
Hang on, let me answer the question. If you can point to the data and say, the fact is Melonie's right, as much as we don't want to admit it, this happens meaningful enough times that we need to, this is bullshit. Or if you go, yeah, but that's a lot of scare tactics that a lot of people in politics and media use in order to get people all excited to vote a certain way, to buy a certain thing, to watch a certain thing. If you have that data, Melonie, I'm with you 100%. I don't want people to be uncomfortable. And if you know, but at that point, then we should have shut the churches down years ago, decades ago, right? Because we have reams of data about abuse in religious organizations, and yet
There
we
are
are
some,
not
and
only
this
do
is
we
also in the
allow
Bible, and
not only do we allow that to continue, but we give them the ability to not pay taxes. I mean, let me ask you this. If what you're saying is on the amount of data that you have about women being uncomfortable in bathrooms with trans women is so massive that you feel good espousing your perspective, then I assume once you're off this stream, your next stop is to do a stream about shutting down the churches, correct?
hey, I'm fine shutting down churches that are hurting people. You don't
Okay,
have to
good.
shut down every single church that does that.
No, but what do you think causes the kind of, frequency? And it's not just churches, it happens in temples as well, but it's predominantly churches that you see a lot of older men molesting children. Why is that coming from?
Isn't that a generalization too?
No, I have data.
Like,
This is
right,
what
right. So
It does happen
all
sometimes in
priests
the-
or all majority of priests?
I don't
or
think you're.
is it a small
I
percentage?
hate to be a dick, Travis, but you're not on my level of conversation. Okay, you are getting sensitive, and you're not, because
I'm just asking you: is it a small percentage or is it majority?
What I am saying is, if you generalize and you generalize based on data that backs up the generalization, then the generalization is valid because it's based on data. If you generalize that all gay people or most gay people will molest your kids, but there's no data for it other than anecdotal evidence, then you are generalizing based on lies and media manipulation and political manipulation. That's all I'm saying.
Well, so
generalization is not bad if it's born out of fact.
Okay, so, and David, you sound like you're big on data, on facts.
Well, shouldn't we all be big on data and facts?
Right. No, I 100% agree. I think that's actually like really, really important. I'm a huge believer in data and facts. And I want to circle back to that in just a second, but your comparison of Black people to trans people, what rights do trans people not have that Black people didn't have then? Or
I'm not, like I said to Melanie, I'm not making a direct comparison. I'm talking about the idea of when Melanie said I was uncomfortable. And I'm saying throughout history of social change, the getting over the hump of unjustified uncomfortability is part of that process, right? So if you were again, I'm deep into Baldur's Gate these days. So if you were going into a town filled with, I think it's like goblins or the bad guys, and you're like, I'm scared, you have a right to be scared because they kill everybody, right? But that data of going, if you go into a town of just like elves that look all weird, if the data doesn't exist to say that they kill everybody, then you're like, oh, it's time to get over your uncomfortability because they're just people.
You said unjustified with the racist one, and that's correct with racist, but when it comes to males with penises, that's a very justified uncomfortability there to have that in a female space. And going back,
you are justified to be uncomfortable, but that is a you problem unless there's
no, that's not female spaces or female spaces.
What I'm saying, wait a minute, I'm saying that your uncomfortability, because you are uncomfortable for some reason that has nothing to do with any facts to back it up, I can respect that you're uncomfortable. But I don't respect that you get to limit other people's lives just because you're uncomfortable. But if you show you're uncomfortable because you have a valid reason that your safety is threatened, I'm right there with you fighting for it.
A penis
but just because you're
can be a weapon for women. It's just to me, it's just very reasonable for a woman to be uncomfortable and to say that's a you problem. Deal with it. That's a very sexist attitude in my opinion.
It's not a sexist attitude. It is a total egalitarian attitude. It's me saying you're a woman, you're a man, doesn't matter. If you can't handle data and facts, I can't help you. If you are actually coming, look, you think there were, the idea of your uncomfortability does not trump someone else's rights. However, if they're making you uncomfortable because there is a history of that type of individual harming you,
there is a history of males harming females. Absolutely a history of that.
Okay, then but yes, I agree with you there. But at that point, then your solution is to separate.
So the
men and
solution
women.
is males should not be in private female spaces where we will be naked and in very vulnerable positions. Absolutely. I don't care
think you're arguing.
I don't care what sexuality they are. I don't care what they identify as. Someone with a penis should not.
All I will say to you is, unless you show up with data, all you're doing is saying you're uncomfortable, and I do respect that, by the way. But that's a you problem you have to get over, unless it actually is a real statistical problem that you are going to use to take away other people's rights. That's all I'm saying.
So you're saying that males have rights to be in female spaces.
Trans women have rights to be in
biological male has the right to be in female spaces.
If you want to talk about biology and male, are you talking only about what they were assigned as birth with? Let me, if
someone with a penis has penises have rights to female spaces.
Okay, so let's say somebody has had bottom surgery and they now have a vagina, but they no longer have a penis. Can they be in the room?
No, they're biological male.
Okay, but I thought the biology was just the penis. What is it about
the biology goes far beyond just a penis as well.
How so?
Because they are stronger than females are.
Okay, so basically you want to have a bathroom that says you only can get into this bathroom if you can lift this weight amount. So it's really about strength, right?
Male.
So if there's no penis,
female are different. No amount of surgeries is going to change that this is a male.
Right, but what I'm saying is if you drill down, you're saying it's a penis. A penis is a weapon. Okay, so bottom surgery done. We've made you comfortable, Melonie. Nope, because they're stronger. Okay, so you can't open how about this? Let's solve it this way. The door, no, because that would be strong. You have to do a test before you come into the room to see how many weights you can lift or how heavy you can lift. Then
you just have to say males don't belong in female restrooms. Easy.
Okay, so what you're really saying is it's not about what you're claiming to be logic. It's that you're uncomfortable. You can't reconcile the uncomfortability, and you're trying to find logic so you don't just sound like a bigot.
The logic is that males are physically stronger than females.
Right, but doesn't that get solved if you have a weight limit to the bathroom?
Why can't gay people use female restrooms? We feel more comfortable in there than going into the male
I will answer that, but I'd like to get back to Melonie here. So if we had a weight,
it's not just a weightlifting thing, and it's also impractical. It's also impractical to even suggest that. Okay, everybody, you have to go pee really bad. Here, lift this weight. That's impractical.
Let's assume that like when you get your driver's license,
male, female.
No, but it's a cruel solution that takes people's rights away and makes them feel like shit. So let's assume we don't want to do that.
No,
right?
No.
It's reality.
They have every right to go to the restroom.
Reality is what we create, man. Listen. Let's assume we're making all kinds of assumptions, right? So let's assume that the bathroom, we have enough technology that your strength and bone density, it's a hypothetical. You can walk in like a metal detector. It won't do any harm to you though. And it's like, you're too strong to be in this bathroom. Cool. Not a problem. I'll go use the other bathroom. That's solved. The penis issue is solved. What else can I do for you?
This sort of thing is what is causing all of a lot of the contention right now is the fact that the entire world has to change to accommodate people who are not facing biology, who are not facing reality.
Melonie, buddy, listen to me. I'm a logical fella. I really am. And I have sympathy. I don't want people to be unsafe. I don't want people to feel uncomfortable. I do think that a lot of times people like the clips that you showed paints this movement in a really bad light for people who aren't there. I'm with you on that stuff. Okay. But fundamentally, every time I ask you, I solve one of your problems, you push back, and that's fine.
Your problem is to have someone lift weights before they can use a restroom. That doesn't sound like it's solving anything.
We are hypothetically
impractical.
I understand. You're absolutely right, Melonie. It's impractical. I'm talking hypothetically, and you don't have to lift weights. You go, we fix that with a metal detector. I'm a game designer. I can do this. You're like a programmer saying, we can't do that. I'm like, how about this? I can do this all day. Okay. What I'm saying though is we're going to get to a point where your problems that you're claiming are solved. And then you're going to be left with what I think is the truth. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the truth is fundamentally, you don't think trans people are the same. They're not as worthy. You think they're broken. You think they don't
It's
deserve.
not necessarily worthy as human beings to live their life and things like that, but they shouldn't expect the entire society to accommodate them because it's different. It's not. It's just. It's going against nature. It's going against.
What do you know about nature?
David, let her finish, David. Let her finish.
When you're going against nature and you're making changes to yourself and this and that. Hey, whatever you do with your life and how you want to live, they don't need my approval. But again, this goes back to society shouldn't have to fold and change to accommodate these changes and what's going against actual biology.
But do you recognize that's all societal change is? I mean, a lot of people would tell you biologically, women really are nurturers. And I think there's a lot of truth to that, by the way, but they're nurturers and they would prefer not to work and they would prefer to stay at home and raise the family and all that. Well, there's a lot of women who would believe that. There's a lot of men who would believe that. And I think there is some, if you were to take the data, you would say that generalization is probably founded on some meaningful, maybe not only, but there's some meaningful data there. But by that logic, then it was uncomfortable when you had to get the vote, but you got the vote and you had to change society to get the vote. It's uncomfortable when white people who didn't like black people had to sit with them at a counter. It's uncomfortable that, gay people can teach at a grammar school.
I just don't see the equivalence there when it comes to a male going into a female space. It's just not an equivalent.
Okay. All right.
Do you think gay men should be allowed in female restrooms? How about drag queens?
Okay.
Gay men and I'll say gay men because we're more comfortable around women. We don't want to be in there with other men we might be attracted to and make them uncomfortable. So if we feel that way, let me finish, please. If we feel that way, like trans people do, shouldn't we then be allowed in because we feel safer?
It's not safer though. Like I said, if Melanie has a point that
we belong in there more,
or they're worthy.
No, right. Well, this is the problem.
Whatever you use to
it's not
trans
what
people.
Well, okay, but what I'm saying is if you're saying gay men in a quote straight bathroom, which is just a ridiculous concept given that whatever, feel more comfortable in a women's bathroom.
You don't see how gay men would have been uncomfortable in the 90s and
men's No, I
restrooms?
do. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about the idea of I think sexuality is probably, aliens are laughing at us that are smarter than us going, guys, it's all fucking fluid. It's all a construct. It's all ridiculous to be this, we're arguing over, bananas in the jungle.
And I think I think that's a talking point. You're talking about us using talking points. I think that's a talking point as well. That's a very left.
People talk about aliens.
No, a gender construct. This is something that is in the last,
No, I was talking about years. Gay. I was talking about gay and straight and talking about sexuality.
Let's go. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but you're talking about like us using talking points, and I feel like the idea of like gender is a social construct. That's a very new bullet point. That's
okay. Then let's say it's not.
But real quick, I just want you to finish your response to Travis about gay people in
right. So on the bathroom thing. So if you were saying that gay men in quote straight bathrooms feel uncomfortable, I don't care. If you were saying that gay men in straight bathrooms are in danger and you have data to express that.
What is your data?
Then I care. I don't have any.
Gay men have been assaulted by straight men throughout the dawn of time forever. There's your data.
And do you have data, David, that reflects that trans people would be in danger by going to the bathroom of what they were assigned at birth?
Mm-hmm.
I think they would absolutely. I don't have data other than anecdotal data. I will give you that. But I would say most trans people I hear speak, and not just the ones that are on TikTok yelling in community meetings, are like, this is absurd to me, not me, but them. I don't go in a male bathroom because I'm not male. Right. So for them, it's kind of almost like you're harming them psychologically, but I don't have that data though. No, I don't.
just a small answer. Then why in games is extra pronouns so important? Why not just he male or female? If you're a trans woman, choose female.
Yeah, it's a good question. I would imagine, but hang on. Alexa, stop.
And real quick, I just want to stop down really quick.
I gotta answer something.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. And I'm gonna let you. But first off, we're kind of at a great talk right now, and I just want to say thank you really quick for appearing on the show. Like I said, I think I mentioned this before.
Lots of people won't.
A lot of people will not have this conversation. And,
why?
And great question. They're invited. Anybody's invited to have come on the show, right? And I think it's very admirable of you to come on, and because I love to hear other people's perspectives.
I appreciate that, but it shouldn't be admirable. That's ridiculous word of place in society.
I agree.
And it's admirable to talk to people who have different opinions.
I 100% agree. But thank you. I just want to say thank you.
Sure.
And the chat should thank, whether we agree or disagree on very basic things, that's okay. I think we can all agree God of War is a great game.
I think like I said, where it becomes an issue with me is when it starts to harm people, and I've seen it, man. And like Travis is saying, gay people have been attacked by straight people, forever. It's really I don't want to get all kumbaya, but it's kind of ridiculous. It's kind of fucking ridiculous that this is still happening. It's like, nope, just shut up. Just let people live their fucking lives. And no one is trying. Like I said, if you're uncomfortable and you have the data to back it up, let's pass a law. If you're uncomfortable because it's different and weird and strange and you're not used to it, or your Bible says it's not okay, that is a you problem.
Well, I think that expecting people to compromise their religions that have existed for thousands of years is very impractical. But I also think that
a lot of things are impractical.
If you truly care about people's safety, then why not open up a gender neutral bathroom, expecting women to take a hit over this because, this biological male who wants to say they're female when biologically speaking, they are not. So to prioritize their safety when they are biologically equipped to defend themselves more than what females are, that's entirely unfair. So if you want to argue for a gender neutral bathroom, I totally get that. But to say that women have to put ourselves in danger and we have to make ourselves uncomfortable for these males.
Boy, I'll tell you something. The people, I don't mean to. So what you've done in one little thing, even let's just take the last sentence, to put ourselves in danger and make us uncomfortable. Those are two very different things.
Well, that's where it stems from. When you look at predator and prey animals, you have a bunny is going to be on guard when it's surrounded by wolves. And that's a very similar situation. As women, we are not equipped to defend ourselves physically against men for the most part, with rare exception. So yes, our uncomfortability stems from our safety.
Right. It also goes back to anybody can dress up as a woman.
But at that point, then your real issue, which by the way, I don't know what your proposal is, but
gender neutral bathroom.
No, not for this. But your real issue isn't the trans movement. Your real issue is men are a bunch of fucking assholes to women a lot of times. And that's got nothing to do with trans or not trans. That has to do with a culture that has become normalized where women understandably don't want to walk alone at night, where women literally, when somebody says smile, sweetheart, they actually don't want to push back because women have been beaten and killed for that. That's a real problem.
Well,
okay.
Regarding the restroom situation, I just don't think males belong there. So no, it's just the fact that it is transgender males who are saying they're transgender who are doing it. If we have a problem with straight regular males invading female bathrooms, then hey, I will also fight back against that. But in this case, just point blank, males don't belong in female restrooms, and it's not your straight men who were trying to invade them for the most part. It is the transgender.
And if you talk to a transgender person or a trans woman, my guess is you'd have to talk to one. She would tell you that they're not male. In your eyes, they are, and it is what it is. But to them, that's where they feel comfortable.
Well,
Right.
they can't
So
change
their-
biology. They
their
can't change
comfort-
biology.
my
Their
They are
question-
male.
comfort is not relevant, just
Back
like
to my
yours is
question,
not
why
relevant.
It's
is
not
it-
when it impedes on my safety. It does not.
It's not
Why-
impeding on your
why
safety.
aren't-
It is.
again-
Males can being in females' restroom
Okay.
is a safety risk. Period.
Back to
it
my
just
question:
is.
why
No,
aren't gay
you
people
can't
allowed
period.
in
It
female
just
restrooms?
isn't, and assume that trumps data saying period. It just is. No,
I mean,
it's
there's
not.
data to show that
Show
women are
me-
being assaulted by transgender people.
Show me the data that shows that the trans female community has a meaningful statistic on a 5-year, 1-year,
So it's
10-year
okay
basis.
if it just happens to XYZ amount of people.
It's
It's
not
okay if it's not 50% or more.
It's not. There is a point where you have to pass a law for something, and there's a point where it's like, yeah, that sucks, but we already have a law for that, and that's called assault, right? There's a point where, you know what, we're going to make, you can't smoke anymore inside. At first, it was just kind of annoying, but only a few people were dying. But now we have the data to show this is a real problem. If you've got that data, I'm with you. Who would want a woman to be, anybody to be uncomfortable, but certainly not a woman that feels like she can be attacked. Let's fix that. Let's do that. I'm with you.
Gender neutral bathroom. I feel like, why doesn't that solve things for everybody?
Well, why not have a colored bathroom and a water
That's
fountain for colored
different.
people? Why is it
Racism
different?
is not an equivalent. Like we've
It
gone
is an
over this.
equivalent.
Biology.
We have
there are
not gone
huge
over it. You
biology
keep coming back
differences
to
in
the
strength.
fact. You keep coming back to the fact that the comparison doesn't work because racism and having trans issues are not the same thing. I'm not comparing those things. I'm saying if you don't have the data to back up something, then all you've got is your uncomfortability. And what is comparable are the fact that there have been many times in society where people were uncomfortable with Jews, Muslims, gays, black folks, trans folks, and eventually they got over it. And if they
So women
didn't,
are
that's a
supposed
them
to
problem.
Get over it.
Back
Women
to my
are supposed
question,
to get over their
Okay,
uncomfortability unless there's data to back it up. And there may be,
That's
Melanie.
my question. I don't know what else to say to that.
so back to
Well,
my
then
question,
I'm sorry. Then you're not equipped for this conversation.
Why aren't gay people allowed in women's restroom then?
Why aren't gay? Because
they've been assaulted by straight men historically. We all know that we don't have to even talk about that. We know.
okay.
that. So that's an unsafe environment for them.
Do you think gay men would feel if there was a metal detector, again, back to the hypothetical, and you could walk through it and it would say, that's a gay guy, that's a straight guy. Do you think, so
But
there wasn't anybody, hang on a minute.
So you're saying because you don't know who's gay, but anybody can dress up as a woman.
Can we stick to your thing first? So I'm saying I want to make sure in the scenario we know you're a gay guy going into a female room. So the women in there are not like these guys are lying. Okay. So you're saying that if you are gay, here's what I would say. I would say if you're gay and we have that technology, then unless there's historical data to show that you're assaulting women, gay dudes are assaulting women, then yeah, go use a woman's bathroom. Ideally, I want everyone to be comfortable and happy.
Women just have to take the hit. Women have to make the sacrifices. Women have
Melanie,
to be in danger.
That's exactly what I'm saying, Melanie. That's everything I'm saying. This is what a lot of you guys do. And shame on you. Shame on you, Melanie, because you know what?
I'm sorry, my opinion as a woman doesn't matter on my own
Melanie,
safety.
No, you're absolutely right. Your opinion, what I am saying on this show, and what I have said for the last 2 hours, you're right, Melanie. I'm saying your opinion as a woman doesn't matter. I don't care if you're uncomfortable. I don't care if you're unsafe. All of those things that you just said that you attributed to me, you're right. Now take that in a soundbite and run with it and do about 70,000 hits on your YouTube video and let's all be happy, because shame on you when I'm trying to have an actual nuanced fucking conversation where people's lives are impacted, whether it's at a legal level, a law level, a voting level, a safety level, and you are reducing what I am saying to like, well, you just think because I'm a woman.
You said women should get over it. So I don't know.
I said if you're uncomfortable, you should get over it. If it's the uncomfortability is not based on data when it comes to women being attacked by trans women in women's restrooms. Do you have that data?
It does happen. And
you know it's
happened.
People spontaneously combust too, but we don't make laws about it because it's pretty fucking rare.
At what percentage am I valid for being concerned then?
You are probably valid for being concerned right now. because your concern, I respect. You being uncomfortable, I don't say, fuck you. I say, yeah, that sucks you're uncomfortable. That's unfortunate. Let's work on that. Let's figure out why it is you're uncomfortable, because the data doesn't back it up. So what's really bothering you? I'm with you. I don't want you to be uncomfortable. I'm not a mean guy, but I don't want, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, why is it important? And this is a Rumble rant over on Rumble. It says, why is it important for the trans person to be in that particular restroom?
Ask a trans person. My understanding is that they are in, the best way it was ever described to me. And I'm not trans, but I recommend bringing a trans person on. Maybe you have already. I don't know.
Invites out to everybody.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But it was explained to me this way: when you're talking about trans men with top surgery, which is where they have is it a mastectomy, or they have their breast? Yeah. It would be like being a man and having boobs. And imagine you and I and Travis, we're men. We're just normal men. We're men, but we have these two boobs on our back, and it's like, what is this? I don't like this. It doesn't make it doesn't feel like who you are, right? So the idea of why is it important for a trans woman to use a woman's bathroom is, in their minds, just like in Melanie's mind, they're women.
So it comes down to
why are their
feelings
more important than the women in the bathroom? I guess
they're not,
I guarantee they feel totally different.
What I'm saying is they're not more important, but if you are passing laws to limit someone's freedom, you better have a reason other than it makes me uncomfortable.
But isn't that limiting the women's freedom who use that bathroom? Because now they have to adjust their behavior.
Well, if you're adjusting here's what I would say. If you're adjusting your behavior for civil rights and for human rights, then that's the history of America. That's the history of progress.
Right.
But what I will tell you is, then you're
not looking at it from their rights as well.
Sure,
so
I am.
You're
Absolutely.
Worried about these people's rights, but not their rights.
What I'm saying is, if what the women are saying, and again, even though I don't like it, I would be okay with it. And it gets into kind of a states' rights issue and a federal issue. But if it went to the states, and people in Texas, for example, said, we are voting to not allow trans women in women's bathrooms, I think it would be overturned, as it should be at a constitutional level. But ultimately, though, I understand that legislation will be passed off ignorance. That's the history of America as well. And eventually it will change. But sure, I mean, look, I believe in the republic. I believe in the idea of being able to vote for your representatives and vote for certain measures and things. So yeah, but I would like to think, though, that before somebody pulled a lever and voted for that, they actually got real quiet with themselves and said, what is it about this that's really bothering me? Because end of the day, because here's what would happen. All the stuff's Melonie, you're saying, would become the ad running in Texas. Did you know 4 weeks ago or 6 months ago, this woman went into the bathroom and raped this person, blah, blah. We need to stop it. Vote no on 64. And then hang on. And then if you were to say, yeah, but that's one case out of millions, you're going to pass a law limiting their freedom based on that. I think if you could have a real honest discussion about it, then I think it's fine. But if you want to vote that way, vote that way. But I'd like to think cooler heads prevail. There wasn't that long ago, Travis, that people painted your folks in the exact same fucking brush. Same fucking brush.
But I
mean,
think it's a lot different because, I said, gay people weren't asking to go into women's bathrooms. If we had done that, I think the reaction would have been a lot different. But you're getting locked in. Yes, we do feel more comfortable there. All my best friends have been women for a reason in my life. Okay, but you're talking about the bathroom issue. I'm saying in general, the gay community, correct me if I'm wrong, you would know better than I, has been historically painted based on emotion and uncomfortability of the people painting you negatively versus people basing it on actual fact of what it's like to know
a gay
Right, but
person.
that is the loud minority, just as the loud minority is the one who talks about these issues all the time. It's always the loud minority that we hear. It just so happens that sometimes they're the people who can pass laws.
But aren't we smart enough at this point to recognize the difference between the loud minority and going, this is bullshit. This is grifter land.
I would argue that trans people are the loud minority.
They are a loud minority, but I'm not sure what you're saying. If you're a gay person in 1990,
loud minority too.
But would you rather them not have been loud? Would you rather Harvey Milk not have been loud? You probably wouldn't be able to sit here comfortably without worrying about your safety.
Right, but the issue is how things change are from the loud minorities being loud and vocal. That's how we get change on both sides. So to villainize one side and not equivocate the other, I think it is intellectually dishonest.
No, I think sometimes one side is just bigoted and cruel. Like I said, I would be
one side frames the other side as bigoted and cruel when a lot of times they're not.
But what I'm saying is when Melonie gives me, and I don't mean to pick on Melonie, but she's the one with the very specific scenario, which my brain works well with. When you say I'm uncomfortable, but I don't have the data, that's not the same. That's just going, I want to pass laws to make me more comfortable, even if it means I'm hurting other people. If you were to say, I have data to show that I'm not only uncomfortable, but I have a reason to be in this specific case, the bathrooms, I would be with you. If as much as I love my brother, if somebody said, statistically speaking, we don't know what it is about the gay brain. Okay. But we have data to show that there is a 30% higher chance of gay folks molesting kids.
But there was data that said that. They said homosexuality was a mental disorder, and that was data. Doctors ruled that. So data can be skewed. Let me finish.
But
data
in
can be skewed
in the case
for
of this
any perspective you want.
Sure, but then it's not really data, right? I mean, I'm talking about if we're actually going to trust data as fact, which really shouldn't be.
But where's it coming from? That's the question.
Okay, so let's assume we can hang on. Let's assume we can agree on the data. That's ridiculous that we can't. But let's assume we can. Let's assume gay people have a 30% higher chance of molesting kids when they're around kids under the age of 7. Well, then I would say, as much as it would break my heart, because I know my brother would never hurt a child, we probably should pass a law saying gay people cannot teach at elementary schools without these guardrails in place.
Isn't that an infringement on the gay people who aren't doing that? Because there's data that a small minority of them may do this. Isn't that infringing on that?
Every law is going to infringe on something. And that's the whole point, is you have to kind of weigh the data and go, is this coming from an emotional place? Or is this coming from a place of like, this is actually a law that we need?
Well,
we need the cigarette law because people are dying from secondhand smoke.
What about the data of straight men who are harming women in bathrooms? If there's not sufficient data, then why are we just going to have to abolish female restrooms in general? Because, oh, look, I don't see a lot of data showing that straight men are harming women. So let's let them in too. If we're just going to be tracking everything.
Well, yeah, but again, it's like it's not equivalent. If you're saying there is a movement of a lot of people out there saying, or a vocal minority like Travis is saying this is what we want, then I'm sure it would become a discussion. But I haven't heard a lot of straight men saying, you know what I really want? I'm gonna go in the ladies' bathroom. Let's start a campaign to put that on the ballot. I mean, but certainly everything in a democracy / republic in general should be on the ballot if enough people are interested. So if you want to make this a country that's based on your views, you have the right to try to do that. And I support that.
I'm a very data-driven person, right? And I'm big on data, and we keep going back to what is the data? What is the data, right?
And is it valid data?
Right. So what is the data, David, that shows that these hormones and these injections don't have long-term negative effects on the people that have used them mentally, physically, right? Mm-hmm. Where's the data that shows that? Because this is still so early that we don't have a whole lot of data.
Okay, so here's what we have, and here's how I'll tell you it went with my son specifically, which is anecdotal, but when you hear the anecdote, you'll understand why the data is important. So when my son came out, it was not just like a lot of people will paint it like, hey, let's go cut off your tits. Let's start doing this. Let's start doing that. It was like, 18 months of therapy. It was 18 months of therapy with a doctor that specialized in trans. And it was also people who were not trans specialized, because we didn't want to have somebody come in and be like, oh, I'm inclined to say your kid is trans or not. My kid's a very practical kid. He's like, I want to make sure. I don't want to have any regrets, right? We went to general practitioners. We went to doctors. We did the job of parents, even though a lot of people want to paint parents of trans kids like we're crazy loony bin people who are just like, oh, fuck, whatever you want to do, baby. Here, stick some fireworks up your butt. I don't care. We parented them. We made sure that it was a healthy decision, and they had lived as a male in terms of how they presented during that year and a half. So they really kind of got the real, at least some of the real sense of it within reason. And then after about, 18 months, we were like, okay, we're comfortable moving ahead with whatever we need to move ahead with. So the data of that anecdote, though, is that decision was based on looking at two things. It was looking at the data that says the mental anguish, damage, and tragically suicide rate of kids who identify or who have gender dysphoria, which is what most of these kids are, if not all. I don't really know how but you know what I'm saying, who come out as trans, is very, very high, the suicide rate and the mental damage if they have to shove this down, especially as they go through adolescence and try to really find themselves, right? It's very psychologically damaging, leads to a lot of suicide, comparatively speaking, of other types of people. But there is data that shows that this gender affirmation care does lead to a high rate of satisfaction amongst the people who go through some variance, whatever it may be, depends on the person, of a transition and an acceptance. Okay, that data is real and that data exists. Now, are you correct that what's going to happen because at 15, 16, whatever age it was, my kid went on hormone blockers for 6 months? Yeah. Could die of cancer at 60. Could have an aneurysm at 35. But I'll tell you what my doctor told me when they put me on ADD meds. I said, well, yeah, but if I'm taking this every day the rest of my life, isn't it going to be bad for my liver when I die early? And she says to me, well, not necessarily, but you might. But what would you rather do? Live to 100 and not be able to focus your thoughts, or live to 80 and have a pretty good fucking life being focused? So it's like, yeah, you may be right. But ultimately, I'd rather have my kid suffering from some medical issues at 40 than psychologically tortured the rest of his life, let alone, suicide. So, but you're right. We don't have the data, but we have enough data to say that we're going to risk this versus this.
What about the data that says that if you just allow a child, in this case, children, to go through puberty, they often they works itself out through their gender dysphoria, and most of the time they end up just growing up to be gay.
And I was one of those people.
What, you thought you were a woman?
I used to dress up in girls' clothes when I was younger.
I used to dress up as Wonder Woman as a kid. So what? I didn't think I was a woman. I just thought she was cool.
Right. But it's not how you feel, it's how you're identifying.
Right. So I'm saying, but you felt like a woman as a teenager?
No, I was dressing up in women's clothes.
That's not the same thing.
Appear as a woman. So I identified in that moment, dressed up as a woman. Right.
But if somebody could have come to you and said, Travis,
but that's where it begins. You're a kid.
It's not.
You don't think about that stuff.
You're making that up.
I'm telling you how I felt as a kid. I'm not making anything up. That's my opinion, sir.
No, but what you said is, as a kid, you did not feel you wanted to be a woman. So
what I said is, as a kid, I dressed up as a woman to.
I don't care. So did I.
To play as a woman because I related to women more.
Great. Did you feel that you wanted to?
I don't know.
Okay,
Yeah, but-
then you can't say that that sort of kids grow out of it. But to your
But
point,
had they affirmed that in me and thought I was trans and tried to push me or nudge me because that's what they thought I was,
okay, but
or
that's
tried to explain it to me, and that's when then I started thinking, yeah, this might be what I am.
Yeah,
And
but
then
that's that
started
sticky
going through a
widget.
transition.
Yeah, I understand. But that is the thing that a lot of the talking points do around this issue, which is, and I don't even know if you were aware of it, but putting that phrase in there, if they had pushed me, right? There is this perception or this narrative. And I'm not saying, again, anecdotally, I'm sure it exists, but I don't know if you can point to the fact that most people who are trans and have gender dysphoria got there because they were pushed. I think that's a boogeyman talking point. Look, my kid, like I said, was raised on nothing but straight entertainment. If anything, they would have been pushed into that.
If you are already having those feelings and you go to school and your teacher talks to you about trans people, and then your parents talk to you about trans people, and then that might skew your opinion a little bit when you're 7 years old. You don't think a child's brain could
if you're
do that?
7, when I was 7, I literally carried around red boots.
That's what I'm saying. There's children.
I know. What I'm saying is I carried around red boots and a blue sweatshirt and looked for crime to happen so I could go into the bathroom and change and be Captain America. I understand when you're 7, but there are no 7-year-olds, at least anecdotally, who are, it's not like you've got a legion of little 7-year-olds going out there. Maybe they're dressing and playing with gender. I think that's fine. But look at you.
But then when you get used to that situation, you start to believe that's who you are because that's the idea that you've been given by the adults. And that's how children's brains work.
I think
they will stay in that. And I'm not doing that on purpose. I'm telling you how it would have affected me, in my opinion.
I don't know if that's the case, though, because what you're saying is you can tell me all day long, like people do, I'm supposed to be attracted to Barbie women. Like, according to a kid who grew up in 1990s and 80s, 70s with Vince McMahon, all the hot wrestlers were supposed to be like bleach blonde, all that shit. I never liked that. I never got it. But boy, media sure shoved it at me. I like the girl next door look. Well, that didn't change just because media was telling me all day long, this is what you're supposed to like, right? I could pretend. I could say, yeah, Pamela Anderson, but really, it was.
If before you even knew you liked women, you just maybe were looking at them and somebody else noticed it. And then they said, this is the type of woman you want to like, and preempted all that because that happens. Then it might have skewed your opinion as a child into liking that type of women. Yes, that happens.
Okay, here's what I would say to this. Because like I said, I understand that not every parent is the cartoon character that a lot of the right likes to paint the left parents with trans kids. The way we get painted is like, oh my God, my kid is trans and maybe they're not trans, but I can push them. I can't wait to give them purple hair and take them to drag shows and all kinds of things. That's how we're painted.
Metaphorical push, not a push, but like if
I understand it's not a literal push. I don't know how that would work.
Explaining it to them might push them that way on accident, not meaning to.
Okay, regardless, though, what I'm saying is not every parent is the cartoon character and not every parent is going to have the resources to have 18 months of therapy and really go through the process and blah, blah, blah. I have no problem. Again, this is my opinion. I'm not a trans person. I don't really have a dog in the fight. I tend to trust people who say, like Melonie says, I'm put upon in a bathroom. I don't think she's wrong. She's uncomfortable. Doesn't mean she gets to make the law. But so I don't know what a trans person would say, but if I were to say it, I would say, look, if you're a kid, if you're underage and you want hormone blockers and you want top surgery, bottom surgery, blah, 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 there are 2 avenues for you. The first is, legally speaking, you have, and I think some states have this, you have to have these kinds of medical sign-offs, this kind of therapy, this amount of therapy. And once you've gotten through that, it's just like, honestly, it's terrible to equate the two, but it's just like end of life, right? Where it's like there are some states where you can end your life legally, but you have to jump through these hoops, right? And so I would say, okay, and if you can't afford those things, the government will figure out a way to allow the child and the parents of the child to go through that process. I would be fine with that. Then you would at least kind of put up guardrails for what Travis, you're talking about. Is it possible that maybe a kid who's 7 thinks they're a woman, and then when they're 8, they grow out of it? Sure. But the idea, though, that there's this data that says that kids grow out of it in general, I'm not entirely sure.
I'll provide you with the data.
Yeah, please do.
I'll send
where's
it your
it
way.
from?
I just think talking to children about a subject, it inherently shapes how they view the world.
Sure,
And
but in
when
that
you
case,
talk
though,
to them,
you would be
wait,
straight
please
as a
let me finish.
rail.
Please let me finish, sir.
All
If
right.
you talk to them about that and bring it up to them, then that thought is interjected into their brain where it may not have even been before for 10 more years. And that's going to shape their reality. So then if they get into this reality thinking they're a woman because of these outside influences, now that's their reality. They may not have became that without those outside influences. They may have decided they're happy being a gay man or being a straight man or a bi man, whatever. And I think that that's where the issue is when teachers or parents inject this idea into children, or by and I say it's by trying to be a good person, but and do the right thing. But oftentimes I think they start shaping a child's reality before it's ready to shape it.
Right. So how old are you?
I'm 30.
Okay,
30, 39. I don't.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what entertainment you grew up with. A 40-year-old would have grown up with 90s stuff, Ninja Turtles, right? Yeah. Okay, so what entertainment did you watch growing up when you were this age that was super fucking gay?
Well, that's the thing. And I don't think that happens for everybody, but I do think some children, their reality is shaped that way. I think some children are just destined to be who they're going to be, and they have strong personalities. And you can clearly tell that. But other children literally look at the things around them and take that into themselves. And that is their reality.
So do you have gay friends?
When growing up, no. I didn't know another gay person.
No. Do you have gay friends now?
Yeah, lots.
Okay. How many of them claim they're gay because the media they were exposed to
They wouldn't know it. That's the issue. You wouldn't know that.
But
That's
were they watching a lot of gay? I know, but were they watching a lot of gay entertainment as a kid?
See, and this is the thing. The gay numbers have gone up. That's what I'm saying. As the entertainment has changed, being gay in the 90s was like 1-2%.
But ask yourself, like what's more likely? 17%. Is it more likely that throughout the history we don't see a correlation between the entertainment affecting someone's straightness, gayness, or biness, or is it more likely that as the entertainment has gotten comfortable saying, "Hey, this is an option as well"?
I think both.
That people have gotten comfortable going, "Hey, I'm okay with this."
I think you're right. One happens to a lesser extent, but here's my issue. It's once they're in that frame of mind, they may go through something that's permanent and they can't take back. And then when they're 30, because we all know when you're 30, you finally start figuring out who you actually are. They may regret it.
They might. People are going to regret a lot. People might regret joining the army at 18. At 30, they're like, I really could use that leg.
But I mean, it can be a very innocent thing that a parent is trying to do, explain something to their child, and it shapes their reality.
I don't need you to parent my kids. I don't need any of.
But I'm just using that as an example.
I know, but
what doing it.
I know, but what I'm saying is this idea that you've got this scenario that you are painting, where it's like either a parent has nothing to do with their child's development and what they're being exposed to, or they're pushing the gay agenda or the trans agenda. And I'm like, that's not what 99% of parents are dealing with. It just isn't.
I'm saying each child is an individual. Each child is going to react differently to things. So to set an agenda for parents to have to talk and affirm their children, because that's what we've been hearing. You have to affirm your children. Wrong.
Explain the fact that we've been hearing you have to affirm your children. Like,
where do you think this is
happening en masse? The internet. What parents do you know that have kids that
all
say...
kids are on the internet nowadays, so saying the internet...
Okay, but that's not...
Like, it's not...
I know, but that's not parents saying...
In America.
I know, but now you're changing the statement. At first, it was the parents that were saying it. Now you're saying it's the internet.
I mean, in California, now they're threatening to take people's children away for not affirming them.
Right.
What is that?
This is actually infringing on losing the custody of their own children if they do not affirm what gender they're saying they are.
All right, let's take what you just said and let's break it down, if we may. Okay, what is it called? California, what would I look up?
There's a
California gender
yeah
affirming
and
custody.
and to be clear, and David, in this hearing that was had, a woman literally said it's a parent's job to affirm their child.
Okay, but that's some lady.
I vehemently disagree with that. A parent's job is to parent their child, not to
Here's the claim.
affirm their thoughts.
Right. A California bill would require parents to affirm, whatever that means, the gender transition of any child, including surgery, or else lose custody. The actual facts is the bill says nothing directly about surgery. So my guess is what you're saying has some basis in fact, but it's probably been twisted and adjusted in order.
I think the idea is if two parents get divorced, one says their child's trans, one says no, the other one puts them in gender affirming surgery or changing surgery, the other one can lose custody because they don't want that to happen.
Okay, but and that's, you know, I don't know how to solve that other than case by case, because let's say you have a child like my child and I got divorced and I was believing what my child was saying and my wife was not. Just because, why do I get to be right or wrong and why does she get to be right or wrong? I mean, wouldn't that be a case by case situation?
Right. So they probably shouldn't be making laws about that.
Right. So then they would
but
go,
the
well,
law,
let's ask the child. And then that inherently it shapes their reality because now you're asking a child again what their gender is. Okay. But all of the, first off, all of these things though, we're relating directly right now in this conversation to trans and gender and all that. But the assumption that all of our laws and all of our courts and decisions are made via decisions that are airtight and don't have any, but what about this? But what about that? But it's all day long. It's all just guesses. So the reason this feels so bigoted to me is because if we were really concerned about a lot of these things, there are bigger fish in this particular pond that are very much related that we can
I don't think there's a bigger fish than your children, David, with all due respect.
I don't think I didn't say
my
that.
Children either. You know, like I think this
that's attributing something to me to lessen my argument that I didn't say. I'm not saying the children's health is not the most important thing, but it doesn't, the children's health as it relates to trans issues versus children's health as it relates to lack of media literacy, physical exercise, access to the internet. There's 1,000 things that are affecting kids more en masse than the decisions that are made for this small, vulnerable group. So if we're really about all that, then why aren't we looking at, what about the church? Like I said, we got a lot of data showing that. Let's stop them going from church.
Right. And I don't think anybody here would disagree that if you fuck with kids, you should probably spend a long time in jail. Right.
Yes, but why is it that there's data showing that there are these specific locations that are protected by our government?
Shut them down. Throw them in jail.
If you're hurting kids,
we all agree.
All of us agree.
We all agree.
Why is it 100%. That this can't get the traction? Because this is not
society. It's not a wedge issue like other things.
Right. So can't we acknowledge this as what it is? A wedge, if it bleeds, it leads issue. And just kind of go, let parents figure it out.
Right.
Don't worry about
wedge issues do affect people.
Yeah, they do. But the fact of the matter is they usually affect the people that are in the minority that are vulnerable. Why don't we, the number of kids, if we just let parents figure it out, that are going, versus if we put this energy into something that would actually, affect a lot of people, that would be great. Let's do that.
I think when it comes to irreversible decisions, though, if parents are affirming their children and moving forward with procedures, whether it be surgical or chemical, that will alter their children for the rest of their lives, then I do think that there does need to be some regulation on that.
But where does that end, though? Let me ask you. You're a devout, proud, out and loud Christian, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Were you raised in a Christian family?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's affected you for the rest of your life. Even if in 5 years you decide to be an atheist, you are going to have all the baggage that has come with being raised by a Christian family. That's not a good or a bad thing, by the way. That's totally up to you. But my point is, every decision a parent makes affects the kid
That's
and their
not
life.
comparable to
Why? Your
halting
mental health.
development, a natural development of a child for preventing them from going through puberty and affecting their bodies for the rest of their lives. That's a different discussion.
What affecting their body? I mean,
allow me to kind of that. I feel like it's a false equivalence, and the reason being is that in 5 years, if Melanie decides she wants to be an atheist or whatever,
yeah,
she still has her breast, right? She hasn't
Right.
anything to her body.
And I
She-
did
she-
go through years of turning against my faith, and I came back to it.
It's a false
so
equivalence,
nobody
but-
could stop me from turning against my faith at the time, and I went through a time of doing that.
Okay, and I'm glad you had the freedom to do that in your home and in your own life, your own personal brain, and in the government. It's, by the way, it's not the false equivalency argument works when I'm actually making the argument you think I'm making. I'm not saying that, of course, there are no breasts involved with being Christian. I'm saying that what I am equating is our irreversible decisions that parents make to their children every single day, just based on how they're parenting. A dad who's not around enough, a mom who puts her career over the way she raises her kids, though, what school they put the kid in, what they do when the kid comes home and says he was picked on, all of those things.
Is it emotional different than physical? Like one is hormones affecting your brain. One is
but then at that point you're basically saying I'm saying they're both massive effects you're having. Whether or not you're saying breasts matter more than brain, I'm just kind of saying you're making massive changes to the kid.
There's a reason it's easier to prove a physical abuse than emotional abuse.
Right. And
but they're still very real.
There are regulations against if someone is actually mentally inflicting trauma on a child and mentally and emotionally severely abusing a child.
I'm not saying
that's
it's
not
negative.
allowed. And so that kind of trauma, there's the physical trauma of even if you approve of it, if you approve of, let's even talk about an adult who cuts their penis off, that is physical trauma to the body. Even if you think it's valid, that's still physical trauma to the body. And so so
a lot of things are. So is plastic surgery, so is dieting.
Right. And so kids shouldn't be getting cosmetic plastic surgeries either.
They can't get tattoos, they can't drink.
Right.
These are all things that kids can't do, and we don't allow them to do. And I think that's where a lot of us who see this, that we don't quite we can't wrap our head around this. Right?
And that I find unfortunate, because what I'm telling you is my story with my son is similar to a lot of stories I've heard. I haven't heard a lot of parents, and maybe you guys have, who say their child, whatever way that child went through an affirmation of the gender, emerged from it miserable, sad, and suicidal. My son and his friends that are trans are happy now. They are in relationships. They are active. They are social. And all that anxiety I talked about, that's why I said my son originally was just this ray of light, super happy, then got all anxious. He is back to how he was. Okay. So it's not a tattoo. It's not drinking alcohol. It's something that in doing it, it has brought him a sense of peace. And what we hear is you guys think you can parent better than we can, even when we have evidence to show that, and this is data, if you look at the American Psychological Association, the Pediatric Association, there are better outcomes for children who deal with their gender dysphoria via this sort of affirming care. And instead, we're told, well, they have to wait. Well, if they wait, there's a higher chance of suicide. Don't care. Don't care.
But you don't have data, because we talked about it. Well, no, we just talked about that. We talked about this 20 minutes ago. The idea of what does this data do long term to their bodies?
That's different data. I know, and I said
I can let my kid drink and it'll make them feel good. I can let them have a tattoo and it'll.
But you have that. Well, like the tattoo's different, but the drinking you have data for. What I said is let's be clear, unless I wasn't communicating well. 20 minutes ago, I said we don't have the long-term data. You're right. And that long-term data may be negative. What we have is the data of the positive outcomes now and the lower suicide rate of kids who have gender dysphoria who go through gender affirming care. And so what I'm saying is, as a parent, I would rather make the choice with my kid and his doctors after 18 months, blah, 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 to go, I want this kid to feel good and to have a good self-esteem as he goes through puberty and as he goes into adulthood. And if maybe in 20 years down the line, there's some negative thing, he would tell you now that he's 18, and he told us when he was 16, it was worth it. Just like my doctor said, would you rather live to 100, but not have your ADD meds? And so what I'm saying is, I hear you, but we as parents have said, we as a family and with our doctors, we're going to take that risk because right now the option is too hard to think about. The suicide rate of kids with gender dysphoria is through the fucking roof. I'm not going to risk my son's life because there are some people who say you may one day have regrets.
I understand what you're saying. My issue is that you should, like I said earlier, you shape a kid's reality by injecting this stuff into it. If a child comes to that on their own, or they say something's wrong and you discuss it with them and come to that determination, fine. But I think when you start to shape their reality and then their choices because of that shaping of the reality or what they believe to be their reality at the time, that is when there's an issue. And I think when it becomes a permanent, when it's like something you can't take back, it's like when I was talking about being gay, you know, if you want to experiment with sexuality, fine. If you go have sex with a man and decide you're not gay, you can live with that. You know what I mean? Like, but if you get your penis chopped off, that's a lot harder to live with. You know what I'm saying?
But so is suicide.
True.
So I think this has been, and once again, I go back to, you know, just the data that we have around, you know, letting your kids go through puberty, and if they end up being gay, then it is what it is. And I'll gladly send you the link to that. To that study.
Are we talking about gay or trans?
No. Well, a lot of youth who have suffer from just gender dysphoria. It seems like based off data, the common, I don't know, the way it works is, well, not even a cure, but the way it works itself out is they go through puberty, and puberty is the natural elixir, if you will, remedy to it, and they end up most of the time they end up being gay. I'll send you the data just so
I would
you know
love to. I would absolutely love to see that.
Right. Like I said, I'm big on data for sure. I think, you know, obviously this is a really complex conversation, and this all stems back to the original idea of, what do pronouns even matter in video games, right? That's where this whole thing started, right? And with the metaphor I gave about Mormons and such, and I think I think I have a better metaphor, right, for you.
Okay.
And it's a visual metaphor, and I think anybody can relate to this, right?
Sorry, flipping a bird or something.
Well, no, nothing like that.
No, all right.
We've seen, and you mentioned Az early on. You said, well, you know, he has some mental issues. Maybe
is Az that guy, the bald guy?
I also want to defend Az again on this situation, because him having a very passionate discussion with his audience is not comparable with a woman screaming at a guy because he didn't call her a they, them. This was between his audience. Az is not screaming at somebody who disagrees with him and having that sort of discussion. Az is capable of having a very civil discussion with somebody. But when he's hyped up by his chat, like it's like a war cry, like, you know, garage to the horde, that's a completely different scenario.
Now, one is his platform, and the other one's
expect
like a
somebody
public.
with a platform to be a little more responsible and be able to counter being hyped up by his chat and go, I'm talking about some things that are important, and maybe I can keep that in check. But I don't give a fuck. I don't watch the guy. It was just my comment. I'm glad you like him.
So, you know, the best metaphor I can give is when we see like the climate protesters who kind of sit down in the middle of the road, and they're blocking traffic, right? And at a certain point, like most people, it's annoying, right? It's annoying. It is what it is. But at a certain point, something snaps, and someone
Going into the bathroom because of trans man in there, isn't that blocking the bathroom for her?
No, because
I think it is.
I won't go into a restroom if there's a
Right, but
trans
that- but-
person in it. That is
but that's
blocking
a
the
you-
bathroom for me.
Okay, but that's a you problem. Like I said, these people couldn't get to work without murdering someone.
In a different direction.
Oh.
Where did Melanie go?
I don't know. Maybe she'll pop back
Aggie
in.
today.
yeah.
But I wouldn't agree those are the same thing, but I appreciate you do.
Sure. I think the big thing is it's the pronouns are something that adds up over time, right? It's the
You
it's
mean
the drip,
hearing
it's the drip,
about
it's
the
drip.
the desire, the demand to have those pronouns respected, affected, what have you?
I think the big thing in here is Melonie back. Hello, Melonie.
Crashed.
Oh, you crashed. No worries. I think the big thing for most parents is, it's a trickle effect, right? It doesn't invalidate your child. It doesn't invalidate you as a parent. I will never tell another parent how to parent, right? I think everybody has their own rights, whatever.
Sure.
But as soon as it starts, like we're talking about thousands of years of just common sense. A boy is a boy, a girl is a girl, and a male has a penis, a girl has a vagina. And over the last few years, this has been a common thing. And just by me saying that, you're gonna call me a bigot or a transphobe or whatever. I'm not scared of trans people at all.
I don't think you saying that makes you that.
Good, thank you. But there will be people online who take that clip and do, right?
But that clip didn't say anything. All you said is we have thousands of years where a man is a man, a woman is a woman in terms of what the culture thought.
Mm-hmm. And what is scientifically been accurate. I mean, it's one of those things.
Well, but science changes, but sure. That's what for the longest time before, there were studies that were more about the nuance and the markers of sex, not gender, but sex. That was correct. But we also used to put leeches on people when they had pneumonia. I mean,
we let people smoke.
That's what I meant about data. Data can be skewed to your perspective by how you see the world, and that's inherent with everything.
But then that's not really data.
It is. It's data that you believe to be true, and it can maybe even scientifically true with the knowledge that you have, and it can be proven wrong later.
But you got to come to a point where you're either believe nothing, or you have a little faith in the people that have gone to school. And yes, are some of them corrupt? Of course. Are some of these doctors maybe making bank, pushing an agenda? Of course. Whether that's Oxycontin or whether that's trans surgery or whether that's whatever, of course.
I'm not
but
talking
that's
about
not
corruption.
The majority.
I'm talking about worldview, and you could call it a corruption of worldview. Like if we all get entrenched in the same worldview, then we all believe something to be the truth, and we're going to go out to prove it as such. And
the majority of people on this planet believe
theories
in a higher power. Guess what? We have zero proof of that.
Right, but that's faith. That's different.
Sure, no, it's the same thing. Faith is.
I don't know. There were
not a scientific.
There were scientifically proven things before that have been proven wrong now because we've got a new idea, new science.
Which is wonderful. Isn't that what science is? That's what we want.
But what I'm saying is back then their perspective was this is the truth. So they set out to prove everything subsequently after that as the truth with that assumption.
If then it wasn't real science. Science does not enter into the scientific method with a desire to prove.
Thought it was at the time.
No, even if I believe in God, and you cannot shake my belief in God. If I'm a scientist, I have a book over here called Can Science Prove the Existence of God? It's a great fucking book. But the guy enters into it and he is religious. He believes in God, but he's like, he did a whole study on prayer. He's like, I'm going to do the data. And my data right now says he didn't leave the book not believing in God.
There was data to prove the world was flat when people thought it was flat. There was plenty of scientists.
Sure, but it wasn't accurate.
The best scientists in the world thought the world was flat at the time. And then they went and done other research and studies with that assumption in mind. So all that data afterwards is flawed because of that initial assumption of the world being flat. And that's what I mean.
All the data is flawed after we discovered the world wasn't flat.
Relating to that, yes. About if you're doing astronomical studies and all that, that's all flawed.
Yeah, but that was the data before. Oh yeah, before. But that's everything. I saw the other day, there's a growing voice in science suggesting that there is. Point. I know, but that's not a bad point. I agree. That's wonderful. So like you guys are saying, for thousands of years, male penis, female vagina.
Right.
And now as we get more data, we're starting to go, well, see, maybe that's a little not
in the future.
accurate.
we may decide that our worldview now wasn't accurate, and
We
that,
probably
that
will.
we're hurting these people, and in the future we
So
may
what do
thought
you?
we
Well,
hurt them in the past.
okay,
But
well,
it's,
you
I'm
know,
just
Hitler
saying
wanted to
data
get
is
rid of all the Jews. A bunch of people
data.
want to get rid of all the gays.
My
But
point
you
is,
know what?
data
I'm
is
glad we
skewed.
didn't.
Data is skewed upon your world beliefs when you set out to do a study, and that's what I'm saying.
Data
so you
should
can say
not be
data.
skewed.
It is.
Well, okay. Data should not be affected by your worldviews if you're a good scientist. If you're doing the scientific method and you're studying, if you're studying eugenics,
Everything's affected by your worldview, science or not.
I understand that there's a level where you can't escape the matrix, but a scientist's job is to, within every possible ability, is to extract themselves from the matrix to observe objectively. And I'm not saying they get it right most times, all times, whatever, but you can't just say because sometimes people crash in their cars, we're never going to drive. I mean, yeah, the scientific method is flawed because humans are doing it.
I know,
but it doesn't.
What I'm saying is, you were saying that the data shows us that they're all happy. The data shows us that that is because that is their worldview now. That may change in the future.
What you're saying is trans people who are happy today because gender affirming care, when they go 20 years in, they could be awful. Yeah, they could be
horrible for them.
Could be. What are you going to do? At least now my kid gets to live to 30 or 40.
Do you feel like that was, I don't know, like almost emotional terrorism? The idea of look, you can, you hear that, that's that, talking point. Here's a talking point. The idea that you can have a dead son or a happy daughter, right?
I mean, it might be a talking point, but statistically it shows it's true. The
statistics are now, there are also statistics that show that after transition, once again, I'm just going based off data.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that show that there's not a drop in suicide rates. And
I will show you.
Sure. Yeah, that's all. And I'm just going based off that. And I think for me, it goes back to just the long-term data, right? What do we have long-term? And if you want to have 15 years with your kiddo, then awesome. I think that's great. But the data also shows let them go through puberty, right? And
I'm looking for it, but I'm looking at suicide risk reduces 73% in transgender. Gender affirming care is associated with decreased depression, anxiety, suicidality, blah, blah, blah. Forbes, gender.
What about those who do regret it, who can't go back?
What about them? So right. What?
Is it a so what? Do they just need to get over it like Melonie does? Like
no, I don't mean so what, like I don't care about them as people. I mean, so what, as in you're going to take these cases that are not anywhere close to the majority, and you're going to say, because that could happen, we're going to make this large group of people suffer. And I would say that's why it feels bigoted to me, because if we had the kind of culture that we were making decisions and laws about the needs of the few outweighing the needs of the many, and that was just the way we operated as Americans, then I would say, okay, well, this tracks. But come on, how many we're a republic. We are democracy rules. We're about who has the majority of votes. Right. Sometimes people are going to suffer if you lose a vote.
Well, more women want female bathrooms to be only for biological females than women who don't. I mean, CBS's poll showed like a 70% or something of that range.
Then what I would say is, if it can be made constitutional and it's not a human rights issue, according to the pretty much conservatively tilted Supreme Court, then make a law in your state. And I will be sure not to, spend any money in your state unless I live in California. You do, but you have that right.
But we need a law to tell people that that men go in men's restrooms and women's go in. Like, we need a law for that.
Are you really going to reduce it to that soundbite at this point? We've made it clear.
There's no sound bites. It's a long form discussion. That's all.
I know, but you're saying it's clear that when I say trans woman and you say that's a man, And I'm saying, well, clearly, that's not how I see it. Why would you ask me? So we need a law? It's like, no, these are trans women who are women and they want to be in the bathroom that's associated with their gender. Now, I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I'm saying,
David, just real quick. What is a woman?
What is a woman, Matt Walsh? Is it Walsh?
Yeah. Okay, what is a man?
Well, again, I think gender is societally constructed.
How do you know that you're a woman or a man if you've never been one? Right?
Who knows? Don't know.
Right.
Don't care.
Well, you clearly do.
No, I don't care about I don't care about those definitions. What do I care? Here's what I know. Here's what I can know. These are the people I want to sleep with. These are the people that I feel comfortable with. These are the people I don't. This, that, the other, blah, 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 blah. That's my life. I don't need the labels. And I don't mean this disrespectfully. Conservatives are called conservatives for a reason. And there's a lot of value to conservatives. I mean, it's not like if the world was only run by progressives, we'd be fucked because we'd have the best ideas in the world, but we'd have very little practicality. Okay, there's a value to conservative thought, but the idea that conservatives like that, I don't mean disrespectfully to say put things in boxes, but they like a conservative take on how the world works. And I appreciate that for you, but I don't care if this person says they're a woman. Okay.
If we can't define like basic human anatomy, right? The idea that a woman is this, a man
we can
is
define
this.
Anatomy. We can define
Right.
Assigned at birth, a woman, according to what we call a woman assigned at birth, has a vagina. No one's my child doesn't deny that. My child's like, yeah, I was born with a vagina, born with breasts. Or not born, I mean, weird, but you know what I'm saying. No one's denying that. But what we're also not denying is that that's not all it takes clearly for a trans person, because even with all that, they have gender dysphoria. And they don't feel like they're in the right body. I don't fucking know. And neither do you guys.
Yeah, I do.
That's
I know that I'm a dude and that Melanie's a girl and that Travis is a boy.
That's not what I didn't say that. I said in terms of,
and you're a male.
I understand that. What I'm saying is we don't know the breadth of, what we call male, female. Like we know society's definition, like you said, for 1,000 years, it was penis, vagina. And now people are saying, well, and it's not like we haven't had trans people for thousands of years too. They've just been very, very closeted. But now that's becoming less closeted. And in that, the discussion is coming up. And I'm just saying, okay, it doesn't bother me. I'm not threatened by it. I'm not, like I said, if you have evidence and data that kids en masse are getting hurt, then let's have that conversation. But I don't see that data. And thus, I just think it's coming from a place where people are uncomfortable with it. And I'm okay with you being uncomfortable. That's how things get changed.
Right. And literally by definition, by cutting off a penis, by cutting off breasts, you are causing bodily trauma, literally getting hurt.
Or cutting out a tumor.
Right.
You're cutting out a tumor. That's right. You got to cut the body open to get the tumor, right? That's bad.
Well, the tumor is harming your body.
The breast might be harming your psychology and making you want to kill yourself. Why can't you? You laugh at it, but are you basically saying, are you trans, Melanie?
No,
I'm not either. So how come the people who are trans that say that will put them in the casket because the suicide rate is higher? Why is that not a good enough reason for removing something if a tumor will also put you in a casket?
Well, if a penis doesn't make someone a man, then why does removing it make them a woman?
Because they want to remove it because it feels wrong to them. Why do you care?
It's all mental. So
everything's mental.
That just completely overtakes
Steve Jobs is dead,
biology.
because he probably would be dead anyway, but a big part of it is before he went to doctors, he mentally thought that he could eat fresh vegetables and get rid of pancreatic cancer. Everybody makes decisions that are mental that affect their physical lives. Okay. Ultimately, if you are born with a penis and you want to cut it off and you have parents and you have a medical society that you have worked with and you have done due diligence and you are old enough, meaning not 7, I don't know where saying a bunch of kids who are 7 are cutting their penises off is like the Republicans on the stage the other night at the primary saying that Democrats want to be able to abort a baby as it's coming out the birth canal. It's like that's such bullshit, right? No one is talking about 7-year-olds. We're talking about people who are going through puberty, who are going to have a lot of mental anguish, possibly if it turns out they have genuine gender dysphoria and they can help it. And you guys, not you guys, but just the group, not this group, but people with this agenda seem to think you know better than the parents, the doctors, and more importantly, the trans people. And I'm like, that's what they're telling you, Melonie. That's what they're telling you, Travis. I don't know.
My daughter told me she was a pirate. My daughter told me she was a dog. That's what she was telling me,
How
David.
old's your daughter?
It's what she was telling me. She was 7. She's 9 now. Like, she was telling me this. I should believe it. I should affirm it. I should absolutely.
It's not that. It's a ridiculous comparison.
Well, why? What's ridiculous about it?
Okay, here's what's ridiculous about it.
It made her feel good.
Here's what's ridiculous about it. If you have a child who is not just play acting and pretending and genuinely thinks they're a dog, okay, we don't have a history of mental illness, and we don't have the data of mental illness. If there's this weird affliction, it only affects 1.5% of the population, but as far as we can tell, they think they're dogs. We don't have that. We have kids pretending, right? So if we had that, I would agree with you, but that's why that line of like, well, I identify as an attack helicopter. No, you don't.
You can thank Mr. Beast for that. Yeah.
Whatever, but it's
who ironically, the person who said that is now trans.
Great. But no, you don't. You don't identify as an attack helicopter or a cat or a dog. And if you do, great, then maybe you'll give voice to these millions of people throughout history, not all at the same time, because it's a real small percentage that live that life. But until we see that, my guess is that was your 7-year-old daughter being 7. Okay. But if you think about the fear, think about the emotional trauma of being 7 or 8 or 14 and going, I'm going to go to school. And I'm going to, in this culture of shame and violence and hatred and bigotry against trans people, and I am going to be out, and don't call me Fred, call me Fredrina. I'm so bad at picking these, you know what I'm saying? Think about the ability and the desire for a child to do that and risk all that comes with that, you're saying is worth it compared to just saying nothing because they're just pretending anyway. I mean, who does that?
But if she's a dog, and I say, you're right, you are a dog. And she goes, no, I'm a dog. And I said, you're right, you are a dog. And then, that's how you feel, you're a dog. And then a week later, I'm a dog. You're right, you are a dog. Well, we should go get you some kibble, right? We should go get you a collar.
Okay, right? Wait. Was your child? No, you're. I mean, come on, man. Really? If your child said
there is a girl in the high school where I live that literally identifies as as a cat.
Great, but
it's
the girl,
it is not that far-fetched. And you're like,
come
on, man.
Super far-fetched. It's super far.
It's real.
The girl is not really a cat. She knows she's not really a cat. And if the girl, as an adult or even as a teenager, if parents don't care, if you want to eat out of a bowl at dinner, fine, eat out of a fucking bowl. But fact of the matter is, we have no evidence suggesting that this is something where you can identify as an animal. Now, if we got it, sure, there's the data. But until that, I'm going to assume that's a load of horse shit. But you've got tons of data throughout the history of man that there are trans folks. And that's not the same. Where's the data throughout history of humanity suggesting people identify as livestock? Where is that?
Where's the, once again, I would love to see your data. I mean, I think that's
data showing that there have been trans people throughout history. I can give you that data easily.
Sure. Not that they don't exist, because trans people, they exist, to be very clear. Right.
Sure.
But that they exist to this amount now. Right. And
this amount is based on people coming out and it becoming accepted.
Yes, they're brave and they're accepted. Yes. I
didn't say they're brave. I mean, they are, but I'm not painting that picture.
Right.
I'm saying, what do you think is more probable. That the fact that
what I think is more probable is that people got on social media. They were affirmed by people on social media. They were affirmed by a group that said, yes, you are this. And ultimately that helped spiral them into a social contagion that boosted the numbers dramatically. That when you and I were in school, we knew absolutely zero people who were trans. And now,
yeah, but it doesn't mean they weren't. I knew zero people in my school that were gay. I went to school in the 80s. I didn't know my brother was gay. Okay, I didn't know anybody that was gay. We only had one black kid in our entire school system in Alabama, in Birmingham, where I was. So, but I knew there were black people, right? I mean,
I don't believe it. No,
I'm just saying, you know, it's like,
Yeah, but one's
I can't hear you.
We can't hear you, Travis.
in private and one's not. You can be gay.
You got to start that again. I couldn't hear anything you said.
One's in private and one's not. You can go home and be gay and have gay sex all day and nobody knows. The other one, you live your life out in the open as such. I think there's a difference there.
Yeah, but one's not better or worse. I assume the
no,
one
I'm
you
just
do in private
I'm just
is
pointing
bad.
out the difference. That's a
Well,
difference.
you think people who were trans weren't going home and feeling trans, or going to places where trans folks were?
Once again, how do you feel trans? How do you feel
I don't
like
know.
a male?
Ask a trans person. I don't know that. I don't know that. I'm not supposed to know that. But it's not my job. It's not my responsibility. And more importantly, how dare me assume that just because I can't understand someone else's position, the position must not be valid. This is what they're saying. Am I just smarter than everybody else? I don't know. You're wrong.
Clearly,
I can't relate.
Well, no.
I can't relate to you.
You clearly are smarter, than all of us. I think that's been well established.
I don't know. Well, I'm better at this than you guys are, but that's.
I mean, look, dude. People
not
watch
you.
This
You're pretty good, but you two guys, it's too emotional. It's too emotional.
Like
You're emotional. You're the one who went off and said, "How dare you?" But I'm being too emotional. Okay.
No. I don't mean you're expressing yourself too emotionally. I mean, I'm saying that you're allowing your emotions to get in the way of logic.
I mean, one can say that about you because you have an emotional investment in this situation. I would argue that you have the most emotional stance of everybody in this situation.
And nobody here attacked how you were behaving in the stream, but you did.
Exactly.
But that's not what I'm saying. You can say I have more emotionally invested.
And you've reacted more emotionally than anyone else here has.
If you have evidence to show that my behavior on this podcast, when I said something, was from emotion and not data, I would love to hear it.
It was visible.
Yeah. Look, I think I appreciate this. We've gone for 3 hours, and I know you had your doctor's appointment.
Yeah, that's gone. That's gone.
But I think this has been really good. And obviously we can talk in circles for another 5 hours, right? Because
circles is the problem. Look, right. I like people. I like all three of you guys. I don't actually think I'm smarter than you guys. I think that I worry that when you have people that are literally in this fight, in my case as an ally with a son, and especially Travis, who knows.
Where we start. Don't do what Rich did to me and tell me I have to believe something or feel a certain way because I'm gay.
I don't give a fuck about that. I don't. Who's Rich?
Review ticket.
You don't want to know.
Don't do that.
That's what I was going to say. But what I was going to say though is the idea that the media does such a good job dividing people when it comes to issues like this, and for the longest time, the gay community, for different reasons, but the gay community was the boogeyman. And they still are to an extent, depending on where you live, right? The fact that you guys aren't recognizing that it is a nuanced conversation, that the parents of trans kids are not these cartoon buffoons that you see on Breitbart, who's like, she took her kid from her husband and cut off his penis. And it's like, we love our children. We're going through doctors and therapists. We're doing our research. We want the best for them. And we also want to respect people. And people, I'm frustrated that that's so hard. I had a conversation.
Isn't that what I did? I said it comes down to every single kid. Every case is different. Every child is different.
Yeah, I
So,
was talking
but
about
you
the
just said
overall conversation. though.
you guys.
Well, the
I
overall
didn't do that.
conversation suggests, and that's fair, but the overall conversation suggests that there is no minds being changed. And that's why I get frustrated. I had a 2-hour long conversation with this guy. You guys know the quartering?
Yes.
Okay. So, as a human, he seems like an okay guy. I think he's a grifter, but I think he's an okay guy. Seems like he loves his wife and, all this stuff. Nothing, but I explained to him my journey with my son in detail on his show or my show. I forget what it was. And it wasn't that I expected just because I explained it, he would do a 180. But, not 2 months later, he's out there on the internet with the exact same harmful rhetoric. And it's like, well, what was the point? It's not that I expect him to suddenly become me, but to go, was I just lying? Quartering, what's his name? Jeremy? Was I just lying? It's like, did nothing I say feel true to you?
I don't think anybody here thinks you're some evil person who wants to harm your children. I think we all, I speak for myself for sure. I absolutely think you love your children. And I think that your opinions and the things that you've shared, I think you genuinely feel that way. I just disagree with them. And so having this conversation with you, ultimately you still believe the way you do. I still believe the way I do. So we're still going to share our opinions on our social media and stuff.
Sure. But I assume you would do it in a way now that that you would be at least a little more careful in painting parents of trans kids, not with this cartoon brush.
I don't think anybody here has painted them that way.
I know, but I'm talking about the quartering. So
right. And look, I think it goes back to kids. Right. There's a very large divide about, with me in particular, father, 2 daughters going, they are 9 and 11. Right.
What if your 11-year-old comes to you and says, Dad, I think I'm a guy. And then
number one, I'd be shocked. Number two, I would
of course you'd be shocked.
Yeah, I would immediately look at her friend group, her school, her teachers, and I would wonder where she got that from.
Well, okay. I grew up with 2 brothers, and when I was like 6 or 7, I told my mom I was a boy, and she said, "That's adorable," and laughed. And then, sure enough,
Did you actually feel like a boy?
What does that mean?
I definitely wanted to be a boy, and I was wearing boys' clothes and everything.
Okay. And then what changed?
And people like puberty. First of all, I went through puberty, and after going through puberty and wearing the boys' clothes and having someone actually call me a boy because they thought I was actually a boy in the wild, that's when I was like, well, wait a minute. Let me take a step back here.
You didn't like it, right?
No, but I got to go through puberty and figure that out.
Right. But the data
But when I was 6 or 7,
nobody's advocating 6 or 7-year-olds being medically treated for this stuff.
Halting puberty.
It's 6 or 7. Who's going through puberty at 6 or 7?
Well, they're being put on blockers.
Not at 6 or 7.
Before they go through puberty.
There are extreme examples of people going through puberty at like 8 or 9. But
okay.
Yes.
And you grew out of your perspective, and that's great.
It was puberty that helped me to do that.
Wonderful, but it's also puberty that causes a lot of these kids that genuinely have gender dysphoria to take their own lives.
I will say this: the one thing I know we can all agree on is that children need to be protected, whether or not you believe which way that is or what's right for them or not, and that I think this is a complex issue, but that to demonize other people because of their beliefs is certainly not the way to go ever, even online, and a lot of people do that to both sides.
I agree with that. And I hate that because I think ultimately, again, when you're in the fight on the front lines, whether it was the gay or the civil rights or the trans rights or whatever, the women's rights, I can't relate to that. It's not my place to say how they should act. But as an ally of folks, yeah, I think maybe it's our job to be a little bit more measured and communicate things to decartoonify, because we live in a culture where these fuckers don't care. The 1%, even though I do believe there's racism, I also do agree with a lot of people who say the bigger issue is classism. The fact of the matter is, we are we are being divided intentionally. We are being kept angry intentionally because it makes people a lot of money, and it keeps us from worrying about the fact that people are fucking us. And that I think we can all agree with.
Yes, but let me say this. The idea that people don't care, right? The idea of like, well, people just don't care. And I think how a lot of people feel is it's not that they don't care, it's that they're saying, you gotta care. You need to care. And when you walk in, when you play your games,
that's different.
When you go to
that's
Target,
different.
when you walk down the street and you see, like,
I agree with the first thing you said, you gotta care. But I don't agree with the second thing.
You need to care. And if you don't, you're a bigot. And if you don't, you're a racist. And if you don't, you're a homophobe. And you're a horrible person because if you don't.
But where is Target telling you that?
Literally when you walk in the door.
Target doesn't say that. Target just says, here's some clothes that were designed by a trans lady. And gay pride or whatever, right? But they don't say, by the way, if you don't buy these clothes, you're a bigot.
No, they don't. That is true. They do not say if you don't buy these.
So that's what I'm saying. Where are you being told you have to embrace it? They're just selling shit and going, look,
they were selling at one point a pin, an enamel pin that said homophobe headrest when it was a guillotine that got pulled. So there were some.
Well, okay, that's probably not appropriate for Target, but that's. I don't think that has anything to do with anything other than just being something you probably don't want to be selling in a mainstream store, whatever it said.
I don't think companies are the best example of this. I think they're better examples because companies, like I explained before, are all profit motive anyway. So to think they're doing something moral because they do it is just stupid.
Right. But so where are you being told you have to be these things?
Oh, sure.
Other than these isolated TikToks like that lady.
Yeah, or just hop on Twitter. I'm
well,
sure my
places like
your
California
coworkers,
where people might lose their children if they don't affirm what they say they are.
Or your coworkers.
That doesn't exist. We went through that bill, which isn't even a law yet, and it's a bill.
Well, they're trying to push it. How does this not exist when people are pushing this and trying to change laws? I mean, it's a very real issue.
Well,
Marjorie Taylor Greene would like to push a number of bills, but they're not going to.
How bills get on the ballot in California is they're voted on by people and they have to get enough votes to be on the ballot.
No, those are propositions. Those are propositions. This is a bill we're talking about. This is brought forth by lawmakers and people who are actually in the Congress. I thought this
was a proposition.
No.
Okay.
I don't believe so.
Affirm their children.
Can everybody hear this?
Yeah, let's watch this. I'm curious.
Sure.
That parents affirm their children. They have since the dawn of time. Typically, it happens when their gender identity expression matches their biological gender. But what happens is when it doesn't, that's when the affirmation starts to wane. And that's what we're dealing with here. Although it's called the TGI bill, they're not mentioned anywhere in the law. What's mentioned in the law is the child's gender identity and expression and the parent's affirmation of that, whatever it is, because that is our duty as parents to affirm our children.
Do you agree with that? The idea that as a parent,
and by the way, just clarification, it is a bill, not a proposition. You're right.
Sorry, what? Do I agree with what?
Oh, just the idea that parents are meant to affirm their children. Because I personally vehemently disagree with that. I think parents are meant to
I mean, we're not talking about the law now, but I mean, yeah, I think that's depends what you're talking about. I mean, a parent's responsibility, hopefully, is to raise a healthy, adjusted human. And if a kid comes to you and says, "Dad, I'm really obsessed with serial killers. I think I might be one," well, you might have some work to do. But I don't think that's the same as a lot of other affirmations you might. So I don't, as a general discussion of the word affirmation, I think it's you have to pick and choose. But I think as it relates to, should there be a law that says a parent has to affirm their child's gender? No. I do think there should be avenues for kids who have gender dysphoria that are in households where, like I was telling you at the top of the show, they kick their children onto the streets if they are, that we have support for people like that, because that's going to happen. And that's a tragedy. But I don't think it would stand up in court at the California Supreme Court, certainly not the federal Supreme Court that you as a parent have to affirm, however that's defined, a child when he says or she says or they say, this is my gender. That seems a ridiculous piece of legislation. How can you even, confirm that's happening? And what does that look like? I mean,
So how do you feel about encouraging mental health help to try to get a child to embrace the way they were born and to love the skin they're in?
I'm opposed to the first part. Everybody should always love the skin they're in. I am absolutely in favor of, if you want to have a minor of a certain age, let's say 14, 15, it depends. It's always different, but whatever. Let's just say 14 for the sake of argument. Puberty blockers, affirming care, whatever. Anything that's not just dressing and, as the opposite that you were assigned at birth as. I think there should be, there should be, not because parents can't do it themselves, but a lot of parents can't afford to. A lot of parents may not know that, you should be like, look, you need to go to therapy for X number of months. Like I said about assisted suicide, you got to jump through some hoops before you make this massive change to your body. It's got to be therapy. It's got to be some doctors. We got to check these things. And I think states have that. Some states have that.
Isn't that, in your opinion, discrimination then?
Sure. But every law is discriminating. Like I said, you pick and choose what you're willing, the First Amendment has regulations on it. Second Amendment should, but it doesn't. That's every law is going to be making choices. Otherwise they wouldn't be laws. It would just be chaos.
All right, we've gone about 3.5 hours.
We are crazy motherfuckers.
and
we didn't even talk about video games. What the fuck is
we
this?
We got about 30 minutes in. 30 minutes.
Let me tell you something.
We got a little bit.
Let's do it quick. Are you guys playing Baldur's Gate 3?
No, I'm excited for Tomb Raider remasters though.
I saw that.
Did you see that?
I did, but let me ask you a question though, because that is great nostalgia wise. Do you think that's going to hold up in this day and age? Like
Absolutely.
In the age of Uncharted, do you think someone's going to play this and go, oh, she controls weird, or it's not as interesting?
Well, there's two different control methods. You can play with the classic controls or with the new control scheme that they have come up with. But
okay.
The fandom is really excited about this. We're seeing a recognizable Lara Croft that globally a lot of people are recognizing. But I absolutely think that this is going to speak volumes, and it's going to show a lot how much this sells, things of that, whether or not, because this has been an argument, will classic Tomb Raider stand the test of time? Is there a market for that? So we'll see.
Did you see the skin? Do you have the operator skin yet in Call of Duty?
I did see it and I didn't like it.
Oh, really? I think she looks like classic Laura, but modern.
Didn't she have she looked like she had a
she's
permanent frown on her face?
She's got the outfit that's very similar and stuff, but I do think a lot of her key characteristics, obviously with her body type, even her face and all that, like she has more of an Angelina Jolie-esque face with the full lips and all that, and that's just not in this character. I think this is the more relatable version. She's still a cute character, but I would not recognize her as Lara Croft, not in her demeanor or her appearance. Because
I hope you're right. I hope they get back to classic Tomb Raider, but obviously bring it up. Like I liked Rise of the Tomb Raider, and I liked the second one. I didn't like the third one as much, but the first two I thought were good. But I'd love to get back to the classic outfit and sexy Lara Croft.
I'm gonna be a straight male for a minute. What about her boobs? They look all right.
Like I said, I'm not the Barbie guy. I've never liked the people like, look at those fucking big jugs. I'm like, I don't want to fuck a cow, right? And I don't mean that disrespectfully. It's just not my cup of tea. So I don't like it when it's like, I like it when it's like athletic and sexy. But what are we talking about? Shut up.
Well, I think my classic Laura with that.
Hey, Melonie Mac show coming back. We've got Drew Barrymore and Bill Maher, both scabs for the writers' strike. But listen, Melonie Mac is going to take him to task and show you how to make a wonderful side of ribs for 4th of July. We'll see you soon.
Hey, let me just say this.
Yeah,
I love that, and this is the one thing I want people to take away from this podcast today. We had a really in-depth, good personal conversation for about 3 hours.
Yeah.
And we were able to stop and then talk about Lara Croft's boobs
You got
And
right.
you know what? Everybody's great. And I think that's awesome. Like that's what this show was meant to be. We can disagree, but we can still talk and have fun and discuss and giggle. And that's so what's missing in society. And I'm so glad we can be an example.
I was going to say,
it's fun. I appreciated being here, fellas.
Our show's supposed to be about boobs?
Yes, every day. All right. David, by the way, I saw you're playing F-Zero 99. Did you get a first place yet?
I know, but I liked it. I was never a big F-Zero old school fan. I just didn't like the controls. And these controls still, if you're used to just normal racing, is like, what the fuck is this? But after you get used to it, I really liked it. I liked a lot of the risk reward mechanics. I thought the dropping of the gold was really fun. I liked the pit stop. Did the original have the pit stop or no?
Yes.
It did. Okay. And then when you get to the 99 race, it's just like you have to almost like it's almost like a good ADD training tool because you've got to stay focused on your ship because it is like you're surrounded by an explosion of nerds candy and you're like, I don't know which one is me, but if you can stay focused, it's fun. I like it.
Yeah,
I like it. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what, we got a bunch of super chats to read. David, you can hop off at any time.
I want to read them.
Okay,
I want to read them. Unless you want me to hop off. I've missed the doctor.
No,
the doctor has said, you want to have that penis shrinking surgery, fine, but it ain't going to be this week because you fucking bailed on me. So I guess I got to push it.
Dang. Sorry to hear about your massive schlong. Blake came in and says, the Mac is back. Thanks, Blake.
Thank you.
Christian said, gig 'em. There you go. Kyle says, can y'all invite Vosh next? He is considered a polarizing figure on the left side of the aisle, but he loves gaming. Also, classic Tomb Raider back.
Yeah.
We'll talk to anybody and everybody.
He's on my list now.
Rob says, opening forgot your name power move.
That was not a power move. I did not remember Travis's name at first. It took me a little time.
Most people don't. So
Dungeon says, David Aaron Hansen played Skyblazer on the end of his channel, Game Grumps. Now I want to play it.
If you can get it emulated well, it still holds up. It's really fun.
Dungeon wants to know, why were the Twisted Metal endings changed? They were originally full motion video until they were changed to still pictures.
Yeah. You can find that in detail over on my YouTube channel at David Jaffe Games. But the high concept is I was told it was the Mormons who programmed the game, and they threatened to quit and not ship the game because there was a lot of TNA. And it turned out that wasn't the case. That was what my boss told me because his boss thought they were really cheesy, even though the focus groups loved them. And so we just put stills in, and now they're on the internet and they live forever. And it's kind of a fun little story. And it's really fun to watch the Twisted Metal series on Peacock and see so much of that lore reflected, just little bullshit stuff. Like I literally was like, in the game you have to it's like, what do you want? You win the contest, you get whatever wish. And Sweet Tooth I wanted to make crazy. So I was just like, let him want a paper bag. It's stupid. Mm-hmm. And literally that's like a pretty big subplot in a fucking TV show 20 years later. I'm like, oh my God, they have the paper bag in there. So whatever.
It's funny. I didn't find out about that until literally like last week. And it may have been because you were trending, but it was suggested to me. I'm like, really? I'm going to go watch this. And I went and watched this. Surprised the hell out of me.
They're fun, but they're horrible.
Everything back then was a little horrible. Wasn't it?
Yeah, but I thought I was being serious. People were like, how'd you make it? I'm like, no, I thought I was making Scorsese. I really did. I'm a terrible filmmaker.
Kyle says, I met a woman in Cali who claimed to me that she and her husband thought up the original God of War and that she sued Sony. Is she delusional?
Mm-hmm. Well, I can't speak to her mental state. I assume I know who he's talking about. There was a lawsuit, a very stressful lawsuit, where a man and a woman claimed that they had written a script and a whole bunch of books or something. We'd never heard of them. And I guess there was no access. I think it's called some kind of access you have to prove in a case like that. And it's like, there was nothing ever coming into Sony or Sony Pictures. So I'm not saying they didn't write something, but none of us ever saw it. And so they sued Sony and they sued me personally. Thank God Sony covered my law fees. And, it was thrown out of court twice. It was thrown out of the first court. Then it went to the Ninth Circuit. They threw it out and said, there's no case here. And then their only other resource was to go to the Supreme Court, which I don't think the Supreme Court's going to listen to. And even beyond them just throwing it out because of no access, they were like, and I sat there in the I don't know what you call it, not the trial, but before you have the trial where you have the discovery, and they were like listing all these things that were supposed to be like God of War, and I'm like, this is nothing at all. It's Greek mythology. And there's one point where they said, well, you have a pool in the game that the gods look through and they can see on what's happening on Earth. I'm like, yeah, because I ripped that off from Wonder Woman and Ray Harryhausen. I ain't gotten for you.
And Clash of the Titans.
Clash of the Titans. Yeah. I'm like, I told them, and they said, where did you get the term lost soul? That's an our thing. I'm like, lost soul is a cliche. My wife called me a lost soul once, and I remembered because it stung. And the Well of the Lost Souls and Raiders of the Lost Ark. I'm like, people, no one ripped you off, but they really believed it. But
I have a weird question about that. So how did they get you in a court? Did they have to sue you in the state you were in, or in the state Sony?
I just got a call, and it was, I mean, I was in the state Sony's in, so I don't, but it was basically, I was named in the suit. They were named in the suit.
So
we had the same attorney, and she represented all of us in her group. And yeah, I mean, it was terrifying because, I knew we didn't do it. And I'm like, that's when I learned you can sue anybody for anything. You don't have to have any logic. You'll lose probably, but you can still cost people a lot of money.
Got a lot of money. Yeah.
And then I was also scared because, I was worried one day when I'm dead and gone, my kids would never really know. It's like, oh, Dad, they said he stole that. I'm like, motherfuckers,
Tolls came in as a brand new member. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate that, Tolls.
I love you, Tolls. I want to make a baby with you. I'm not gay, but I want to make a baby with you, and I love you.
Adam says, speaking about the guy who did one on the rant, says he played the game for 30 hours. You caught a couple snippets from the internet. I watched it all. You are the problem with California, from a resident.
What is the game? What is the game he's talking about?
Starfield. He's talking about as in his rants and the preferred.
Oh, can you read that again? Do you mind? I'm sorry.
Sure.
So, yeah, pay me again, Adam. You fuck.
He says he played for 30 hours. You caught a couple snippets from the internet. I watched it all. You are the problem with California.
I played the whole fucking game and finished it. New Game Plus twice so far.
No, his video, I think, is what.
Yeah, he's speaking of the guy who went on the rant. He played the game
as
for 30
is in California?
No. Adam is saying that as played the game for 30 hours and that you only caught the snippet and the rant. But Adam watched all of it, and he is saying that you, David, are the problem with California, and that Adam is a resident.
Okay.
Sonic says, why stop people who want pronouns in the game from choosing an option? It's only a pronoun, and it might help someone else get immersed. Just ignore it. Thank you, Sonic. Appreciate that.
I agree.
Extra Zero says, I feel one of the integral things we need to do today, even people we fundamentally disagree with, is to listen to what is clipped in full context. Yeah.
I agree, but I also recognize that is a place of privilege. Not everybody has time to sit there and listen to a 2-hour podcast. And, they can be, even though it's bad, they can be forgiven for forming an opinion. You can't help but form an opinion, even on a headline.
Yeah, and I think it's different on a podcast because you're giving your opinion. You don't claim to be news. If it's like news doing it, that's like egregious type shit. They're framing it in a manner that's going to mislead people.
And when they get caught, they say, "Oh, it's not news." Tucker Carlson's attorney literally said anybody who expects him to be delivering the news is wrong. It's entertainment. He literally had to say that. I'm like, come on.
Who was it? CNN who made them people go stand in a group and took that picture, and then the real picture, nobody was there.
Probably.
That one was hilarious to me.
Horrible.
It's all a joke. We all can agree. Let's what was I going to say? Salty Source Rex says the problem is pronouns, gender ideology, and transitioning children has become a thing in people's daily lives. When people can't pay for gas or groceries, why are politicians focusing on passing bills for things for the things mentioned?
Because it gets them to the polls. That's why it's a wedge issue. People aren't going to come to the polls for gas necessarily unless it's really bad. But if you can get somebody at the polls for a Republican issue, for example, or a liberal issue, but in this case, Republican issue, you're more likely to vote for the Republican candidates that are on the ticket as well. So it's all manipulative shit. And the best we can do is get money out of politics.
It's funny because not allowed to say this, and we'll move on. But I think the one thing we can agree is that politics suck, and that
Yes.
They don't have to. Public service is a wonderful thing, but the way it is right now, Citizens United, all the fucking money in politics, horrible.
The Glass-Steagall needs to be put back up, to be honest.
Shane says, my question is it genuine representation or forced representation?
There's no way to answer that question. That's also one of those kind of gotcha things where it's like everything is forced representation. When you put Tom Cruise in a movie, like people have this fantasy that art or creative business or movies or whatever are made in this vacuum of just the purity of what the artist wants. But every decision, especially the more and more money you spend, is run through the filter of, like you said, they're all businesses. Is this good for business? So if you put Tom Cruise in the movie and not Chris Pratt, that's good business. It doesn't mean you don't like Chris Pratt. It just means that Tom Cruise gets more people in the theater. So a writer may write something because they consciously say, I want to push my agenda of diversity because I think it's good for people like me, whatever that person is. But if the studio reads it and decides to make it, they're not making it because they want to push that guy's agenda, unless that agenda is going to make them money. So everything's forced diversity. I mean, it's nothing's in a vacuum.
This is why pride flags on June pissed me off. It's because, well, they're for gay pride. No, they're not. They're for gay pride money. They want our money.
You wanted equality? Welcome to the capitalist machine, man.
True.
That's all it is.
I guess that's what it is.
Yeah.
Speaking about masculinity, Chaos says some people called holding door for women toxic. Right? You see that
good
online.
for them. I don't care. I like doing things like that for women, and I like it when a woman holds the door for me sometimes. I don't give a fuck. Why do you care? Why does that guy care? Why does that guy with the cat icon care? Are you dating the person who calls it toxic?
I can't speak for him, but I can speak from my own personal experience of we do things down here in Texas, and Melonie can speak for this, where it's polite to hold open a door, right? That's seen as a very polite thing
for anyone, but certainly if you're on a date and you hold open a door, that seems like a nice thing to do.
Well, if I'm going into Walmart, I'll open a door or whatever. I have no problem with that, whether man or woman or child.
Sure.
It doesn't matter to me. I'll do it because it's a nice thing to do. But yes, some people see that as toxic.
It's gotten me in trouble calling people ma'am before,
because
they're like, I'm not old. I'm like,
right.
My mom just would have backhanded me if I didn't call you ma'am.
Yes, I'm used to that too. It's like everyone was sir or ma'am, like just be polite.
Right. Roaring T-Rex says, if toxic masculinity is a thing, then toxic femininity is a thing too.
Sure.
Mark the Cyborg came in and says, as is our lovable Silverback. David made Twisted Metal and God of War, which are fantastic. Canadian positivity post. Thank you, Mark.
We love you, Mark.
Big Afro Man says, love the conversation on both sides. Great job, Craig. But the chat seems to be an echo chamber. Unfortunately, it's kind of disappointing. All are welcome. Big Afro Man. Roaring T-Rex came back, says, I think I need to go listen to Dr. Jason Leslie Lyle in order to cleanse from the lower left corner of the screen.
That's how you do it.
Desiree Wright, who has suffered cancellation at the behest of the mob, says, I have 2 teenagers, and trust me, it is absolutely trendy to be trans. That doesn't mean that gender dysphoria exists, but to say it isn't impacted by social contagion is completely disingenuous.
That was my point.
Okay, but what I would say to that is I absolutely believe that kids are more comfortable playing with and exploring gender and sexuality now. And in that, you are getting a lot of that expression. But there's a difference between someone who goes to school and is like, call me Kyle, and I keep doing it. Call me this. I'm going to be this for a while, whatever. I'm going to, and someone who actually is like, Mom, Dad, I'm really anxious. I'm depressed. I have gender dysphoria. Those are 2 very different things. I think the social contagion part, if you have, again, back to data, if you have data to show that the social contagion aspect of kids just being kids is literally causing people to go through gender affirmation care, I would be surprised by that. But I would not be surprised to hear that, of course, kids are playing around with gender and sexuality more than they ever have because it's become more acceptable and celebrated. Yeah, I believe that.
Well, I think part of it, just thinking back before transgender ideology was such a mainstream thing, did we have such a massive influx of children killing themselves when
Sure.
they weren't being affirmed versus now?
Yeah.
That's a good question. I don't know.
I mean, I think because you didn't have any of this out in the open, you don't know what suicides were based on that and based on other things. It could have been, tacked up as bullying.
Or they could have
At
been
that point.
gay, or they
Right.
could have been whatever.
Yeah.
You know.
So I
But,
mean,
like,
it's a good question.
Child suicides higher? Were they higher back then versus now?
I don't know. All we know right now statistically is that the suicide rate amongst trans teenagers is lower when they are actually dealing with gender dysphoria, when they have some kind of gender affirming care. That's the only data we have.
Right, but I think the logical question would be like, if the logical response would be like, if they're, the trans kids have always been there, right? And the risk was the rate was always whatever, 41%, whatever it was, right? That's the number that's always thrown out, is 41% suicide rate.
I don't know if I would agree with the number not changing for various reasons, but it's irrelevant. But yeah, okay.
Right. But why hasn't there been more or less mass suicides all the time, constantly, for the entire point of history? If they've always been there, then the suicide rate should always been there.
It would have been
has
way
always been there.
higher. It would have been way higher without them getting affirmation back
No,
then.
not statistically, mathematically, if you have 2%, or let's just say 1% of the population that suffers from gender dysphoria, out of the 100% of tragic teenage suicides, you would not go, if this year, or since the gender affirmation stuff has been in the news and whatnot, you wouldn't go, oh my God, the rate has changed dramatically. You would just lose 1%, maybe not even a full percent, because 1% of the number of teens is minor, but the percentage of the people in that 1% is huge. So you wouldn't even recognize it as a statistical change, because it's not many people compared to the tragically, I don't know how many teenagers kill themselves every year. But
Floods in the chat said causation isn't correlation. I do believe there is something to be said with that about this. Is yes, it correlates, but it doesn't necessarily cause it.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
But it sometimes is. I mean,
Let's go continue.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I see like on the usnews.com, they say researchers found that between 2008 and 2018, the suicide rate among 13 and 14-year-olds nationwide has more than doubled. Well, back then, before the more recent times, they weren't being affirmed for gender dysphoria and ideology. So if we're really basing these arguments around, well, if you don't affirm your child, they'll commit suicide. Well, if suicide rate was lower before they were being affirmed, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
I don't think your math tracks. I'm too tired to go into it, but my guess would be anybody watching. I don't mean that like I'm avoiding the question. I'm happy to come back when I've eaten lunch, because there's something about, statistically speaking, in order to track the number of suicide rates amongst teens in general, there are so many factors that feed into that definition, that to say that now a tiny percentage of that has been removed and analyzed individually, and because that tiny percentage is no longer committing suicide as frequently, you're going to see a massive change in this number. I don't think that tracks, but I need to think about it, because have no sugar.
Well, and we also have to keep in mind, back in the day, you couldn't track any teenager. They used to say kids ran away and a serial killer killed them. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like, so
Mark came in, says Baldur's Gate greater than Starfield. # Mark.
Oh, that's a hard one. I think, I can tell you, I think that Starfield is a better.
I was going to say Stargate. That wins.
Starfield to me is a better single player narrative adventure, but Baldur's Gate is a better immersive experience. They're very similar, but they're very different in at least for me, what they deliver. But they're both brilliant.
Patrick Gasol came in with the 10. Thank you very much. Desiree came back and said, why do we need more genders just to describe people with different human traits? Isn't this sexist?
Well, gender and sex. You can get into that, but I would say, I don't know. I'm not trans. It's what they want. It's what they say is necessary. I don't fucking know. Doesn't bother me though. I don't care.
TV Bear says sex is a biological category, whereas gender is the cultural shaped expression of sexual difference. The Oxford definition. TV Bear. Sci-Fi is Life says, with the logic being used, anyone can say they are a woman. Could very much affect women's spaces and cause issues.
Again, if you have the data to show that people saying they're women are affecting women's spaces and causing issues, then you have a real problem that needs to be addressed. If you're just scaremongering and fear tacticking, then I don't have time for it.
Well, I mean, the data shows that most men will not harm women, but we still need safe spaces from men. So I think that you don't
But
have
your
to have
data
a
shows
majority
enough.
data.
I didn't say it has to be majority, but it's a meaningful statistic to say that women are harmed by men, that we do want to make sure that there are protections in place, correct?
Well, I mean, the fact that there already was enough of that happening for us to have our spaces in the first place, it's inherently being changed just because one says that they are female.
Although, do you
when
really think
biologically
women's
they aren't.
bathrooms were created because people were like, let's give women their own space? I think it just, I don't even know the history.
Room. It was the powder room.
But I don't even know the history behind
a washroom.
When we decided to, and what the motivation was as a culture to say, I have no idea.
Well, I think we can agree that it's definitely safer for women to have separate restrooms than men, regardless if you don't want to insert transgender people into it, just in general.
And my opinion is going to sound, even my own community is going to dislike me for this. So if you disagree, I'm going to speak for myself. We should just have an LGBTQ bathroom, have male, female, LGBTQ. We all get along. We'll be fine.
I like that idea. I like it.
But how do you know?
Well,
how do you know, right?
Some of us
okay.
wouldn't like that, actually.
No, I know. And make sure there's a bathroom for coloreds and Jews as well, please.
Well, I just...
No, if you want to make bathrooms, people, I understand.
Well, and I get the separate but equal issue. Clearly, gay marriage was argued about that. But to me, it just solves the immediate issue and we can work it out along the way. You know what I mean? And
not to go down this rabbit hole, but
I don't want to go down anymore.
We are seeing segregation return in the terms of black only this, Latino only this.
Give me an example. What's a black only this?
Sure, black only graduation. That's happened at many universities across the country.
I don't even. There's a black only. I don't know. I don't care. I care, but I'm too tired to get into politics.
Right.
Let's stay with games. Invite me back if you actually want to. We'll talk about that. But I'm too tired.
Sure, it happened at Harvard. Buzz came in and says he was disingenuous on progressives making up artistically pursuits. They run others out. See the creator of Earthworm Jim.
Yes, Doug Tenapple is a very opinionated, which is great, right-wing guy, and he was not run out. He was working on Earthworm Jim with Tommy Tallarico for the Amico. I saw footage of it. I think he was the creative director on it. He's got a successful series of comic books. The idea that conservatives are run out, do I think there are probably companies that are left-leaning, that are more progressive in terms of the content they make, that make conservatives uncomfortable? Yeah. And I think that's unfortunate. I think that's really bad. But I also think that you got to, talk about what exactly it is that they might have done that people thought didn't allow them to fit in the culture. But I need to know what Doug did, because he's still friends with David Perry, who ran Shiny, that made Earthworm Jim. He's still friends with Tommy Tallarico. So I'm not sure what Doug...
Sure. Well, I can tell you exactly what Desiree did. Desiree followed.
Who's Desiree?
Desiree.
Oh, I see.
A co-host of ours.
Desiree followed the Gays Against Groomers account and was fired from her job after an uprising of that. She says, "Hey, David, follow Gays Against Groomers and see what happens to you in the video game world." And she was Gays Against Groomers.
What is it? It's
a Twitter account
who don't like groomers.
Well, who likes groomers except
Great
for
question.
your dog? So who are you suggesting in the video game world is like, what was their argument?
They canceled her because apparently
she got fired.
The Gays Against Groomer account would post that we shouldn't teach young children about certain sex education in schools, and so they were anti-gay, anti-trans, anti-LGBTQ for that, which I agree with.
And she followed them, and by that, what was her job?
She was playing music at yeah.
No.
What?
Yeah. Desiree was there's been a couple instances like this. Desiree.
No, but in her case, what was her job?
Yeah, in her case, she was canceled from a convention.
She was going to play music at the convention, yeah.
Right.
Like she does every year.
In another instance, Carol Lynn was fired from limited run games.
Well, that one I don't agree with the philosophy, but I agree with it practically. Her job was social media to represent the company, and if she was representing the company in a way that they didn't like, that's fine. But in terms of somebody having an opinion and her opinion has nothing to do with the work she does, then I think that's ridiculous.
So do you think if
she just followed
it was her personal account?
Yeah, whatever.
So
if it's not part of her job,
if a community manager were to follow L's by conservatives, should they be fired as well? You know, if they were following an account that was dunking on conservatives?
I think if it's affiliated with the company, and I don't know if there is a legal or just a general assumption of what it means. Like if you were the social manager, Travis, for Ubisoft, is your personal account also tied into that? I don't know, but let's assume it is. I would say that depends on the company you're working for. You as a social manager, if that is tied into your personal account, you've agreed to that, and you know the image that you want to project based on what your company's agenda is, I think it would depend.
But in the instance, let's just say in the instance of Desiree, where she followed Gays Against Groomers,
I think that's ridiculous.
What if she was following to dunk on them? Right?
It doesn't matter. What if she was what if she was following because she genuinely believes everything they say?
Right.
That's her job is to play music. Her job is not to express the views of the company. But if it was, I would have a different issue.
Crimson Knight came in and says the global elites want you to have nothing, including an identity. If everyone was a they them, there would be no chance left for humanity to exist. Thank you, Crimson Knight. Chris came in. The global
elite, aka the Jews, is that what he's saying? Come on, man.
I'm not putting any words in his mouth. Chris says, are laws and attempted laws in place that would use state force to punish people for misgendering? Also, just anecdotal.
It's anecdotal. What people usually talk about is a law in Canada, where in the government space, there are documents, and when you address people within sort of the government, there are limits or whatever. And that's in Canada, and that's not like walking around, I don't believe. But certainly in America, no. That would be
Brazil.
Yeah, Brazil just you can be punished for using homophobic slurs or things of that nature. So.
And that's Brazil. I mean, but let's just stay with America or Canada. I mean, I don't know the legal system, and I don't know the free speech issues in Brazil. But in America, though, no.
There is a law. It's not a law. And I'm looking it up right now. There's one, what's her name? Gretchen something. She's the governor. They introduced
Gretchen Whitmire or something like that.
Yeah, Whitmer. I don't know.
Wisconsin or somewhere up there.
I believe that's right. Right. There's something in place there.
Hang on. Let's take a look at it real quick.
Yeah, sure. I'm pulling it up right now because it is worth talking about, and I do think that's pretty scary stuff. But while you look that up, I'm going to continue here with Rob Lee says toxic masculinity no longer exists in bathrooms.
Hang on a second. I'm trying to find this. Let me know when you find it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Trav, if you can look for that too. While I read these off, Trash Talk says, "Hey Craig, I was wondering if I could cover this stream on my podcast on Sunday. We covered this a little bit last week." Yeah, of course. You guys can take clips and post them all throughout the internet. Go ahead. I'm sure you'll take a lot of them out of context and shape them however you guys want. I'm not saying you, Trash Talk. I'm saying just in general. But if you are new, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button and come back as we are live Monday through Friday at 11 a.m.
Here's the link in the private chat to the government website with it on there.
Okay. Adam Unfriended says, to fix the issues, we have to repeal the 19th Amendment and raise the age of voting to 25. And only have people who are in the military to own property or own property. And also might have to pass a civil test. Hate me, but it's a long-term fix.
No, it's stupid. It's stupid because who gets to define all those things? I mean, you can have a country that does that. That's great, but it's not the America you know and claim to love. If you're who's gonna write the civil test? Hell, how about this? How about we have a law that says all public schools just have to teach fucking civics? How about we have a law that says I agree. How about we have a law that says you can't cherry pick facts when you're teaching history? You can't call slaves anything other than what they were, which was slaves. It was ridiculous. But yeah, I'm all for, making people more civically aware of what's going on.
Right. Travis, see if you can find anything about the pronouns in that doc.
I'm looking right now.
What I see is, okay, Alexa, stop. What I see is it says she's prohibiting conversion therapy for minors. I don't see anything about.
Travis will look. That's his job.
Yeah.
Bakano Sensei says biological men don't belong in biological women restrooms or locker rooms.
Okay.
Thank you.
Rob Lee says Jaffe is proof a male can turn into a woman.
Great. Again, that I don't care. That's like an insult, and I appreciate you spending your money to insult me, which is fine. But so what? I'm so tired of that whole agenda too. It's like you're low T or thing. I don't care. I'm me. I'm a happy dude. Whatever you see is what you get. I'm so sick of this idea that you've got to be in a fucking box, man. It's gross.
Speaking of box, Desiree wants to know what if somebody identifies as a furry and they want a litter box in every bathroom?
Oh, I thought you were going somewhere else as that.
No.
What if somebody wants to identify as a furry and they want a litter box in every bathroom? In their own home, they can have it. But again, like I said, if your daughter said, "Dad, I'm a dog," what you do in your own home is up to you. But I would not expect the school to suddenly build her a doghouse outside the mall.
That's how we feel.
But it's not the same thing because you have a history of people who are trans. It's a real thing. It's not just like a one-off. These things with litter boxes and furries and these are silly little stories that get traction because they're fun to talk about and they're bizarre, but that's not reflective of the issue. People and that's why I went back to the uncomfortability thing. People in the 50s would have preferred in the South, the black people eat somewhere else. Well, that's how we feel. It's like, yeah, but it's not right.
That's
so
different.
I'm reading this, and my understanding of it is that it doesn't specifically say pronoun in the bill, but it makes, let me read this, seeks to expand what constitutes a hate crime in Michigan as it relates to the real or perceived identifying characteristics, including race, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression, and more. So, basically, using a person's preferred pronoun as akin to using, so basically, they're saying that if you intentionally, after it's known, cause somebody out of there to hurt them, I guess is
starting at if you know someone's pronoun is something, and you intentionally use a different pronoun in order to hurt them.
Yes,
you're saying it would be
physical
against,
or mental distress is what it says.
Okay, but you would say it would be this says it's against the law with this bill.
Yeah, if they maliciously and intentionally do any of the following things based on the actual or perceived characteristics of an individual, regardless of any existence of any other motivating factor.
See, and that's to me where it's scary because it comes back to my feelings. You hurt my feelings. I'm emotionally damaged.
Again, I think if this actually ever gets to trial, it will be thrown out by violation of First Amendment, and it should be. I think you're an asshole if you misgender somebody intentionally. You're just a rude prick. But you have a right, just like you have a right to say the N-word all day long. I will defend your right to say that horrible word all live long goddamn day. But I think you're a dick and a racist, but I don't want people's speech limited by the law. That's ridiculous.
Joe says, I live in LA and I can tell you now, this guy is full of it.
Joe, you got me, baby. Pure blood. I'm the one who's full of it. Pure blood, Joe. Come on, baby. What are you talking about? What does that even mean? I've never even understood that idea that all these people who are against black people and Jews, I just want my own state. I want my own country for my own time. Why? What do you care?
I would bet that he's
talking about the
referencing
vaccine.
the COVID vaccine. I bet that's
No,
exactly
he's
what
a
he's doing.
fucking racist, baby. I know it. I can smell. I don't know.
He
Just kidding. Go
doesn't
ahead.
look white.
Well, he's got a shovel, and he's got another shovel. He's a gardener. I don't like him. I don't like his type.
Uh-oh,
Travis,
David Jaffe
as a
doesn't like
gay
Mexicans.
fella-
You heard it.
As a gay fella, would you take out Joe C? And if we paid for it, if here on the show, if we paid for the date, would you take out Joe C and show him a good time, or it's not your cup of tea?
To be honest, I can't see the picture.
Melanie Mac, would you take him out and show him a good time?
I'll take him out. I'll show him
I'm
a
not
great
taking.
time.
I'm not doing it. I'm not taking him out. Fuck that guy.
And guess
Anyway,
what? I'm very superficial. So
Filter says fake trans people in women's bathroom.
Wait, can you go back to his comment though? We didn't read it.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I lost the super chat. Damn it, I lost it. Joe, he pretty much just called you a shithead, pretty much.
I just wanted to know what he wanted.
Oh, he was just calling you out. That's all.
Oh,
Joe,
he called me a shithead.
I got it. He said-
You're a shithead, Joe. I love you, Joe.
So it was the guy with the shovels, right?
Yeah, Joe. Go pull that up, and I'll read this off while you get this.
Yep.
Sejong the Great says Jaffe has nothing but anecdotal evidence, but demands hard data from everyone else.
Absolutely not true. I frame my stories that are anecdotal as anecdotal. I tell you about my son, his friends. I know that that's not hard data that should affect legislation. But when I talk to you about the Pediatric Society, when I talk to you about the psychological groups for children, that data is out there and I can provide it if you would like. And I've already talked about it on this show. So unless you have evidence that I've used anecdotal data and defined it as actual statistical data that can be used for legislation, you're just making shit up.
I'm sure somebody will take that and they'll slice and dice or whatever. So.
All right. Joe C says, I live in LA and I can tell you now that this guy is full of it. He hates all of you, has zero respect, and thinks she's smarter than you. His behavior is his way to deal with his son's mental illness.
Okay. Well, I don't dislike any of you. I like you all. I would love to have a conversation with Melanie about religion because I don't understand it. I don't understand it, especially somebody who left and then came back. I'm not atheist. I'm agnostic. I don't know what's going on in this world.
Sounds like a good conversation we can set up on Melanie Mac's channel. Let's go.
I'm fascinated by all that stuff. I'm a searcher, man.
I find all religion fascinating myself.
Gizmo came in and says, Jaffe, be like, give me the data, but not that data.
No, come on now. Data is data. If it's not skewed, it's data. It gets plugged in. You can't pay me like that.
Sejong the Great says, Craig, I love you, but this guest is the most intolerant person you've ever interviewed. This is bad for the channel.
Oh, shut up, Sejong, you fuckface.
It's very tolerant of you.
I'm tolerant. He's being a dick.
Hyper Dick Butt says, it's not right to
He's being a dick.
Yeah. Sorry. It's not right to extrapolate. Extrapolate. I can't even read. Melanie, read it off. Go ahead.
It's not right to extrapolate individual actions and say it's broadly indicative of the whole community. This encourages community on community fighting. This is not civil or human rights.
And sadly, everybody kind of does it. So each side kind of does.
I'm not sure what he's referring to specifically, though. But
I think he means like resorting to extremes on, either side, like saying, we, like we said before,
we
like
demonize
cartoon
people.
Characters out of any side,
That's the sad thing.
I agree.
In today's day and age, and I think it's a social media issue that makes people this way. We have to make out people have to be the bad guy, the enemy.
We've always had that.
We've
always had that tendency. I just think now it's gotten accelerated, and people are making so much. Can you imagine how terrified the powers that be would be of all of us if people just woke up and stopped and realized we were all being manipulated?
Right.
People would, we kind of saw it with COVID. People stopped going to work. It's like, I'm not fucking working for the man. I'll do these 6 side gigs. It's better than fucking showing up and being treated like shit all day.
I think that COVID was an eye opener for a lot of people for a lot
of things. Yeah.
For sure. Extra Zero says, is the growing amount of detransitioners anecdotal, or is the growing stat of these being autistic kids trying to be accepted? do you have a concern with the long-term impact of surgery and drugs on kids?
So I have not seen the data I've seen, but I'm more than happy. Please send it to me at David Scott Jaffe on Twitter or on my YouTube channel. Is the growing amount of detransitioners anecdotal? My understanding is that data is out of the number of people who detransition, it is a very small number, and the number who detransition because they feel that they're not the gender they thought they were is substantially small. It's usually people who transition for different reasons and then they regret that, but that's a tiny little number. The second question, what was the second question?
Damn it, I popped it off.
Travis, come on, baby.
It's 1 to 8% as
Okay.
the detransition.
I think he
number,
said-
but I'll get it.
All right, I don't remember. Go ahead.
Well,
find it.
let me ask you this. So if that's anecdotal, right, and we shouldn't necessarily be worried about it, it's a small percentage of the people who transition, right? Well, aren't those who are trans a small percentage of the population?
Absolutely.
Is that anecdotal? Are they anecdotal? Should we just not regard the way they feel because it's anecdotal? They're a small percentage.
Well, if you're talking about data, you're talking about a large percent of a small group, but that large percent clears the threshold for, hey, this is happening to a lot of people, because I don't know what the trans percentage is, but let's say it's 1%. Let's say it's 0.5% of the population out of 8 billion people. Alexa, what is 0.5% of 8 billion? 40 million people, right? So you're still dealing with a lot of people who are suffering. I'm not saying if we can look at data that says detransitioning is a big problem, not as big of a problem as suicide, but it's a big problem, then I think that would probably need to go into the regulations and the checks and balances that states have before an underage kid can have a specific type of gender affirming care. I definitely think we need guardrails for this. I don't think most people disagree with that.
The second part of the question was, do you have a concern, or sorry, that autistic part, or the growing stat of these being autistic kids trying to be accepted? And then do you have a concern with the long-term impact of surgery and drugs on kids?
The autistic thing is fascinating to me because we don't know yet. There is, my understanding is there is a decent number out of that percentage. I don't think it's majority, but there are a number that are neurodivergent, specifically autistic, across the levels of or types of autism. And what's fascinating about that, though, is that maybe it's what you're saying, that, oh, they just want to be accepted, but there's a much more probable theory that a lot of people who are autistic, it's a very logical way of looking at the world. It's on, it's off, it's binary. I don't mean to paint everybody with a brush, but that's my limited understanding of autism. And in that mindset, it's very easy to look at things that don't make a lot of sense. It's like, why do I have to be this or that? That I don't feel like this or that. So my answer is I don't know, but I would agree with that super chat that there is some kind of interesting connection there between them, but I don't know what causes
From
it.
my understanding, autism isn't on or off. It's a spectrum. Like, it's hard to tell.
No. I agree. It's not, they don't call it a spectrum anymore, but I agree. I'm talking about binary thinking in terms of a sense of
one of the common traits for someone who is autistic is a hyper focus. They're hyper focused on a specific thing, right?
Can be, yeah.
Right.
Special interest is what they call it. Yeah.
Right. So in the event of, and just bring it over to this situation where there's such a large percentage of this trans youth who are autistic, don't you think that there's a possibility that they could just get hyper focused on the idea that, yes, this is my solution. This is the way it's got to be. This is the way it's got to be because I need to do this because it's going to affirm me the way I think it is in a situation like that?
Sure. I don't think that's probable, but I mean, I could imagine that could happen. But again, here's all I know is it's early days in this. I'm sympathetic. Most trans people I talk to do not like the solutions or parents of trans people that are being proposed by people like yourselves. And so what do I care? I care as a parent of a trans kid. I care as a human, but it's not my fight. I mean, they know. You think my son doesn't know that, you know, he could live with regret? And what I said, I talked about it the other day. I asked him every 6 months or 7 months. I'm like, hey, how are you feeling about this? He says, I'm great. This is awesome. And he said, you know, and I said, the parent's fear is always, of course, oh, detransitioning. He says, well, I'll get implants if I ever wanted to detransition. I mean, it's not a big deal to him. He's happy. It's just, there is a lot of things I think we should celebrate, whether you like the trans movement or not, in that today's kids seem to be, or at least a lot of them, a lot more forward thinking and just kind of more Star Trekky. It's just like, you're gay, you're straight, you're fluid, you're male, you're female, you're non-binary. Who cares? Go be nice to people. I'm not saying they got problems. Gen Z can go fuck themselves in a lot of ways, but a lot of them, I think that's pretty cool. I wish our generation had been that open-minded about things. I love seeing that in today's kids.
You don't think that's not tied to social media?
Yeah, maybe it is, but so is dating, right? I mean, social media has made us the best and the worst versions of ourselves. And, you know, if you can find your tribe, isn't this amazing that we can talk from all over the country, all over the world, ideally, usually about video games? When I was in school, there was like 2 people who liked video games. That was it.
But sadly, back then you had to interact with people not like you, so it made you get to know people. Now you
still do at work, though,
right? But if it's more tribalism, I think now.
I do think that's a good point. That has probably exacerbated that. I think it's almost like we should give Americans tax, because I'm just speaking the way we could do it. Americans tax breaks. It's like if you go outside for more than 5 hours a week, you can get like a 5% tax break, something to motivate people to get off their butts, including me. I sit on a fucking chair all day.
Flawed has a question in the chat asking about I'm sorry, Melanie. Yes?
Regarding the autistic thing, I believe a lot of the discussions about that were pulled from an Irish study of a gender service clinic that an audit found that up to 90% of the people that use their services may be autistic. And I shared a link to that in the private.
It could be, but I don't think being autistic means you're not gender dysphoric. They may go hand in hand. Plus it's Irish. They're always after me, Lucky Charms. I don't like them. I don't like the Irish, and neither does Pure Blood. He might say he hates me. That little fucking leprechaun. Think about this.
I like him. They got gold.
He's got a pot of gold.
You've got the Clover hat on too.
He can't go buy his own fucking Lucky Charms.
Fucking rainbows everywhere.
The Tricks rabbit can't buy his own fucking tricks. This cereal thing has got to stop. I'm tired of it.
Derby Wormy says, BS, the actual data shows people still stay at a high rate of self-harm even after transitioning.
And I would say, no, it doesn't. And show me the data and show me that it's valid data, not from like Breitbart.
I actually just was reading studies in like 16 different countries, and it's a higher prevalence in our country over others, but there is a dramatic drop in suicide rates of people who transition.
Right. And I would say anytime you say no, it doesn't, I would just respond with that with, please show me your data.
I did. That's what I said.
Right. But outside of no, it doesn't. Right. You know,
I said both. I said, no, it doesn't. And if please show me your data. That's exactly what I said. Because my mind is.
I'm asking you for your data, right? Is what, like, if
you
you're
want
saying,
to
well,
see
no,
my data that says I read it to you, but I can send it to you if you want.
Yeah, that's all.
73%. We talked about it earlier.
Right. I think that's, you know, in any situation like this, once again, we're data-driven people. I think that's important. So Gizmo
sure,
says,
I agree, but I have it. Would you like it?
Sure, of course. Gizmo says, give Jaffe a medal for these mental gymnastics.
I will say that the study did make something, highlighted something for me, that there's a big distinction between American trans people and trans people in other Western countries.
That's interesting.
And their views on things and their suicide rates before and after transition. The numbers are highly different.
Yeah. Let's get to that towards the end here. We still have a lot of super chats and Rumble rants to read. I want to make sure we read them all. Camelot says, quote, the risk and ability for a child to garner the most attention possible in front of their peers and the social media clout that comes with it, end quote. I wore eyeliner in 8th grade. Thank you, Camelot.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
But I don't agree with that. I mean, I know what he's saying. There is value in that, in being the standout. But when the standout value can also get the shit beaten out of you and kicked out of your home, I think it starts to become, it's not even trade. It's not wearing eyeliner, but your mileage will vary.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I also think that you could put that with any clique in high school.
Sure.
Whether, that they could potentially get the shit kicked out of them, or they could get kicked out of their house for
Do you
disobeying.
think it sucks to be a trans person though, and people like us talking about them, and it's like every time they bring something up about why they are the way they are, or what they need, or what they have problems with, there's always but it could be this, or what about that? It's almost like there's this massive desire to disprove their reality.
But we do the same to women and gay people.
Absolutely.
And women do the same thing to men.
I don't suggest it. I think
it sucks for everybody. Everybody does it.
Yeah, but we're not currently, the ones getting the shit kicked out of us per capita at a higher rate. I mean, it certainly would probably go gay women and then straight men if in terms of, that kind of thing. But yeah, it's terrible. So my point is, I don't know, could be that some people do things for attention, but all these people seriously think about a parent who's such a poor parent that their kid comes to you and says, I want to be on hormone blockers. I want to dress like this. I want to have this kind of surgery, blah, blah, blah. And the parent can't even suss out the fact that you're just looking for attention. Come on. I mean, that's a hell of a way to get some fucking attention. I mean, Jesus, learn to play guitar. It's cheaper.
I think there's a lot of kids who are just looking for attention and that have done that. And once again, according to the lady in California, it's a parent's job to affirm their children.
Well, that's a lady in California that you agree or don't agree with, but don't tell me what my job is. We both agree that if my child says something that I think is wrong, I'm not going to shame them, but I'm going to sit them down and go, let's talk about this. But
they feel that way. So how would you know? That's what they feel.
I understand that. But again, you take data. Your daughter is not a dog. And more importantly, your daughter doesn't identify as a dog. She might in her fantasies, and she may have a mental condition where she has schizophrenia, but there is no data in human history to support the fact that there is even 0.5% of people that from time to time just change their perspective of the species they are. What we just said, there are probably 40 million at any given point trans people on the planet.
Maybe that's because they don't feel comfortable coming out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe there's a lot of people who identify as dog.
Fair. But even before gay folks were comfortable coming out, even before trans folks were comfortable coming out, we knew about them. We knew gay folks. We knew there were trans folks.
There are bestiality people all over the world. You
Absolutely.
don't think they exist.
And there's a lot of people who
we have
identify
evidence of
as
that.
There's a lot of people who feel that it's okay.
But wait a minute. Bestiality is not the same thing as his daughter.
But
identifying as a dog.
Maybe that's the first step. Maybe it's
you see
what I'm saying? So maybe they don't feel comfortable saying I'm a cow, but they feel comfortable having sex with a cow.
Do I think there are parts of humanity that are shamed into silence? Yes, and it's a tragedy. And as we evolve and get better, ideally we can shed that and be who we are. But do I think that even in that philosophy, there are going to be things where it's like 10,000 years in our evolution, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, we're not going to look back and go, you know what? There are dog people. It'll be like, no, there probably were like 40 things we were shaming into the closet for everybody, but a bunch of these things were horse shit. Well, I think both can be true.
I'm glad I got to say fucking a cow today on the stream, by the way.
I would never fuck a cow. Did you ever see Mr. Hands who fucked that horse?
No.
Oh, he's this guy. He fucked a horse, and the horse dick was. I'm serious. You got to see this.
I have
his
no
horse
interest.
dick. Oh yes, you do.
No.
His horse. Oh yes, you. Let me tell you what happened. His horse dick was so big that it punctured the abdomen.
Yeah. Okay.
And came right out the other side. I mean, my God, he died.
Are you trying to get our channel like demonetized?
Why would that demonetize your channel? There's no curse words.
Because YouTube is YouTube. That's why. Because there are things.
It's fascinating. You can probably look it up on YouTube.
This study about the 70% lower suicidal thoughts, all that sort of thing, it looks like it was conducted from targeted Facebook ads, and over 60% of the people identified as non-binary, and it was an online survey essentially with
Okay.
unique IP addresses, but no way of verifying.
Let me give you one that's more verified. Hang on, I'll send you in a second.
While we do this, Dermy Wormy says there are kids that identify as cats and dogs that are being raised like they are. The pronouns literally called cat/cat self.
It's okay. I mean,
he says-
no one takes that serious. There's no reason to because there's no data for it. So yes, that exists, and people are being silly.
But once again, like, who's to say there aren't more people? There are people now.
The data is to say there's not more people. When we have the data, then we'll adjust.
Okay, well, there's data to say.
I mean,
that
people
have
used
been-
to think black people weren't a full person.
There's
People
no-
used to think black. I mean, what do you want? I mean, it's like, yes, there's going to come a point where in the wash, the truth comes out because of the data, because we have statistical evidence, and the bullshit gets washed out.
Don't you think furries may be them people and they just haven't become public as that?
Maybe so. But that isn't even the same thing, though. I don't think most people who are furries walk around thinking they're really a fox. They like a fox. They get turned on being in a fox outfit when they have the sexy time.
And I
But
don't know.
it ain't like, okay, well, I mean, I don't know either,
Right.
but I assume.
I mean,
Melanie
and
Mac,
who,
this
and
is
who are
for
you to
you.
say? You don't know because they feel that way. So
This goes out to Melanie
Mac.
Mac. She's listening from Chicago. She wants to let her boyfriend Jake know she misses him, and good luck with the LSAT. Here we go, Melanie Mac. Hey, coming up next. Listen,
there's that
I just put a
copyright
link up. I just put a no. That's all bullshit.
Okay, good.
Colin sent me that. I just sent you a link from the American Academy of Pediatrics. If that doesn't do it for you, I don't know what the hell. All right.
Melanie,
Oh, sorry.
you were going to say something?
I was just going to read it.
Look at it.
I'm looking at it.
Oh, okay.
I'll be
Dermy
right
Wormy.
back in 3 minutes. My dog
got
has to go out again.
Okay.
Dermy says, wait, a girl knows she isn't a cat, but if she thinks she is a guy, she is?
Yes, Dermy Wormy.
Spartan Hexus says, the funny thing about Rich is I only watch his stuff from for the gaming content, then ran at his stream where he hate watched and insulted you guys. Meanwhile, I was like, hey, I like these people. Gonna sub. So here I am. Thanks, Spartan. Appreciate that. Camelot says 780 children has gender assignment surgeries in the USA in the last 3 years, quote unquote. It's not happening. Right. So
yes. So 1,000 kids in the last 3 years. I didn't say it's not happening, but define children. Are they 7-year-olds or are they 16-year-olds?
I mean, old enough to where their brain isn't developed.
Well,
You know?
okay, but your brain's not developed when you sign up for the military either, and it's also not developed enough to say, "Hey, maybe I shouldn't kill myself." This is not a black and white issue. This is an issue of trying to save these kids. And you wait, man. I don't know how healthy your kids are mentally, but you wait until your kid. It doesn't have to be this. It can be depression. It can be bullying. It can be anything. And Melanie, I don't know if you have children yet, but you will jump through fire to save your child.
Oh, I
and
know.
you will gladly do it. So the idea that, yes, there could absolutely be all kinds of little gotchas and this and that. But right now I have the data to go on, and I have the evidence that I live to go on, and I have the love of my child to go on. And what else is there? Right? I mean, what else should there be?
Matthew came in and says, I'm at a loss for words with this conversation. I don't know what to say anymore. I can't even be funny right now and laugh. Thank you, Matthew. Appreciate that.
I don't care, Matthew.
Dermy says, look up the Jeff Younger. Look up Jeff Younger and his story. Are you familiar with this, David?
Nope.
No. So if I know the cliff notes of it, the long and short of it is it's a gentleman who had a kid, and him and his wife got divorced. And
this was in Florida.
I don't know the exact state, but the long and short of it was the wife affirmed the child, and it's like, it's changing, and he was left out as far as having pretty much any say in the process, and he was
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I think that's a problem with the courts and divorce and all that stuff. I think that's a ridiculous concept where dads or moms get left out of these important conversations.
Joey came in with the 10. Thank you, Joey. And then followed up with another 10. Maybe just what he meant to say. He says, hi, David. What's your take on God of War nowadays? Do you like what they're doing with Kratos in the story?
Joey. Okay, so I understood the reason for them to reboot it. I thought Corey's reboot was fantastic. It wasn't just a great game, but I think it was so clever in how there was sort of a meta within a meta of the reboot. It wasn't just the reboot of Kratos and his story, but it was a sense of the entire almost like subgenre being brought in and dragged into modern times. And in that, it was part of the narrative, which was brilliant. I think they pulled the rabbit out of the hat once. I don't think they can do it again with Ragnarok. I did not think Ragnarok was great. I thought it was wonderfully made, great combat, amazing sound, beautiful game, but I thought it was pace boring. And I think Kratos has become kind of a very uninteresting character. So many things in literature and movies and TV is you have an arc where you have a character who's kind of flawed and weird and interesting. And then by the end of the movie, they've healed, they've become better, they've whatever. Kratos is now leading a franchise, a $200 plus $300 million franchise, and he's healed for the most part. He's just this guy now, and he's got nothing, So I saw that Stig Asmussen, who did God of War 3, he's been on all the God of War since 1, 2, and 3. Then he went and did the Jedi games over at Respawn. He just left Respawn. And my fantasy is, and I'm talking about this on today or tomorrow's stream, is I really hope he's coming back. Eric Williams directed the last one. I think Eric is the knees bees. He's amazing at what he does. But I don't think Ragnarok hit the notes it needed to hit. And I'd love to hear that Stig is coming on to direct the next one. So that's what I would say.
Kali Prepper in the chat said the pediatrics data includes 18 and 19-year-olds. They are not children. Take those ages out and then show me the data. The data is flawed.
Well, also it was just it was a little over 100 people children, adolescents. This was funded by the Seattle Children's Center for Diversity and Health Equity. A little over 100 people polled over the course of between 3 months and 12 months. So it's not long-term data. And yeah, that looks like
what is the
right now.
Okay, there's another one.
It wasn't actual suicide rates that lowered either. It was just them saying that they felt less suicidal. Well,
because otherwise,
which I think is a natural response. I think there's a I'm looking for the proper words here, but there's a honeymoon effect, right? You just had this thing happen to you, so naturally you're gonna be uplifted. Everything's great. I'm being affirmed for the next 3 months to a year. Everything's great. But yeah, obviously the long-term effects are what, I think that's.
And I think the sample size is just very small as well.
Hang on.
Yeah.
I'll send you some stuff later because there's a big sample size. But what I would say though is, again, the thing that I keep hearing is the dog seems to not want to let this bone go. I don't mean just you guys, but just this side of the discussion. And it's hard for me to believe that it's being argued in good faith, only because there's so much evidence of so many other things that harm kids at a huge number. Where's the outrage? Where's the legality? Where's the like I said, what about the churches? What about the Boy Scouts? What about all the things where we have reams of evidence to suggest children are in danger and we never do a thing? But suddenly this is worth, it is to me because I have a trans son and I care about people, but I'm not saying you don't. I know you don't have a trans son, but why, again, it's a wedge issue. This shouldn't be most of our
religion. A pope got removed. So something happened.
We can always do the what about, whataboutism.
But whataboutism has become this thing that prevents people from being able to correctly assess the importance of a situation as it relates to other things. Just because something is whataboutism doesn't mean calling it out isn't a valid point in order to see where something is framed. Yes, you're right. It is whataboutism, but it's also reflective of maybe a group of people who aren't arguing in good faith, because if they really cared so much about children, you would think they'd go, it's like there's a giant dragon attacking the city. Let's go after that pig that sometimes bumps into people and knocks their groceries over.
I think this is where there's perspectives
Why?
are different.
Well, let me tell you why.
You
Because
can
I don't think
your
any
worldview.
Right. I don't think
Greg.
anybody here is like, yeah, people who fuck with kids are okay. Nobody's like that, right? And
No,
if
I'm not saying I'm not
whether-
saying you are. Never said you
right,
were.
right. But and I would think that the vast majority of people, when you bring it to them and you say that guy from the church diddled with a kid, that guy from the classroom diddled with a kid, you know what most people would say? Lock them up and fuck them up. Right.
Yeah, but here's the
and
difference.
Probably not in that order.
Structured religion and religious people are different.
The difference is, though, that in the case of those people, you look at them and you take them on an individual by individual basis. You don't propose laws to keep kids out of churches. You don't propose laws to stop parents from saying religion is bad for my kid or whatever. But in the case of the trans situation, suddenly it's not just that one weird guy who did this in the woman's bathroom.
Well,
we're
proposing laws not to physically alter these children is what the laws are mostly based around. But I don't think anybody's really saying, your son can't wear a Disney princess dress. Nobody is saying that, but these people are concerned about the physical harm and irreversible physical elements.
But what you're not hearing is I can show you the physical harm that is absolutely undeniable in the case of children who are molested, right?
And we have punishments in place for those.
I understand, but that seems where your focus should be, because when it comes to the trans situation, the data you have to show that kids are being harmed by gender affirming care is so paltry and is so questionable that it's like, why are you picking that fight? Why don't you pick the fight of the one that you know is a real problem and you have a lot of data for?
Well,
I think that
kind of the same as the American Pediatrics Association?
It's being fought individually. It's not being fought as against an organization like it is with the trans group.
Isn't that the kind of the same as the American Pediatrics Association being sponsored by a certain group who has an agenda
100%.
and then polling 100 people?
I want you to hear this loud and clear. I am a data guy. I do not agree with studies that get done with a group that are funded that has an agenda. And that, I haven't read it, but that seems like that group would have an agenda. So I'm going to get some more research of other things I've seen, like Psychological Association, and I will send you that, because that is no bueno. I agree.
This is where my issue is. You presented that as data to us.
And then you
but now wait a minute. Because from your perspective and your worldview, that was a fact, a known fact to you.
It is a known fact.
And you presented it. It's not. It's bad
a known
data.
Fact.
They did a bad study.
It's a known fact, though, amongst that study that was what they found. But
their
when
paid study,
I agree. And now that I know that, I said, oh yeah, let's if that's the study,
right? But
the only
before
study,
you knew that, you thought that was
and
a
guess
fact.
what? That's great. But
that's how I
adults
explained
do.
earlier how data can be misconstrued based upon your worldview.
And when you
see something as a fact, you place it as such. So then every conversation you have after that, because you believe that's a fact, is constructed around that false fact.
And then I also said to that, though, I said the scientific method, scientists are supposed to enter into it more than willing to change their view when the data demands it. So if this is the only status data that we have on the suicide rate of trans teens after gender affirming care not killing themselves, then I would say there is no data on it, because that ain't it. Right? I would agree, but I don't think that's the case. But if it is, it is. And then I would change my view because the data has demanded I do that.
Yeah, I think something I tweeted the other day really applies to this situation. Good people are always so sure they're right because they're good people and they believe their opinion is good and moral.
Right.
I don't know. I'm only right in that I listen to the data. That's the only reason I'm right.
Jeremy came in and says, I disagree with almost everything David says, but major respect for him for coming on and talking. Seriously.
D-Day Cobra is my new best friend. We're going to go watch a movie. You guys don't have any patience for my brain, do you? You're just like, dude, shut the fuck up and let me get through
No,
these
we're
super
very
chats.
happy that you're
I thought a
here.
lot of it was funny. The Lucky Charms set had me.
I
laughing.
just, you know, I don't have my Ritalin right now, fellas. I need to
Listen, we've gone a long time. All right, this is a long ass time. So
I'll tell you, this is about as long as the DSP interview.
Yeah,
Come on now, let's keep going. Get him some chats.
If I'm being real, like I enjoy this conversation. I've enjoyed the civil conversation. Yeah, it's been contentious at times, but that's awesome. I love it. Lil Rash came in and says, Melanie, what's your favorite Tomb Raider level? Let's keep our responses to a
Barkang Monastery, Tomb Raider 2.
Awesome. Good Wrench Games says, hey Dave, finally caught you live. Interesting conversation. I see you're branching out from games talk. Any idea when a new Twisted Metal is in the works?
Is that David Goodrich? He was one of the designers, I think, on on Black and Vigilante 8 and the Star Wars one, and then also Small Brawl. I think he was lead designer on Small Brawl. I mean, I always talk this stuff. I try to keep it off my channel because it kills my algorithm. I would love to have a different channel for shit like this, but I'm not big enough to do that yet. What I would say on Twisted Metal, no, I hear there is a new Twisted Metal in development, but it's not official. I just heard it kind of through someone who shouldn't have said something, where the team kind of visited the set of the Twisted Metal show. And so I assumed it would have been announced by now, but I haven't heard anything other than that.
Make me very happy to get in.
Yeah. Well, it's a hard game to make modern, but we'll see.
Rock Sanuki says this comment is brought to you by Day One Patch Kids.
You goddamn right. Oh, I don't have any with me right now. He makes he's awesome. He does Cabbage Patch Kids, and then Garbage Pail Kids, and he takes both of those art styles and he does it with video games. So he has like a God of War one. He's got my favorite one is called Norman Fetus, where he's like it's really great. Yeah, if you go to Day One Patch Kids, stickers and all, it's wonderful stuff.
That's awesome.
That's
yeah,
great.
It's really funny.
That's funny. Let's go to continue. Says Blake came in and says playing Dread this weekend. Wish me luck getting past the Jaffe
Fuck you,
room.
motherfucker. I'm so tired of that. Listen, I never said all I said was the onboarding in the game was terrible and that room was poorly designed. I didn't say the game was too hard.
That's awesome. Joe says, and this is our pure blood, says, just to clarify that fool, I'm 4th generation American and I'm holding my firearm and my baseball bat.
Is that a musket, Joe? What you got there, buddy? What you packing? You put little pellets in it or what? I'll fucking kill you.
Looks like
I don't know what he's got. Looks like a shovel.
Like a rifle, doesn't it? Like a
I don't know. It's got that magazine thing, right? I don't know. He's like, you're such not a threat to me, Jaffe. You don't even know what it's called. It's a magazine thing. I got a big dog and a shotgun. That's all I need. Shut up.
Right Smart says, David accepts that there are, quote, powers that be creating chaos through social engineering. Is he open to the possibility the rise of transgenderism over the past decade is part of this social engineering?
I don't think it's social engineering. I think it's capitalism. It's unregulated capitalism, and it's greed, which is, exacerbated by unregulated capitalism. I don't think it's that this fantasy that people have that there is some kind of world government that's socially engineering the world. I'm sorry. There's not enough evidence to suggest anything like that is happening. It's a bunch of conspiracy horseshit. And I think conspiracy theories can be real, but that one doesn't really seem to be one. But do I think that the people are being, fuck yeah. I mean, it's the reason, look, man, you go to Twitter, I ain't calling it X. You go to Twitter now and its default is not who you follow. It's for you. It is the fucking algorithm. And they want you to argue because then they sell the ads under it's insane.
I've actually been wondering the past week. I'm like, why are they showing me this shit I don't like?
Right. I know it took me way too long to realize, wait, there's a who I follow tab. That should have been default.
That's right. That's right. So I've started blocking the fuck out of a lot of people. I don't like to do that, but it's like, I can't with this fire hose of, we think you're going to like arguing with this person. It's like, you need to go away now. So,
all right, let's continue on. Ice Cold says, A part argument here is the age of consent and what we're going to do to allow kids to consent to. They can consent to a sex change. How far does this go? And that's another question for Ron. Where does it end? Where does acceptance go? Where does the line drawn? Because why not? They're a dog. They're a dog or they're a cat. Why not? It's accepting, right?
Well, again, I don't think anybody's really looking for your acceptance. They're looking to be able to live their lives and not be told they can't get the surgery or the medicine or the respect that they need.
I would say going into a girl's bathroom, accepting that the society accepting that is an acceptance, but that's my.
Okay, but it's a very specific thing though. So I would say, where does it end? The dog argument holds no water with me. If it does for you, that's fine. I respect that. But again, like I've said, there's no evidence that these wackadoo cases are anything other than silly, funny stories. But if you're talking about where does it end with the trans community, I think that's up for them to tell us what they need. And it's not up to me to doubt them. If I have a child like I do, it's up to me to raise the child and look in and dot the T's and the I's and make sure that we're making smart decisions as a family. But I don't want to be involved in anybody else's life at that level. Leave me alone. I want to play Starfield and Baldur's Gate 3.
Henry came in and says, stop using the blacks, please, to help your opinion, just from a half black dude.
I don't care if you're half black. I'm saying that the opinion of people in the 50s of being white people in the South, where I hail from, being uncomfortable with black people is not some kind of thing I'm pulling out of my butthole. That's the way it was. My parents told me about it. They were there. And so I'm saying that to be uncomfortable with someone is not reason to legislate their freedom so you're no longer uncomfortable. And people felt that way about black folks and people feel that way about trans folks now. That's all I'm saying.
Tony says transgenderism is satanic. That's 1,000% factual.
Tony, you're a moron because first off, 1,000% doesn't exist. You mean 100%? Did you accidentally have a stroke and hit an extra zero? I'm not sure, but you mean 100%. There's no way to be statistically 1,000%. However, it's satanic. I don't think anything in the Satanic Bible deals with transgender. Modern Satanism, probably the only religion, if I had to ascribe to religion, I would subscribe to. But modern Satanism, which doesn't even believe in the devil.
It promotes the worship of self, which is, a part of Satan's agenda.
Yeah, but I don't believe in Satan. They're more about everybody being treated fairly and kindly. But I know what when I was a kid, Satanism was like, there was the Satanic Bible and Satanic Panic. And it was like, oh, this guy with bald and a goatee, it's scary. Now, if you've seen that movie, Hail Satan, I don't know if you've seen it. It's a great fucking movie. Mm-hmm. It's a documentary about the actual modern satanic movement. It's very much, it's just like progressive porn. It's just like dude, don't hurt anybody and don't let people tell you what to do. I can get with that. Even me and Joe can agree with that. Joe down in LA, up in LA.
The most cases of child molestation are teachers. Spawn freak. And once again, fucking with kids, wood chipper. Let's go.
I understand, but that's a one-on-one solution. Why aren't we going to the teacher unions? Why aren't we going to the schools? We do it with the trans folks. They're a small group of people. Why don't we do it with the schools? No, we'll just arrest you individually. Come on now.
I also think there's a power dynamic there that plays a part as well. But
I'm having a hard, here's the thing. I don't see anybody who's like going around saying, let's get all the trans people. I don't see that. Like, where are you getting that from?
Because you're talking, Melanie just mentioned about passing laws in certain states where kids with their parents' consent cannot have gender affirming care. So at large, we are talking in certain states about passing laws that affect a group of people that is defined, and that is supported by people saying, oh, but it's because we want to protect kids, right? And I'm saying if that really is the agenda and the main agenda is protecting kids, then why are you not going after much more obvious data-driven targets? And you say, but we lock them up. We'll put you in a wood chipper. And I say, yes, but you're not passing laws to stop teachers or to stop churches. You're going one-on-one.
There's
So
already
yeah, if a
laws
guy
against
goes into
that.
I know that's what I'm saying. So those laws would apply to trans people as well. If you're basically
Right, but
harming a child.
The teachers who are molesting the children aren't asking for a room or to get the parking space or to whatever it may be. They're not asking for special treatment. That's the difference. Whereas trans people are asking to switch bathrooms, and that may not be viewed as special treatment to you, but to some people it is.
Yeah, but we're talking legislation to stop gender affirming care. It's a bigger issue at the moment in the bathrooms.
Right.
You're
but I'm
basically
just
going
using
after
that
a
as an
group.
example.
Yeah, but you're going after a group of people.
Irreversible children, irreversible physical changes
and
to
I
their
would say
bodies that they cannot change.
But data does show that that's probably still for most of them for the best. No data shows that the
I mean, we
irreversible
looked at the data.
psychological. No, we didn't. I said I was going to get back to you. I guarantee you there's more data than that 1,000 study poorly funded. But that is in the gray area at the moment until we lock it down. But I think we can all agree there is no gray area. If you're a child who's molested, that is 100% psychologically damaging. There's no benefit that's going to come from it. Right. So we know that is a fact. And we don't go after the organizations that house a lot of these people. We're okay getting them on an individual by individual basis. I just think there's an inconsistency there that I think is interesting and worth looking at as to why we allow that.
It's also organizations. Like as a single person, what are you supposed to do against an organization besides maybe vote a certain way or talk out about it?
All kinds of things. If you yeah, but if you can motivate a legislator to put a law in the books to say no gender affirming care, then you sure as fuck should be able to motivate a legislature to put a law in the books to say, in order to become a priest or a rabbi or whatever.
But we don't have laws on religious things, and that's part of our Constitution. I mean,
it's not true though. We absolutely have laws on things that supersede religion. If you're a priest and you kill somebody with a shotgun, you're still going to jail.
Those are like other First Amendment things, right?
So you don't
because you're violating
how many
their
people?
rights.
Okay, so what you're saying is there is not the political will in this country to pass an amendment to allow us to make sure kids are safe in temples, churches, and schools. Because if that was, we would have done it.
There is. There are rules in place. There are gun-free zones. There's gun-free zones. There's also what's that? No, of course they don't work. But
right.
Like once again, bad people are going to do bad things, right?
Yeah.
And the idea that there aren't rules in place with teachers unions, with districts, school districts and stuff that very much stand, that are targeted towards the people that are overseeing the children. These are regular people, day-to-day people, but their profession is that they are teachers, and they are absolutely targeted that if they step over a line, they will be punished, they will lose their job, and and they will be
and
also
for poor people, school is also mandatory. You choose to go to church.
Isn't it? Well, depends. If you're a kid, I don't know if you can choose that, but regardless, isn't it? You don't think it's weird that we can all agree that there is a consistent, certainly as far as we know, decades, probably more, long problem with children being molested at religious institutions all over the world?
I think
have the data.
There's something in place that has gone back hundreds of years, not decades,
sure.
hundreds of
I know,
years.
but I'm just saying, based on the reporting that we have right now, we know that. Isn't it odd that we don't want to jump through those hoops when it is clear as a bell there's a problem? But when it comes to the trans thing, which is still very much, we're gathering the data, like Melonie said, maybe all the data is skewed like what we were talking about. Let's find out. But we're willing to sort of legislate and form these, concretized opinions based on a teeny tiny little baby minority of what's happening in the world. Isn't that weird? You don't think that's a weird inconsistency?
Don't you think it's weird on the other side that the teeny tiny majority of trans people need laws to legislate and justify their rights when there's laws for everybody's rights already?
Well, Sure, but also that's why we do have laws on the books to protect women's rights and gay rights and race rights, because we need them, because people can be idiots. So,
See, I don't think we need those laws. I think
that's fair, but that's a different discussion, though.
Everybody's rights are covered by the same laws, and I think
you're not wrong.
I think a law punishing somebody for a hate crime is different than a law affirming somebody's rights.
Getting into that is and I don't have a position on that. I think you're right and you're wrong. I on one hand, philosophically, I think you're 100% right. There should not be laws for different people, but there also should not be misogyny, racism, sexism, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, homophobia. And the fact that those exist, it's like, yeah, we shouldn't have the laws, but until those things go away, we need them. We shouldn't have affirmative action, but I get what you're saying. That's a harder one.
Maybe they can't go away because we have those laws.
Maybe, and that's a discussion to have. But one could argue that there was a long time we didn't have those laws and they didn't go away. But
Raul says, David is not defending the possibility that parents could mess up transitioning or that a guy can dress up and enter with a bathroom. We need extra measures for that. PS Game of the Year so far. Raul,
David is not defending the possibility. I mean, everybody can mess up. A parent can totally mess up. Yeah. But welcome to parenting. I mean, you made me play baseball. I fucking hate you, Dad. I don't fucking know. I know it's different, but I'm saying that the idea that you're going to nobody gets out of parenting without a lot of fucking probable therapy bills at this point. As much as you love your kids and try to be a great parent, you don't fucking know. There's a million things that affect your kids, but Game of the Year so far, that's a hard, my personal Game of the Year. Holy shit, man. What a year. What I mean, we won't see this again in a long time because of COVID and everything was just backed up on the freeway. And this was sort of the laxative. Good, Jaffe. But the point is, we've had some amazing games this year. To me, it's between Starfield and Baldur's Gate 3 at the moment. My gut would say Baldur's Gate 3 only because I think Starfield, for me personally, is just exactly what I need. The best single player action adventure I've ever played. But as a game, I think Baldur's Gate really does some things that are insanely special as it relates to sort of gameplay and emergent storytelling.
Jeremy says, I highly disagree with this dude. I think his data is flawed. But hey, he was funny and took it on the chin. Thank you, Jeremy.
Jeremy Wormy, come on down, you old son of a bitch. I appreciate it, buddy.
Tears of the Kingdom or Baldur's Gate will be the winner, brother.
Tears of the Kingdom deserves. Oh, this is a dumb discussion at that point because it's like there's so much Tears of the Kingdom does that's brilliant and brilliant design. I would still give it to Baldur's Gate, but I mean, it's kind of like arguing, I don't fucking know. I was going to say Ginger Marianne. You guys are younger, so Kelly Kalopowski and whatever girl Screech liked. What was her name?
Get her name right, Kelly Kapowski.
Yeah, but what was
Henry says
Lisa Turtle.
Lisa Turtle.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Man,
Henry wants to know: do you ever doubt your thoughts? Like
always,
just on everything.
I don't even know if we're real. I mean, I doubt everything.
Danielle wants to know: so if 11-year-old wants a face tattoo and parents say it's okay, we should allow that? Who's we? Society? What do I care? No. The parents, like if the parents are like, yeah, you can have, yes, of course you have a face tattoo. This will make you feel better. Absolutely. You get your face tattoo. It'll affirm your identity. You want to,
I don't know.
See, I think that's child abuse, just like naming your kid bitch or something is child abuse.
Tattoos aren't permanent, but let's pretend we're talking about them when they were permanent and you couldn't get rid of them. I mean, I don't think it's a good idea, but I think unless we see like a huge problem in society, it probably, all these conservatives are supposed to be about individual rights. I don't care if you want to put a fucking facial tattoo on your child. You're not going to put one on mine, but it's your kid. I don't care. I can't walk in your shoes.
So you don't think there should be any safeguards for tattoos or
I think there
if a kid
should
wants
be
to have some liquor? or something,
I think
or maybe
that's-
do some meth.
Well, again, I'm
Just
not.
just throwing things out there.
I know that, but you're throwing things out there by saying it's all or nothing. I'm saying that when it comes to a tattoo, which is now removable, I mean, where does that end? I think certainly I don't think kids should be able to do meth. I don't think kids should be able to drink alcohol. I don't have a problem with teenagers doing marijuana, but depends on the age and depends on the kid, because it can be quite therapeutic.
Why is there an age dependent of it? Like,
well, I think if you're 7 and you're smoking pot, that's a real problem. If you're a high school student and you are experimenting with mushrooms or you're experimenting with marijuana or something that is more natural, certainly not meth, certainly not cocaine, certainly not, that shit.
Why they want to do it?
Well,
Like,
I know
but
because I think a parent's job is to say, we're your parent. And just because you want something, it's not always good. They also want to eat sweets all day long. Not a good idea.
Right.
But again, most of that should be with the parents. We haven't, here you go. And I say this as an overweight guy. We have an obesity epidemic in this country. Okay. That's real. That's not only real emotionally and making people sad when people pass away early, but it's also affecting taxes in terms of medical bills and whatnot. Okay. So if we want to pass something,
how much soda you can sell though.
Right.
Really?
There are things that, there are taxes on that. Taxes on cigarettes.
Sell over 32 ounces of soda in some cities.
Yeah, but you can buy how much soda you want. Well, I've never had a limit.
But they won't sell it to you.
Okay. The point is that if you
I'm
want
a
to
soda dealer.
if you want to legislate something, there are a lot of things that we could have a real discussion because there are real problems around. But the idea of kids going out and doing meth, probably not a good idea. I don't think we're gonna have an epidemic in that, but if we do, we should fix it. But the marijuana and mushrooms, very, very different. The reason I would want teenagers to responsibly be involved in that is a very different reason, which is because, no offense to Melonie and people who are religious, but society has gotten further and further away from spirituality. It's gotten further and further away from organized religion. I think in a lot of ways that's a good thing because it doesn't, if you listen to a lot of Joseph Campbell, he's like, societies kind of start to crumble or certainly experience a lot of pain when the myths of the society no longer match, not one-to-one, but no longer serve the reality of the society. And as we've learned more in science and computers, and as we've gotten more connected with people all over the world, it's become harder and harder for a lot of people to embrace the traditional spirituality and religion. Marijuana, mushrooms, it's not that I think those will make you religious, but if you're 16, 17 and you haven't experienced that your perception of reality is just one way, one filter, it's not right or wrong. It's the default one that we're born with, but you can shift it. And your perception of what is and what is out there and why we are, and you begin thinking of these things and experiencing these things. And I think there is great spiritual growth for teenagers responsibly in that. I do.
Sure, but let's say you do some cocaine, you get a high off it.
I don't think you should do cocaine. It's very addictive.
But why?
It's different.
Because could it harm your body long term?
Well, we know it will harm your body long-term if you do cocaine.
If you do it once, not really.
But you can also become addicted very, very quickly if you do it once.
Right. And you don't see a correlation between what we're talking about here. Like the idea
I think there's a correlation. No, because if you were to show me that in 30 years from now, we have enough data to say that people who do hormone blockers, which we know isn't true because those have been around for a long time, but let's say do other things with gender affirming care, 90% of them, 70% of them, 50% of them have massive problems 30 years after the fact. Then I would say there's a correlation. Right. Or a closer correlation.
Well, there are studies that show that teens, specifically teens whose minds are developing and going through puberty, who smoke weed, it causes them to have long-term anxiety and long-term PTSD, actually.
Well, actually, we're talking though. I thought I was talking about the correlation between that and the trans thing. But
Right.
if there is data to show that, I'll look that up. I was not aware of that.
Okay. Melanie, do you have anything? Do you want to say? I wasn't sure. If you
I
had
mean,
anything.
I think society, I think the reason why we are where we're at now in society and things have crumbled, I think a lot of that is due to the fact that people have lost sight of God. But
Right.
That's
I
my
don't disagree. I think there is good stuff that's come with religion, but I think it's still tied to Bronze Age, Iron Age thinking that doesn't work anymore with a lot of people based on how they know the real world works. It doesn't mean God doesn't exist, but it's harder and harder to convince people who are surrounded by Twitter and the internet and YouTube streams of people with different religions and people who aren't religious to go, the Bible says it, the Torah says it, the Quran says it, it just is. There are people who believe that, and that's great for them. But I think if we don't take into account the new data coming in and we don't update our belief systems around that, yeah, we lose the spiritual center. And I think that's bad.
All right, we got to be wrapping here pretty quick because it's been all day. Melanie's been nice enough to hang out. David, you've been nice enough to hang out.
Let me tell you something.
Let me get through these.
Right.
Let me
All
get
right,
through these
go.
really quick, and
All
then we'll, because I want to make sure everybody contributed.
Yeah, I got to go eat. All right, go.
Yeah, me too. I'm starving. Rex says, I'm confused. So why can't we protect children from living a whole life after childhood with a non-functional organ or a wound that is forced open wide while being on medications for these surgeries?
I don't understand the question.
So I'm confused. So why can't we protect children from living a whole life after childhood with a non-functional organ or a wound that is being forced open while being on medications for these surgeries? I think I get what you're saying, Salty Source Rex. I think I understand what you're saying. Just the idea that protect them as adults, I suppose. So, Mr. Grant Gregory says tattoos are now removable, like an 8-year-old's penis.
There you go. But who's removing 8-year-old penises, sir?
Tattoos, you can't get your skin back though. Like it's removable to a degree, but your skin's never going to be the same.
Blake says, protect children from pee. Also protect them from body mutilation.
What's pee?
Pedophilia or pedos. It's not one or the other. So.
It's not body mutilation though, but I understand. I understand the talking point.
How do you, I mean, you're literally cutting off.
Sure. But like I said, it's like cancer.
How is that not mutilation of the body? I don't understand.
It is, but it's clear in the same way that I forget if it was Travis or Melanie who uses the word infect. I think it was Melanie who was talking about infected.
Infected, yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's a choice of words that is intended to shame or scare. And I could, like I said, mutilating the body is cutting you open and pulling out a tumor as well, but it's keeping you alive. It's not, again, it's a real problem to paint a parent, and I'll just speak to myself, forget data for a moment, to paint me as if somebody who would mutilate my child, like use that language, implies a guy who doesn't give a shit about their children. And that's just, it's just categorically untrue, and it's demonstrably untrue. And so what I'm saying,
I don't think anybody's saying that you don't care about your child.
We know you love your children.
But wait a minute. So to use the mutilation term as if it's a actual point of discussion is ridiculous, because I'm telling this guy, if he's been listening to the show, that we made decisions, and I haven't gone into details, but let's assume for the moment we are talking about top surgery for a trans male. We made decisions with doctors, with therapists, with our family, based on the overall health of our son. And one of those decisions was the data was showing us, and the doctors and our son, who was living before any kind of affirming care other than just living as male, brought a great deal of psychological relief. And we were worried about his long-term psychological health, especially being a teenager and dealing with the shame that he was dealing with. Okay, so you can call it mutilation, and yes, categorically, but then you would have to call almost any operation mutilation. But I don't think when you call it that, you paint yourself as someone who's genuinely interested in the discussion and the discourse. You're just trying to be cruel and suggest that you're not paying attention to what people are actually saying on this channel or on this conversation.
Melonie, did you have anything you wanted to say to that, or?
No, I'm good.
Okay, cool. All right. I know we're going long. Jess says, do you think men can get pregnant?
Sure. If my son still has a womb, and if there are, but can assigned at birth men get pregnant? No. Can trans men get pregnant? Yes.
We'll agree to disagree on that one.
How can you disagree? You're telling me a trans man can't be pregnant?
No, I think there's men and women.
Oh, okay. Well, that's okay. Sure.
Jay Rome came with 1,000 bits. Says, howdy, Craig, Trav, and Melonie. Hope everyone's having a good day and good week. Also, what the fuck did I walk into?
Are you streaming on Twitch and Twitter and YouTube?
Yep.
And you monetize it and they don't shut you down?
No, man, I'm not signing Twitch's terms of service. Get the hell out of here. That's ridiculous.
But how do you get monetized if you don't sign their terms of service?
I've been a partner for a long time. So we're not going to be on Twitch for very long. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm a small fish. Eden came in with 10 gifted memberships. Thank you very much, Eden. Greatly appreciate that. And let me get through these Rumble rants real fast. We're going to rapid fire through them all. Appreciate y'all's patience and support. Dude says, that's why I call them the Alphabet Mafia. No, not everyone in that community are part of the Mafia, just like not all Italians were part of the Mafia or blacks with gangs. Diana says, God created man and woman, and that was it. Followed up with says, if it was never an issue for men or women to use the other restrooms, then why have we had same-sex restrooms? Why have we had same-sex restrooms to begin with? Because it's to conform for each the men and women.
God did not create men and women, and that's it, by the way, if you even believe in God. And if you believe in God, that's your problem. Don't push God on me. But God created all kinds of things, including humans that have brains that are born and they say I'm in the wrong body. So what is that? Did God make a mistake? Can God make mistakes?
That sin entering the world has caused an abundance of issues, included mental health issues. Yes.
Come on. You believe in a thing called sin. It doesn't matter. We'll have that discussion. I would love to discuss that with you. Not disrespectfully. I don't understand it, but keep going. Sorry.
Right. Insidious Bliss says, isn't it the same as women wanting their own restroom? I don't, Insidious, I'm sorry. I missed that during the context. Pickles Miguel says, yeah, women, get over men telling you that men belong in women's bathroom. Unbelievably reductive, dismissive, and dare I say sexist, circular, irrational, and coercive arguments from David. Insane. Thanks, Pickles Miguel. Appreciate that. Once again, these are over at rumble.com/SideScrollers. Appreciate you guys hitting the follow button on that. And we got a few more here. Vault95 says, today's guest says Az needs to be more responsible while the guest promotes chopping off children's genitalia.
That's what I'm promoting. Yep. Just for fun, says, by the way.
Is the guest a minor attractive person or a minor attractive person supporter / defender?
Let's not jump.
No.
Oh, I want to know what this is now. Come on, help me.
Push to extremes.
No, you're not.
People and stuff. Come on.
Vault's
a minor. Is he asking if I'm a pedo guy?
Yes.
Why would I? What does that have to do with anything? Why would I be that?
That was unfair. It was unfair.
No.
It's not unfair. It's just like what is are you are people in this community connecting those?
Well,
that's weird, man.
I don't know how are gay people pedophiles too.
I don't know.
Either,
maybe it's a problem with that guy. Hey, I feel for pedophiles. I do. I mean, I think we would save a lot of children if we could stop. Are they bad? Of course. Horrible. Let's not ever let kids get molested. But all we ever do is we stop there, and it's like we need to figure out what the fuck is going on. But people, I had a brilliant college professor at USC. He wrote a book on it, and people called him a pedophile because he was researching it. He's like, dude, he's trying to fix the problem, but you can't even have the conversation because people are, oh, you're a pedophile. No, I hate pedophiles. That's why I want to talk about it, to figure out why do we have so many? The percentage rate of people. Go ahead.
I said, yeah, I'm sorry. You said you feel for them. What does that mean? You have sympathy for them? And
I have. Oh yeah, I do. I don't have.
Oh no.
Okay, no. I don't
like this conversation.
I would like to answer that question though.
Yeah. Well, let him.
Let me answer the question. The answer to the question is, I don't have sympathy for what they do. They're horrible. I know people in my family that were molested, and they said it's akin to having your soul murdered. I am not defending them. I am saying, though, that if we really want to slay that dragon in our society, and I think we should, then we need to figure out what is causing it. And if you start to look at it, a lot of people, from my understanding, who end up becoming that were affected that way themselves as children. Okay. So I have sympathy for that inner child that was abused and harmed and became this monster. But I should be able, and we as a society that suffers from this, because the rate of molestation, not just amongst girls, but boys as well, is staggeringly high, considering how little people talk about it. And I want it to go away. But I can't even have the conversation. Well, let's shut it down. Let's shut it down. It's talking about pedophiles. I'm saying it's bad. I'm saying you drag it out into the sunlight and expose it and figure out what the fuck is going on.
It would be an interesting question, not that I would necessarily believe pedophiles, to ask them, if we could stop your brain from being attracted to children, would you go in for that surgery?
I would. I don't know. I would think that would be great if we could, though.
All right. Starstream says, I disagree with 99.9% of David's opinions during the 3-hour conversation. That was 2 hours ago. But I appreciate that he wasn't adversarial and was willing to have a conversation. Mad respect there. Very refreshing. And once again, I think that's major props to you, man. And major props to you,
it's
Melonie.
Not a prop. It's just life. We should talk to people.
I agree. I think
it should be normalized. This should not be props. It should be like, that's what people do. They talk about things.
I agree.
And you're the devil.
I know.
Well, in the initial email I sent you, I said it's important that we have these conversations live in public so people can see, that this is possible to do. Sorry, I'm trying to. I know. Vault says, Craig, please play the video of Larry Fink, the head of BlackRock, speaking about forcing change in society internationally to shape the world how he wants it. And followed up with says, famous quote, my parents told me Cleopatra was black, and anyone who says she wasn't is a liar. That is from the Cleopatra thing on Netflix. And we have Insidious Bliss says, asking for laws is a slippery slope. Schools and the government should not interfere with parents acting in good faith to care for their kids on either side. Yeah. And he followed up with says, and thanks to Jaffe for the discussion, right? And we got these last few ones. Jeremy says, God created man, and from man he created woman. Thank you, Jeremy. Eden, you don't need to giggle. Like I
can't help it. Do you know I was at the Birch Aquarium a couple of days ago in San Diego, world famous Birch Aquarium, and all of these, you can believe in God, you can believe in Jesus. There's nothing about that. But all of these amazing creatures, there was a whole section about creatures that have these insane abilities to protect themselves in terms of whether it's electrical eels or the ability to blend in with the environment. It blows your mind how many different kinds of things have been created through God or evolution or whatever. And the idea that God made man, and they may have set the pieces in motion. And then it's like, you know what? I'm going to take this rib here and I'm going to make a woman. It's such a simplified view that even God, if he's real, is probably laughing, going, guys, it doesn't work that way. Look at all this stuff. I'm giggling, not because I'm mocking the person, because I'm like, it's such a big, amazing, wonderful conversation about biology and why we're here and evolution, than to just reduce it to God made a man and then he made a woman. Because the Bible says so.
In the Bible that way, so people.
The Bible's a book that's written by a bunch of different people.
You don't have to agree with the Bible, but lots of people do. And
yeah, but there's a point where it's just, I know, but there's a point where there's a lot in the Bible worth agreeing with. And there's a lot that's kind of, intellectually, unless you're a fundamentalist and you think the Bible is the word of God, archaeologically, the Bible is not the word of God. You know that it was made up over 1,000 years of different conclaves that got together and put this in, took that out, changed this, attributed things to Jesus that he never said. There's no historical record. And
I do believe the Bible is the word of God, and the fact that it has so many authors and they all reference one another in different languages, and that there is so much overlap, I think is pretty astounding.
So you think the Bible's the word of God? He's speaking through these people who were the various people who put it together, and where it contradicts itself, God just messed up?
It
doesn't contradict itself.
No, it doesn't.
So you live by everything in the Bible. You're a fundamentalist.
I do follow the Bible, yes, and
Everything in the Bible, though.
when I don't follow the Bible, then I'm wrong. In proper context, like if people want to talk about ceremonial law, like bacon or whatever, things of that nature, where that was specifically set for a specific group of people and not a
Where in the
global
Bible
thing,
does
then
it
that's
says
different.
that?
That's
Tell you what,
Leviticus.
I'll let you guys have the Bible.
Yeah, we'll do that
conversation.
later. I know.
Right.
We'll
Yeah,
do it
that's
later.
a big
We'll do it later.
discussion. But
Right,
I
yeah,
mean,
fair.
hey, you can think it's wrong. You can laugh. I don't need
I'm
validation
I'm
from
not
other
laughing
people.
at you, and I'm not laughing at the Bible. I'm laughing at the guy who simplified what I think is a fascinatingly wonderful, even if there is a God, process to whittle it down to that. That's what I was giggling at.
And Wooden Throne says, just remember, when this is a gaming podcast, it's not a right-wing podcast in disguise. Once again, we are talking, David, how do you politically align?
Super progressive, super progressive, almost to the point that sometimes I believe in some of the people who wanted to overthrow the government, but I didn't do it. But so, but not because of why.
And I'm a liberal libertarian, so
it's amazing.
I'm
to
more
see
on
comments
that
like
side than that side.
Who are so blinded. Like, we are literally having this is a conversation podcast. And if you're saying stuff like that, you're ignorant. And so just like, honestly, it's not the place for you. You're
I hate politics. I voted once in my life. It's like I'm a Christian. That is where I get my beliefs from, is the Bible. So politically, I don't really care.
Eden says, to say God makes a mistake would discount and destroy all religion. If God, who is outside of time, is wrong on one thing, then it leads to everything potentially being wrong. Thank you, Eden. And Wait came in with the $50 super chat. Says, well played, Craig. Putting off losing to Dan with a great conversation. Sorry, we'll definitely need to.
That's the real story. You didn't want to lose in Donkey Kong.
Right. David, just so you know, I'm supposed to be having a speedrun competition this afternoon to beat Donkey Kong Country in less than 2 hours and 20 minutes, which I will do. But that'll need to be pushed to Monday. So we'll go there.
And if he loses, he has to dye his beard purple. And he just lost because he wasn't there.
What are you talking about?
No, I'm just kidding. I just made that up.
Joe says, Dave, you're do what. Melanie, can you read that?
I don't even see anything on the screen right now.
Dave,
I think
your do what thou will shall be the whole of the law is Crowley, like that Aleister Crowley, that supernatural guy.
Oh, do what thou will, yeah.
Satanic. I've seen atheists call out to Jesus when the lights went out. So I'm not an atheist. I'm an agnostic. I don't know if God's real or not. I certainly don't believe in the God of the Bible, the Quran, or the Torah. I think that's not an accurate belief system. But do I think there may or may not be a creator? Sure, I don't know. But the idea of Satanism, modern Satanism, I'm a fan of. Old school Satanism, if you think I want to mutilate cats and be evil to people, then no, I don't. I'm not vibing with that.
Well, I'll tell you what. Oh no. I love it. All right, Woodens. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you in the chat. Look, we have got through all of our super chats. We've got through all the Rumble rants. We got through all the memberships. We got through all the bits. We got it everywhere. So we're done, finally. But I hope that.
What do you think about abortion?
We have memes.
No,
only three.
We got memes.
Only three.
We got memes. All right, hold on. All right,
actually, but Melanie got a whole lot of responses with hers. Maybe she might want to look at
my meme went pretty viral. I saw it. It was great. I love it.
All right, let's see what we got. We always have memes from the show, David. You get to check them out. This one's from core member. Says Melanie Dons the Vasca. That's a
great poem.
So much.
Not bad.
A Vask step to me.
Kanye would date you.
Yeah.
And we got this one from core member. That's Dan Vask without his wonderful locks. Do you know Dan Vask, David?
Why? Okay, did they steal Andrew Tate's head? Because I swear to God, that's Andrew Tate's head.
Oh, it might be.
And I think that's it. Is that it, Trav?
I think that is.
Yeah.
Oh, you said there was three. There's got to be an offensive one.
Oh,
you know
there is one more. There you go. The Star Trek one. Yeah.
She's great. I love that.
I love it. All right, guys.
You kind
Look,
of look like her bald though, Melanie.
Hey, from the
I
bottom
love
of my
it.
heart, David, I appreciate you, and I know it shouldn't
Thank
be you shouldn't get props, but
Yeah.
there are props in today's society.
right.
It's important that we have these conversations. Melanie, I know you were expecting to go about 90 minutes. Here we are 5 hours later, and we all need to get some food, and the day's almost over.
I'm going to reach out to you. I want to talk religion on a stream. Is that cool?
Yeah.
How do I
let's
find you?
this. I have my
I'll
email
connect you
in my
guys.
like in my there
Okay,
we go.
all right.
There
I'll
we go.
put you guys. I'll DM you guys together. Travis, great job today. We'll have time codes put up later on after Travis rewatches the 5.5 hours.
It's going to take me a minute.
Take a little bit. Yeah.
Bless your heart.
Do us a favor, guys. If you're sticking around, hit the thumbs up button on your way out. If you guys like to support the show, head over to patreon.com/sidescrollers. You can support this conversation like this. And know that we'll be back on Monday for another episode. It will not be an hour and a half long. It will not be 5.5 hours long. It'll be about an hour and a half. And we're going to talk video games. It's going to be great. Maybe we'll see.
If you,
Part of
ever,
classic.
if you ever want to have me on just to talk games,
Yes.
I'm in. I love talking games.
Let's go.
All right.
Let's go.
Thank you guys for having me. Seriously, I'm going to hang up now. But thank you guys.
Yes.
And if you like my shit, at David Scott Jaffe and David Jaffe Games on YouTube, blah, blah, blah.
Can I email you to get you back on the show?
Yeah, email me
Awesome.
anytime.
I got his email. I got him. I got it.
All right, I'm going to hang up,
Awesome.
let you guys close your show. Thanks, everybody.
Thank
you, man.
If I can hang up, I don't know how.
Nope.
Hang on a sec.
Oh, hit the leave studio. There we go. All right. That was a
Although
lot.
I disagree with him about a lot. I had fun today. So
Yes. Melanie, I appreciate you spending 5.5 hours of your day with us. I did not expect that. But
It was
look at this.
fun.
You got another show out of it. You can have them on. You can have the great
There
religion
we
debate.
go.
It'll be excellent. So
Awesome.
all right. I'll tell you, G2s, thank you for tuning in today. You guys can clip this up, talk about it, put it on social media, whatever you guys want to do. There's a lot in there. I don't even know where we're going to start as far as slicing this down, but we're going to. I'm starting to lose circulation in my hands and feet because I've been sitting all day. It's time to go. With that said, guys, have a great day. Have a great weekend. Remember, people are going to try to keep you down. Don't let them. You guys got to go get it. Have a